Section 88 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 14. Housebreakers and Burglars. Part 2. We shall now treat of the burglaries in the metropolis, commencing with the lower and proceeding to notice the higher burglars, termed the cracksmen. Burglaries in the working districts of the metropolis are effected in various ways. By one man mounting the shoulders of another and getting into a first-floor window, similar to acrobats. By climbing over walls leading to the rear of premises, cutting or breaking a pane of glass, and then unfastening the catch. Or by pushing back the catch of the window with a sharp tool, such as an American auger. Frequently they force the lock of the door with a jemmy. The lower class of burglars, who have not proper tools, sometimes use a screwdriver instead of a jemmy. In the forcing of the locks of drawers or boxes in search of property, they use a small chisel with a fine edge, and occasionally an old knife. There are frequently 3 persons employed in these burglaries, 2 to enter a house, and 1 to keep watch outside, to see that there is no person passing likely to detect. This man is generally termed a crow. Sometimes a woman, called a canary, carries the tools and watches outside. These low burglars carry off a booty of such small value that they are necessitated frequently to commit depredations. They steal male and female wearing apparel and small articles of plate or jewellery, such as teaspoons or a watch. They are from 17 years of age and upwards, and reside in the Borough, Whitechapel, St Giles, Shoreditch, and other localities. There is another kind of burglary committed by persons concealing themselves on the premises, which is often done in public houses. The parties enter before the house is closed by concealing themselves in the coal cellar, skittle ground, or other places where they are unobserved by those in charge of the house. These burglaries are done by low people with whose previous mode of living the police are generally not acquainted. Very frequently they steal cigars, money in the till or on the shelves of the bar, left to give change to customers in the morning. There is another mode of entering public houses, by the cellar flaps from the pavement in front of the house, or by going through the fanlight and stealing property as before described, and returning the same way, sometimes letting themselves out by the front door, which is often a spring lock. These burglaries are generally done at midnight or between 1 and 5 o'clock. There is a higher class of burglaries committed at fashionable residences over the metropolis, and at the mansions of the gentry and nobility, many of them in the West End districts. The houses to be robbed are carefully watched for several weeks, sometimes for months, before the burglary is attempted. The thieves take great precautions in such cases. They glean information secretly as to the inmates of the house, where they sleep, and where valuable property is kept. Sometimes this is done by watching the lights over the house for successive nights. These burglaries are often put up by the persons who execute them. They frequently get some of their more engaging companions to court one of the servant girls, give her small presents, and gain her favour, with the ultimate object of gaining access to the house and plundering it. At other times, though more rarely, they endeavour to become acquainted with the male servants of the house, the butler, valet, coachman, or groom. Sometimes they try to learn from the servants through other parties becoming acquainted with them, if they cannot succeed themselves. At other times they gain information from tradesmen who are called to the house on jobbing work, such as painters, plumbers, glaziers, bell-hangers, tinsmiths, and others, some of whom live near the burglars in low neighbourhoods, or are frequently to be seen in the evenings in their company. We can point our finger at 3 of these base wretches. One of them lives in Whitefriars, Fleet Street, another in Tottenham Court Road, and a third in Newell Street, Wardour Street, Oxford Street. These 3 persons get up many of the burglaries in the West End and other parts of the metropolis, where they have work to do and where they find a suitable place. Some of them have put up burglaries for 13 or 14 years, and none of them have been detected, though suspected by the police. They never have a hand in the burglaries themselves, but secure a part of the booty. These putters-up are from 30 to 35 years of age, and one of them has been convicted of a felony. If the burglars cannot enter by the back of the premises, they go to the first-floor window in front, where there are no shutters. It matters not whether it be public or not. They will enter in a couple of minutes the premises by cutting the glass and undoing the catch. The dwelling-houses in the West End have often been entered by the first-floor window, and servants have many times been wrongfully charged with these burglaries and lost their places in consequence. Burglars generally leave their haunts to plunder about 12 o'clock at midnight, often driving up in a cab to a short distance from the spot where the burglary is to be attempted, but they frequently do not enter the house till 1 or 2 in the morning. In general, they take some liquor, such as gin and brandy, to keep up their spirits, as they call it. The one who is to watch outside generally takes up his position first, and the others follow. This is arranged so that the persons who enter, generally 2, sometimes 3, should not be seen by the policeman or others near the house. When the latter come up and find their companion at his post and see the coast clear, they instantly proceed to enter the house, in front or behind, by the door or windows. Expert burglars go separate to avoid suspicion. On entering the house, they go about the work very cautiously and quietly, taking off their shoes, some walking in their stockings, and others with india-rubber overalls. If disturbed, they very seldom leave their shoes or boots behind them. Their chief object is to get plate, jewellery, cash, and other valuables. The drawing-room is usually on the first floor in front. Sometimes the whole of the first floor is a drawing-room. They often find valuables in the drawing-room. They search parlour, kitchen, and pantry, and even open the servant's workbox for her small savings. When they cannot get enough jewellery and plate, they carry off wearing apparel. They often take money in the drawing-room from writing desks and ladies' workboxes. Experienced burglars do not spare time and trouble to look well for their plunder. This is the general course adopted on entering a dwelling-house. In entering a shop, if they can find sufficient money to satisfy them, they do not carry off bulky property, but if there is no money in the desk or tills, they rifle the goods if they are of value. In West End robberies, there are often 2 good cracksmen, one to keep watch outside, while another is busy at his work of plunder within. The person outside has to be on the alert, as he has generally to keep watch over an experienced officer, and to let his companions know when it is safe for them to work or to come out. When a catch is in the centre of the window, it is opened with a knife. If there should be one on each side, they will cut a pane of glass in less than 15 seconds and undo them. The burglars seldom think of carrying a diamond with them, but generally cut the glass with a knife, as the star-glazers do. The shutters behind the window frame are often cut with what the burglars term a cutter. It cuts with 2 knives, with a centre bit stock, and makes a hole sufficiently large to admit the burglar's arm. When the shutters are opened, there are often iron bars to guard the window. The burglars tie a piece of string cord or rope about 2 of the bars, and insert a piece of wood about a foot in length between this rope and twist the wood. The bar is thereby bent sufficient to allow them to enter, or it gives way in the socket. These bars are sometimes forced asunder by a small instrument called a jack, by which a worm worked by a small handle displaces them. The rope and stick are used when they have not a jack. The latter can be conveniently carried in the trousers pocket. Woodwork, such as shutters, doors, and partitions, is often cut in late years with the cutter instead of the jemmy, as the former is a more effective tool, and makes an opening more expeditiously. With this instrument, a door or shutter can be pierced sufficiently large to admit the arm in a few minutes. A brick wall requires more time. If there are no persons within hearing, an opening can be made sufficiently large for a man to pass through in an hour. If there are people near the apartment, it requires to be more softly done, and frequently occupies 2 or 3 hours, even when done by an expert burglar. They generally pierce one brick with an auger and displace it. After the first brick is out, they work with a jemmy and take the mortar out and then pierce a brick on the other side of the wall. Burglars cannot pick Chubb's patent locks. The best way to secure premises where no one sleeps is to have a good patent lock on the outer door with an iron bar outside fastened by a patent Chubb lock. This acts with double safety. If they break it off on the outside, the policeman easily detects it when he comes round on his beat, which he is sure to do before they have got the other lock opened, and this prevents them getting in that way. If they break in from the roof or from the back, by cutting round the lock of an inside door, they do not get the outside door opened, and cannot get away any bulky goods. By this means the warehouse is more safe than if it were fastened any other way. Common locks on doors are so easily picked by thieves that no warehouse ought to be left fastened in this way, unless there is a watchman over it. Some cracksmen have what is called a petter cutter, that is, a cutter for iron safes, an instrument made similar to a centre bit in which drills are fixed. They fasten this into the keyhole by a screw with a strong pressure outside. The turning part is so fixed that the drills cut a piece out over the keyhole sufficiently large to get the wards of the lock. They then pull the bolt of the lock back and open the door. Chubb's locks on iron safes are now made drill-proof so that they cannot be pierced. Any person sleeping in a room with valuable property in his possession ought to have a chain on the door, like a street door chain, as the common locks are so easily picked, and the masked thief with dark lantern can creep into the room without being heard. The rattling of the chain is sure to awaken the person sleeping. Expert burglars are generally equipped with good tools. They have a jemmy, a cutter, a dozen of betties, better known as picklocks, a jack to remove iron bars, a dark lantern or a taper and some silent lights, and a life preserver, and sometimes have a cord or rope with them, which can be easily converted into a rope ladder. A knife is often used in place of a chisel for opening locks, drawers, or desks. They often carry masks on their face so that they might not be identified. The dark lantern is very small, with oil and cotton wick, and sometimes only shows a light about the size of a shilling, so that the reflection is not seen on the street without. Burglars often use the jemmy in place of picklocks. When they go out with their tools, they usually carry them wrapped up with list, so that they can throw them away without making a noise, should a policeman stop them or attempt to arrest them. These are easily carried in the coat pocket, as they are not bulky. There are parties, sometimes old convicts, who lend tools out on hire. When discovered by the inmates, they are generally disposed to make their escape rather than to fight, and try to avoid violence unless hotly pursued. If driven to extremity, they are ready to use the life preserver, jemmy, or other weapon. Sometimes they carry a life preserver of a peculiar style, consisting of a small ball attached to a piece of gut that fastens round the wrist. With this instrument, easily carried in the palm of the hand, they can strike the persons who oppose them senseless and severely injure them. In going up and down stairs, they often creep up not in the centre but the side of the stair to avoid being heard, as it is apt to creak beneath the footstep, and they generally take off their shoes to move more stealthily along. They often use the cutter to make an opening in the middle of the panel sufficiently large to admit the arm to undo locks or bolts they cannot reach outside. Sometimes, when the key is inside and the door locked, they open it with a small pair of pliers. Others use a long piece of wire with a hoop put through the keyhole to lay hold of the bowl of the key. When the hook is fastened in it, they can as easily undo the lock as if they turned the key from the inside. Some burglars prefer the wire, others use the pliers. They generally prefer the cutter to the centre bit in removing any woodwork. It resembles the centre bit, but takes a much larger piece out, and does so more speedily. The cutter costs from 15s. to £1. In the absence of a cutter, they sometimes work with a couple of gimlets and a knife, but this requires more time and makes more noise, though not sufficient to disturb the inmates of the house if used expertly. At the back of the house they enter through the kitchen window on the basement, or by the parlour window above it on the first floor, or by the window of the staircase alongside of the latter. If experienced burglars, they listen at the doors of the apartments and know by the breathing, in general, if the inmates are sound asleep. They sometimes begin their operations by going up to the highest floor and work their way down, carrying off the plunder. After having finished what they call their work, they await the signal from the watch set outside. These signals are sometimes given by one or more coughs. Some give a whistle, or sing a certain song, or tap on the door or shutter, or make a particular cry, understood between the parties. Should the plunder be bulky, they will have a cart or a cab, or a costermonger's barrow, ready on a given signal to carry it away. They in general wait for the time when the police are changed, if the inmates are not getting up, sometimes coming out at the front door, but oftener at the back. A remarkable case of burglary was committed in a dwelling house in a fashionable square in the West End about 12 months ago, and was effected in this manner. One day a well-dressed young man passed by an area and took special notice of the cook, who happened to be looking out of the window. Another day the same young man, in passing by, accosted this servant and made an appointment to meet her on a certain occasion to go out to walk. This correspondence lasted for a short time, when the young man was invited to tea at the house to spend a social evening. He was accompanied by a pal of his, a young Frenchman, who courted the housemaid while the other made love to the cook. During their visit to the house, the family being then absent, one of the young men pretended to be very unwell, and thought a walk in the garden at the back of the house would be beneficial to him, and was accompanied there by one of the servant girls. Meanwhile, the housemaid and her friend had adjourned to one of the upper rooms. It was proposed by the Frenchman that his lady-love should partake of some gin or brandy as refreshment, to which she consented. He went out for the purpose of purchasing it, while she went downstairs to the kitchen. On his going out, he left the front door open, by which one of his confederates, a third party, entered the house and passed upstairs, broke open several lock-fasts, and stole the whole of the plate. The Frenchman meanwhile returned with the liquor and went downstairs to the kitchen, where he made merry with his fair lady and her companions. When they were seated regaling themselves over this liquor, the door-bell rang. One of the girls went to the door and found no person there. This was a signal agreed on between the thieves. One of the young men, still pretending to feel unwell, proposed to go home with his companion, promising to call on a future occasion when they would be able to spend a more comfortable evening than they had done, on account of his illness. One of the servants, on going upstairs after their departure, found the plate stolen. Information was given to the police, when these agreeable young men and their unknown friend were found to belong to a gang of most expert thieves. They were tried at Westminster Sessions for this offence, and sentenced to 3 years' penal servitude. About 18 months ago, 2 desperate burglars attempted to enter a fashionable dwelling house at Westbourne Park, Paddington, belonging to a merchant in the city. One of them was a tall, raw-boned, muscular man of about 25 years of age, dressed in a blue frock-coat, dark cord trousers, black vest, and beaver hat. The other was a man of 30 years of age, short and stout, nearly similarly attired. The first had the appearance of a blacksmith with a determined countenance. The other had a more pleasing aspect, yet resolute. They were armed with a long chisel and heavy crowbar. They got over several walls and came up along the back to this dwelling house in the centre of these villas, situated on the edge of the Great Western Railway. On reaching the garden, they went direct to the window of the dining room on the ground floor. As there had been several burglaries committed in the neighbourhood of those villas about this time, an experienced and able detective officer was sent out to watch. While the detective, a tall, powerful, resolute man, was sitting alone in the dusk under a tree in an adjoining garden, and another criminal officer was stationed a short distance off, at about 2 o'clock in the morning, the former officer heard the shutters crash in the windows of an adjoining house nearly in front of where he stood. The burglars had approached so softly he did not hear their footsteps and was not aware of their presence till then. On hearing this noise, he drew close to the house and was seen by one of the thieves, the shortest one, called Jack. The detective officer immediately sprung his rattle, rushed on this man and seized him. His companion on this ran from the end of the house and struck the officer across the back with a heavy crowbar. By a sudden movement of his body, the latter partially avoided the force of the blow. Had it struck him on the head, it would have killed him on the spot, and being a strong muscular man, he knocked the shorter man down with a heavy walking stick he had in his hand, and at the same time rushed on his taller companion, seized him by the throat, and endeavoured to wrench the iron bar from his grasp. The other burglar had meantime made his escape into an adjoining garden, and was captured after a desperate struggle by the other criminal officer who had come up. During the scuffle between the officers and burglars, the proprietor of the house, in a panic, threw up his bedroom window looking into the garden at the back of the house, and without giving any call, fired off a pistol. He did this to alarm the neighbourhood, not being aware that the officers were so near him, and supposing that the burglars were in his house. The other burglar was secured after a determined struggle, and both were with difficulty conveyed to the Marylebone police station by 5 strong officers. They were next day taken before the magistrates and charged with attempting to enter this house, and with assaulting the officers in the execution of their duty. They were sentenced to 3 months each in Clerkenwell prison, with hard labour for the former offence, and with a similar punishment for the latter. About 2 years ago, a burglary was committed in Charles Street, Gloucester Terrace, Paddington, opposite the Cleveland Arms, by 2 men and a woman. One of the men was about 46 years of age, an old desperate burglar who had been twice transported and was then on ticket of leave. Shortly before, he had been apprehended in St George's burying ground at the rear of some houses in the Bayswater Road with a screwdriver, jemmy, and dark lantern, when he was sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment as a rogue and vagabond. He was a stout man with very bushy whiskers, of a coarse appearance. The other was a young man about 19, dressed as a mechanic, of a cheerful countenance, with brown hair and moustache. The woman was about 23 years of age, short and stout, with an engaging appearance. During the night they had forced open an iron grating in front of a house in Charles Street, Paddington, and had let themselves down into the area. They bored 3 holes with a centre bit in the door of the house, then cut the panel and put their arm through, and, undoing the fastening of the door, got into the kitchen. From this they went up a door leading to the staircase, which was locked. They cut several holes with the centre bit, and made an opening in this door in like manner. They then went upstairs to the first floor and stole a quantity of wearing apparel and some jewellery, such as rings, studs, and so on, and also a watch. The inmates were sleeping at the top of the house and had not been disturbed by these operations. The property rifled amounted to about £15. One of the burglars left his hat behind him and a pair of old boots. The detective officer sent after them knew the hat to belong to this old returned convict, went to Lisson Grove and arrested both the men, who happened to be together, and found part of the wearing apparel upon them. The remaining part of the property was traced as having been pledged by the woman, who was also apprehended. They were committed for trial for the burglary and tried at the Old Bailey. The old man, being an inveterate offender, was sentenced to 15 years penal servitude. The others, who had been previously convicted, to 4 years. and the girl to 12 months' imprisonment. In the month of October 1850, a burglary was committed by 3 men in the Regent's Park, which attracted considerable attention. One of them, named William Dyson, called the Galloway Doctor, was 5 feet 6 inches high, pock-pitted, with pale face and red whiskers, and about 32 years of age. James Mayhew, alias Holmesdale, 5 feet 10 inches high, was robust in form and aged 34 years. John Mitchell was 5 feet 6 inches high, stout-made, with a pug nose, and aged 40 years. They entered the house of Mr. Alford, an American merchant, in Regent's Park at 2 o'clock in the morning. They climbed over a back wall into the garden and got in through a back parlour window by pushing back the catch with a knife. They then forced the shutters open with a jemmy, got into the back parlour where the butler was lying asleep, and unlocked the door to go through the house, as it was known that Mr. Alford was very wealthy. When they got on the staircase, one of their feet slipped, which awoke the butler, who jumped up and seized Dyson and Mayhew and wrestled with them, at the same time alarming the other inmates of the house. He was knocked down by a blow from a life-preserver, on which the burglars made their escape by jumping out of the back parlour window again. The butler, on getting up, seized his fowling-piece, which lay loaded beside him, and told them, as they were running away, to stop, or he would fire upon them. He fired, and shot Mitchell in the back, near the shoulder, with goose shot, as he was getting over a back wall to make his escape. The police, on hearing the report of the gun, came up and secured Holmesdale and Dyson in the garden, when they were taken to Marylebone Police Station. Soon after, an anonymous letter was sent to the police station of the M Division, stating there was a man in Surrey Street, Blackfriars Road, lying in bed in a certain house, who had been shot in the back when attempting a burglary in Regent's Park. He had on a woman's nightcap and nightgown, so that if anyone went into the room, they would fancy him to be a female. Inspector Berry of the M Division went to the above house and found Mitchell in bed in female disguise. He was taken into custody and made to dress in his own clothes. On examining them, there were holes in his fustian frock-coat where the shot had passed through. He was taken to Marylebone Police Court and put alongside the other 2 prisoners, and identified as having been seen in the neighbourhood of the Regent's Park on the morning before the burglary was committed. He had been seen by the police to leave a notorious public house frequented by burglars at the Old Mint in the Borough. They were committed at the Central Criminal Court, tried on the 25th of November 1850, convicted and sentenced to be transported for life, Holmesdale having been previously transported for 10 years, and Mitchell and Dyson also having been formerly convicted. We took the particulars of the following burglary from the lips of a man who was a few years ago one of the most experienced and expert burglars in the metropolis, and give it as an instance of the ingenuity and daring of this class of London brigands. In the year 1850, a burglary was attempted to be committed at a furrier's, at the corner of Regent Street near Oxford Street, by 3 cracksmen. One of them, Henry Edgar, was about 5 feet 7 inches high, of fair complexion, with large features, brown hair, and gentlemanly appearance, dressed in elegant style, with jewellery, rings and chain, and frilled shirt. A second party, Edward Edgar Blackwell, was the son of a respectable cutler in Soho, about 5 feet 2 inches high, of fair complexion, teeth out in front, with sullen look, also fashionably dressed, though inferior to the other. The third person was slim-made, about 5 feet 6 inches high, dark complexion, with dark whiskers and genteel appearance, a gentle but keen dark eye, and elegantly dressed. They went to a public house between 10 and 11 o'clock, when the 2 former went back into a yard with the pretence of going to the water-closet. The publican did not miss them. The house was closed at 12 o'clock, and they were not discovered. The third party went out to give them their signals at the time formerly arranged between them. He did not give them any signal, but they, being impatient and accustomed to the work, thought they would try it themselves. They went up by a fire escape and got on to the parapet of the furrier's house at the corner of Regent Street. Here they cut 2 panes of glass in a garret window with a knife, at the same time removing the division between them. The servant, going to bed in the dark, discovered the 2 men. Giving no alarm, she went downstairs to her master. The master came up with 2 loaded pistols in his hand, presented them at the garret window, telling them if they attempted to escape, he would shoot them. Edward Edgar Blackwell was so frightened that he lost his presence of mind and fell from the parapet into the yard, a height of 3 stories, and was killed on the spot. Henry Edgar, being more courageous, made a desperate leap to the top of a house in Regent Street and got through a trap door and made his way into a 2nd-floor front in Argyle Street, where people were sleeping, and alarmed them. To prevent their taking him, he leaped from a 2nd-floor window. Some people passing by saw him jump from the window and gave information to the police. He was thereupon arrested and conveyed in a cab with the dead body of his pal to Vine Street Police Station. It was afterwards ascertained that his ankle was dislocated, and he was removed to Middlesex Hospital, where he was watched 8 hours by successive policemen. His friends were allowed to see him, and by ingenious means one of them contrived to effect his escape. They conveyed him from the hospital in a cab to Green Street, Friars Street, Blackfriars Road, then removed him in a cab to the Commercial Road near Whitechapel. Soon after, his companions took a house for him in Corbett's Place, Spitalfields, where he was given into the hands of the police by a brother of one of his pals, who went to Vine Street Station and lodged information. He was arrested before he could lay his hand on his pistols, committed for trial, and sentenced to penal servitude. We give the following as an illustration of the ingenuity and perseverance of the cracksmen of the metropolis. A burglary was committed some years since at a warehouse in the city, where the premises were securely fastened in front, and the servants were let out by a strong door at the back, secured by 3 strong locks. There was no one sleeping on the premises. The burglars had first to make keys to get through the outer door into the premises, and had then to get a key to a patent lock for an iron door into a private counting-house. They made another key for a very strong safe, which, when opened, had a recess at the bottom enclosed with folding doors, also secured by a patent lock. Before they got to the booty, they had to make 6 keys of patent locks. Not satisfied with this, they made a key for the patent lock of another iron door, leading to another portion of the premises, where there was a 2nd iron safe. They were occupied 4 months getting the whole of these keys to fit, and had to watch favourable opportunities when the police were absent from that portion of their beat. The thieves during the night carried off 2 iron boxes containing railway shares, bills, and similar property, to the extent of £13,000, besides other valuable articles. Through the ingenuity of certain police officers employed to trace the robbery, the whole of the scrip and documents were recovered, while certain unprincipled Jews were negotiating to purchase them. Some burglars, after they have secured valuable booty, do not attempt another burglary for a time. Others go out the very next night and commit other depredations, as they are avaricious for money. Some of them lose it by keeping it loosely in the house, or placing it in the bank, when the women they cohabit with reap the benefit. These females often try to induce them to save money and place it in their name in the bank, so that, if their paramour gets apprehended, they have the pleasure of spending his ill-gotten wealth. Some cracksmen succeed occasionally in rifling large quantities of valuable property or money. In such instances, they live luxuriously and spend large sums on pleasure, women, wine, and gambling. Some of them keep their females in splendid style, and live in furnished apartments in quiet, respectable streets. Others are afraid to keep women, as the latter are frequently the cause of their being brought to justice. There are some old burglars at present keeping cabs, omnibuses, and public houses, whose wealth has been secured chiefly from plunder they have rifled from premises with their own hands or received from burglars since they have abandoned their midnight work. They had the self-command to abandon their criminal courses after a time, while the most of the others have been more short-sighted. Some of these persons, though abounding in wealth, receive stolen goods and are ready to open their houses at any hour of the night. There are great numbers of expert cracksmen known to the police in different parts of the metropolis. Many of these reside on the Surrey side, about Waterloo Road and Kent Road, in the Borough, Hackney and Kingsland Roads, and other localities. Some of them have a fine appearance and are fashionably dressed, and would not be known except by persons personally acquainted with them. A number of most expert cracksmen belonging to the felon class of Irish cockneys have learned no trade and have no fixed occupation. Others come to their ranks who have been carpenters and smiths, brass finishers, shoemakers, mechanics, and even tailors. Sometimes fast young men have taken to this desperate mode of life. Some pickpockets, daring in disposition, or driven to extremity, have become burglars. In a short time they learn to use their tools with great expertness. Great numbers have been trained by a few leading burglars. Some are as young as 16 or 17 years, others as old as 40 or 45, incorrigible old convicts. Tools are secretly made for them in London, Sheffield, Manchester, Birmingham, and other places. Some burglars keep a set of fine tools of considerable value. Others have indifferent instruments and are not so expert. They find very convenient agents in some of the cab drivers of the metropolis, who, for a piece of money, are very ready to assist in conveying them at night to the neighbourhood of the houses where they perpetrate their burglaries, and in carrying off the stolen property. And some of the employers of these cab drivers are as willing to receive it at an underprice. They have no difficulty in finding unprincipled people to open their houses to receive the stolen property, temporarily or otherwise. There are many houses of well-known receivers. Then there are hundreds of low public houses, beer shops, coffee shops, brothels, and other places of bad character, where they can leave it for a few hours or for days, placing one of their gang in the house for a time until they have arranged with the receivers to purchase it. There are certain well-known beer shops and public houses where the burglars meet with the receivers. They meet them in beer shops in the purlieus of Whitechapel and in the quieter public houses and splendid gin palaces of the West End. There are a number of French burglars in London who are as ingenious, daring, and expert as the English. There are also some Germans and a few Italians, but who are not considered so clever. Few of the cracksmen in the metropolis are married, though some are. They often live with prostitutes or with servants and other females they have seduced. Some have children whom they send to school, but many of them have none. They frequently train up some of their boys to enter the fanlights or windows and to assist them in their midnight villainies. While most of the burglars are city-trained, a number come from Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, Sheffield, and Bristol. These occasionally work with the London thieves, and the London thieves go occasionally to the provinces to work with them. This is done in the event of their being well known to the police. For example, a gang of Liverpool thieves might know a house there where valuable property could be conveniently reached. Their being in the neighbourhood might excite suspicion. Under these circumstances, they sometimes send to thieves they are acquainted with in London, who proceed thither and plunder the house. Sometimes, in similar circumstances, the London burglars get persons from the provinces to commit robberies in the metropolis, both parties sharing in the booty. In a place where they are not known, they do it themselves. The burglars in our day are not, in general, such desperate men as those in former times. They are better known to the police than formerly, and are kept under more strict surveillance. Many of the cracksmen have been repeatedly subjected to prison discipline and have their spirits in a great measure subdued. The crime of our country is not so bold and open as in the days of the redoubtable men whose dark deeds are recorded in the Newgate Calendar. It has assumed more subtle forms instead of bold swagger and defiance, and has more of the secret, restless, and deceitful character of our great arch-enemy. Number of burglaries in the metropolitan districts for 1860, 192. Ditto in the city, 12. Total 204. Value of property abstracted in the metropolitan districts, £2,852. Ditto in the city, £332. Total £3,184. End of section 88. Section 89 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 15. Housebreakers and Burglars. Part 3. Narrative of a Burglar. The following narrative was given us by an expert burglar and returned convict we met one evening in the West End of the metropolis. For a considerable number of years he had been engaged in a long series of burglaries connected with several gangs of thieves, and had been so singularly cunning and adroit in his movements he had never been caught in the act of plunder, but was at last betrayed into the hands of the police by one of his confederates, who had quarrelled with him while indulging rather freely in liquor. He was often employed as a putter-up of burglaries in various parts of the metropolis, and was generally an outsider on the watch while some of his pals were rifling the house. We visited him at his house in one of the gloomiest lanes in a very low neighbourhood, inhabited chiefly by thieves and prostitutes, and took down from his lips the following recital. In the first part of his autobiography he was very frank and candid, but as he proceeded became more slow and calculating in his disclosures. We hinted to him he was timid. "No," he replied, "I am not timid, but I am cautious, which you need not be surprised at." He was then seated by the fire beside his paramour, a very clever woman, whose history is perhaps as wild and romantic as his own. He is a slim-made man, beneath the middle size, with a keen, dark, intelligent eye, and about 36 years of age. He is good-looking and very smart in his movements, and was in the attire of a well-dressed mechanic. Quote, "I was born in the city of London in the year 1825. My father was foreman to a coach and harness maker in Oxford Street. My mother, before her marriage, was a milliner. They had 11 children, and I was the youngest but 2. I had 6 brothers and 4 sisters. My father had a good salary coming in to support his family, and we lived in comfort and respectability up to his death. He died when I was only about 8 years old. My mother was left with 11 children, with very scanty means. Having to support so large a family, she soon after became reduced in circumstances. My eldest brother was subject to fits and died at the age of 24 years. He occupied my father's place while he lived. My second brother went to work at the same shop, but got into idle and dissipated habits and was thrown out of employment. He afterwards got a situation in a lace-maker's shop and had to leave for misconduct. He then went to a druggist's and had to leave for the same cause. After this he got a situation as potman to a public house, which completed his ruin. He took every opportunity to lead his younger brothers astray instead of setting us a good example. My brother next to him in age did not follow his bad courses, but I was not so fortunate. I went to school at Mr. Lowe's, Harp Alley, Farringdon Street, but I did not stay there long. At 9 years of age I was sent out to work to help to support myself. I went to work at cotton winding, and only got 3 shillings a week. I sometimes worked all night and had 9pence for it, in addition to my 3 shillings, and often gained 3 shillings a week besides the 6 days' wages. I was very happy then to think I could earn so much money, being so young. At this time I was only 9 years of age. My brother tried to tempt me to pilfer from my master, but he failed then. I afterwards got a better situation at a truck maker's in the city. There my mistress and young master took a liking to me. I was earning 7 shillings a week, and was only 10 years of age. At this time my brother succeeded in tempting me to rob my employers, after I had been 2 months in their service. I carried off wearing apparel and silver plate to the value of several pounds, which my brother disposed of, while he only gave me a few halfpence. I was suspected to be the thief, and was discharged in consequence. I got another situation in a bookbinder's shop, and was not 11 years old then. My brother did not succeed for 2 or 3 months to get me to plunder my master, although he often tried to prevail on me to do so. My master had no plate to lose. I used to take out boards of books. One night my brother met me coming from the binder's with a truck loaded with books, stopped me, and pretended to be very kind by giving me money to go and buy a pie at a pie shop. When I came out, I found the books were gone and the truck empty. My brother was standing at the door waiting me, but he had companions who meantime emptied the truck of the whole of the contents. I told him he must know who had taken them, but he told me he did not. He desired me to say to my master that a strange man had sent me to get a pie for him and one for myself, and when I came back the books and the man had both disappeared. He told me if I did not say this, I would get myself into trouble, and him too. I went and told my master the tale my brother had told me. He sent for a policeman, and tried to frighten me to tell the truth. I would not alter from what I had told him, though he tried very hard to get me to do so. He kept me till Saturday night, and discharged me, but endeavoured in the meanwhile to get me to unfold the truth, so I was thrown out of employment again. I then went to work at the blacking trade, and had a kinder master than ever. My wages were 7 shillings a week. I then made up my mind that my brother should not tempt me to steal another time. I was in this situation a year and 9 months before my brother succeeded in inducing me to commit another robbery. My master was very kind and generous to me, increased my wages from 7 shillings to 16 shillings a week, as I was becoming of more service to him. We made the blacking with sugar candy and other ingredients. I was the only lad introduced into the apartment where the blacking was made and the sugar candy was kept. My brother tempted me to bring him a small quantity of sugar candy at first. I did so, and he threatened to let my mother know if I did not fetch more. At first I took home 7 pounds of candy, and at last would carry off a larger quantity. I used to get a trifle of money from my brother for this. Being strongly attached to him, up to this time he had great influence over me. One day, after bringing him a quantity of sugar candy, I watched him to see where he sold it. He went into a shop in the city where the person retailed sweets. After he came out of the shop, I went in and asked the man in the shop if he would buy some from me, as I was the brother of the young man who had just called in, and had got him the sugar candy. He told me he would buy as much as I liked to bring. I used to bring large quantities to him, generally in the evening, and carried it in a bag. The sugar candy I should have mixed in the blacking I laid aside till I had an opportunity of carrying it to the receiver. My master continued to be very fond of me, and had strong confidence in me, until I got a young lad into the shop beside me who knew what I had been doing, and informed him of my conduct. He wanted to get me discharged, as he thought he would get my situation, which he did. He told my master I was plundering him, but my master would not believe him until he pointed out a low coffee house where I used to go, which was frequented by bad characters. My master came into this den of infamy one evening when I was there, and persuaded me to come away with him, which I did. He told me he would forget all I was guilty of if I would keep better company and behave myself properly in future. I conducted myself better for about a week, but I had got inveigled into bad company through my brother. These lads waited about my employer's premises for me at meal times and at night. At last they prevailed on me again to go to the same coffee house. The young lad I had got into the shop beside me soon found means to acquaint my master. He came to see me in the coffee-house again, but I had been prevailed on to drink that evening, and was the worse of intoxicating liquor, although I was not 14 years of age. My master tried all manner of kind means to persuade me to leave that house, but I would not do so, and insulted him for his kindness. On the following morning he paid a visit to my mother's house while I was at breakfast. My mother and he tried to persuade me to go back and finish my week's work, but I was too proud and would not go back. He then paid my mother my fortnight's wages, and said if I would attend church twice each week, he would again take me back into his service. I never attended any church at all, for I had then got into bad habits, and cared no more about work. I lived at home with my mother for a short time, and she was very kind to me, and gave me great indulgence. She wished me to remain at home with her, to assist in her business as a greengrocer, and used to allow me from 1 shilling to 1 shilling and threepence of pocket money a day. My old companions still followed me about, and prevailed on me to go to the Victoria Theatre. On one of these occasions I was much struck with the play of Oliver Twist. I also saw Jack Sheppard performed there, and was much impressed with it. Soon after this, I left my mother's house, and took lodgings at the coffee-house where my master found me, and engaged in an open criminal career. About this time, ladies generally carried reticules on their arm. My companions were in the habit of following them and cutting the strings, and carrying them off. They sometimes contained a purse with money and other property. I occasionally engaged in these robberies for about 3 months. Sometimes I succeeded in getting a considerable sum of money, at other times only a few shillings. I was afterwards prevailed on to join another gang of thieves, expert shoplifters. They generally confined themselves to the stationers' shops, and carried off silver pencil cases, silver and gold mounted scent bottles, and other articles, and I was engaged for a month at this. Being well dressed, I would go into a shop and price an article of jewellery, or such like valuable, and after getting it in my hand, would dart out of the shop with it. I carried on this system occasionally, and was never apprehended, and became very venturesome in robbery. I was then about 16 years of age. A young man came from C, of the name of Philip Scott, who had in former years been a playmate of mine. He requested me to go to one of the theatres with him when Jack Sheppard was again performed. We were both remarkably pleased with the play, and soon after determined to try our hand at housebreaking. He knew of a place in the city where some plate could be got at. We went out one night with a screwdriver and a knife to plunder it. I assisted him in getting over a wall at the back of the house. He entered from a back window by pushing the catch back with a knife. He had not been in above 3/4 of an hour, when he handed me a silver pot and cream jug from the wall. I conveyed these to the coffee shop in which we lodged, when we afterwards disposed of them. The young man was well acquainted with this house, as his father was often employed jobbing about it. After this, I cohabited with a female, but my pal did not, although we lived in the same house. Soon after, we committed another burglary in the south side of the metropolis, by entering the kitchen window of a private house at the back. I watched while my comrade entered the house. He cut a pane of glass out and drew the catch back. After gathering what plate he could find lying about, he went upstairs and got some more plate. We sold this to a receiver in Clerkenwell for about £9 18s. From this house we also carried off some wearing apparel. Each of us took 3 shirts, 2 coats, and an umbrella. Some time after this we made up our minds to try another burglary in the city. We secreted ourselves in a brewer's yard beside the house we intended to plunder, about 8 o'clock in the evening, before it was shut up. We cut a panel out of a shutter in the dining room window on the first floor, but were disturbed when attempting this robbery. I ran off and got away. My companion was not so fortunate. He was captured and got several months' imprisonment. A week after, I joined 2 other burglars. We resolved to attempt a burglary in a certain shop in the east end of the metropolis. There happened to be a dog in the shop. As usual, I kept watch outside, while the other 2 entered from the first floor window, which had no shutters. So soon as they got in, the dog barked. They cut the dog's throat with a knife, and began to plunder the shop of pencil cases, scent bottles, postage stamps, and so on, and went upstairs and carried off pieces of plate. The inmates of the house slept in the upper part of the house. The property, when brought to the receiver, sold for about £42. Another burglary was committed by us at a haberdasher's shop in the West End. While I kept watch, the other 2 climbed to the top of the warehouse at the back of the shop, wrenched open the window on the roof, and having tied a rope to an iron bar, they lowered themselves down, broke open the desks and till, and got a considerable sum of money, nearly all in silver. They then went to the first floor drawing-room window over the shop and entered. The door of this room being locked, they cut out a panel, put their arm through, and forced back the lock. They found only a small quantity of plate, along with a handsome gold watch and chain. The few articles of plate sold for 38s, and the watch and chain for £7 15s. The thieves entered about 1 o'clock at midnight, and went out about 5:15 in the morning. These are the only jobs I did with these 2 men, until my comrade came out of prison, when we commenced again. We committed burglaries in different parts of London, at silk mercers, stationers' shops, and dwelling houses, some of considerable value. In others the booty was small. In these burglaries, numbers of other parties were engaged with us, some of them belonging to the borough, others to St. Giles's, Golden Lane, St. Luke's, and other localities. In 1850, I took a part in a burglary in a shop in the south side of the metropolis, along with 2 other parties. One went inside, and the others were on the watch without. We got access to the shop by the backyard of a neighbouring public house, which is usually effected in this way. One person goes to the bar and gets into conversation with the barmaid, while one or more of their pals takes a favourable opportunity of slipping back into the yard or court behind the house. This is often done about a quarter of an hour or half an hour before the house is shut up. The party who kept the barmaid in conversation would go to the back of the house and assist the other burglar who was to enter the house in getting over the wall. So soon as this is effected, his other pal comes out again. If the wall can be easily climbed, the party who enters lurks concealed in the water closet or some of the outhouses till the time of effecting the burglary. The house intended to be entered is sometimes 5 or 6 houses away from this public house, and sometimes the next house to it. When all is ready, the outside man gives the signal. The signal given from the front, such as a cough or otherwise, can be heard by his confederate behind the house. On hearing it, the latter begins his work. In this instance, the burglar entered the premises by cutting open the shutters of a window in the first floor to the back. He then cut a pane of glass and removed the catch, and went downstairs into the shop and took from a desk about £60 in money, with several valuable snuff boxes and other articles. He had to wait till the morning before he could get out. The police seemed to have a suspicion that all was not right, but he got out of the shop about the time when the police were changed. I was connected with another burglary, committed in the same year in the West End in a linen-draper's shop. It was entered from a public house in the same manner as in the one described. The same person was engaged inside, while the others were stationed outside. The signal to begin work was given about 1 o'clock. He had first to remove an iron bar at the first floor landing window to the back, which he did with his jack. The bars had been seen in the daytime, and we bought this instrument to remove them. He removed the bar in 10 minutes, cut a pane of glass, and removed the 2 catches. By this means he effected an entry into the house, and to his surprise found the drawing-room was left unlocked. He proceeded there, and got nearly a whole service of plate. After he had gathered the plate up, he made his way toward the shop, cutting through the door, which intercepted him. He went to the desk and found £72 in silver money and £12 in gold. He also packed up half a dozen of new shirts and half a dozen of silk handkerchiefs. He was ready to come out of the house, but a coffee stall being opposite, and the policeman taking his coffee there, the outside man could not give him the signal for some time. To the great surprise of the burglar in the shop, he heard the servant coming downstairs, when he opened the door and rushed suddenly out, while the policeman was on the curb nearby. He bade the policeman good morning as he passed along with 2 large bundles in his hands. He had not gone 50 yards round the corner of the street before the servant appeared at the door and asked the policeman as to the person who had just come out. Along with the other 2 constables, he gave chase to the burglar, but being an active, athletic man, he effected his escape. I was engaged with 2 others in another burglary in the West End soon afterwards. 3 persons were engaged in it, 1 to enter and other 2 pals to keep watch. We got access to the house by a mews and got on the top of a wall, when I gave the end of a rope to my companion to hold by, while he slid down on the other side. The house was entered at the kitchen window by removing 2 narrow bars with the jack and sliding back the catch. There was no booty to be found in the kitchen. On going upstairs, our pal got several pieces of plate and other articles. On coming down into the shop, he got a quantity of receipt stamps with a few postage stamps. The putter up of this robbery was a connection of the people of the house. I was connected with another burglary in the south side of the metropolis. A man who frequented a public house there put up a burglary in a stationer's shop. 2 persons were engaged in it, and got access to the premises to be plundered from the public house. He then climbed several walls and got access to the shop by a fanlight from behind. Here we found a large sum of money in gold and silver, which had been deposited in a bureau, some plate and other articles. His pal went to him at 3:30 and gave him the signal. He came out soon after, and had only gone a short distance off when he heard a call for the police, and the rattle of the policeman was sprung. After a desperate struggle with 2 constables, he was arrested and taken to the station, with the stolen property in his possession. He was tried and found guilty of committing the burglary, and for assaulting the constables by cutting and wounding them, and was sentenced to 14 years' transportation, having been 4 times previously convicted. I have been engaged in many depredations from 1840 to 1851, many of which were put up by myself. In the year 1851 I was transported several years for burglary. I returned home on a ticket of leave in 1854, and was sent back in the following year for harbouring an escaped convict. I returned home in 1858 at the expiry of my sentence, and since that time have abandoned my former criminal life." End of section 89. Section 90 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 16. Housebreakers and Burglars. Part 4. Narrative of another burglar. One evening, as we had occasion to be in a narrow, dark by-street in St. Giles's, we were accosted by a burglar, a returned convict whom we had met on a former occasion in the course of our rambles. We had repeatedly heard of this person as one of the most daring thieves in the metropolis, and were on the lookout for him at the very time when he fortunately crossed our path. He is a fair-complexioned man of 32 years of age, about 5 feet 2 inches in height, slim-made, with a keen grey eye. He was dressed in dark trousers, brown vest, and a grey frock-coat buttoned up to the chin, and a cap drawn over his eyes. We hesitated at first as to whether this little man was capable of executing such venturesome feats, when he led us along the dark street to an adjoining back court, took off his shoes and stockings, and ran up a water spout to the top of a lofty house and slid down again with surprising agility. Before we parted that evening, he was recommended to us by another burglar, a returned convict, and by another most intelligent young man, whom we are sorry to say has been a convicted criminal. He afterwards paid us a visit, when we were furnished with the following recital. Quote, I was born in the parish of St. Giles's in the Fields in the year 1828. My father was a soldier in the British service. After his discharge, he lived for some time in the neighbourhood of St. Giles's. He was an Irishman from the county of Limerick. My mother belonged to Cork. My eldest sister was married to a plasterer in London. My second sister has been sentenced to 4 years, and another sister to 5 years transportation, both for stealing watches on different occasions. I have another sister who lately came out of prison after 18 months' imprisonment, and is now living an honest life. I was never sent by my parents to school, but have learned to read a little by my own exertions. I have no knowledge of writing and arithmetic. I was sent out to get my living at 10 years of age by selling oranges in the streets in a basket, and was very soon led into bad company. I sometimes played at pitch and toss, which trained me to gamble, and I often lost my money by this means. I often remained out all night, and slept in the dark arches of the Adelphi on straw, along with some other boys. One of them was a pickpocket who learned me to steal. It was not long before I was apprehended, and committed at the Middlesex Assizes, and received 6 months' imprisonment. At this time I learned to swim, and was remarkably expert at it. When the tide was out, I often used to swim across the Thames for sport. I continued to pick pockets occasionally for 2 years, and was at one time remanded for a week on a criminal charge, and afterwards discharged. I used to take ladies' purses by myself, and stole handkerchiefs, snuff boxes, and pocket books from the tails of gentlemen's coats. I left my home on the expiry of my 6 months' imprisonment for stealing a pocket book. My parents would gladly have taken me back, but I would not go. At this time I associated with a number of juvenile thieves. I had a good suit of clothes, which had been purchased before I went to prison, and having a respectable appearance, I took to shoplifting. I worked at this about 7 months, when I was arrested for stealing a coat at a shop in the Borough Road, and was sentenced to 3 months in Brixton Prison. When I got out of prison, I went to St. Giles's, and cohabited with a prostitute. I was then about 17 years of age. She was a fair girl, about 5 feet 3 inches in height, inclined to be stout. A very handsome girl, about 17 years of age. Her people lived in Tottenham Court Road, and were very respectable. She had been led astray before I met her through the bad influence of another girl, and was a common prostitute. She was very kind-hearted. She was not long with me when I engaged with another 2 persons in a housebreaking in the west end of the metropolis. On the basement of the house we intended to plunder was a counting-house, while the upper floors were occupied by the family as a dwelling-house. Our chief object was to get to the counting-house, which could be entered from the back. Our mode of entering was this. At 1 o'clock in the morning, one of the party was set to watch in the street to give us the signal when no one was near. A young man was on the watch, while I and another climbed up by a water-spout to the roof of the counting-house. There was no other way of getting in, but by cutting the lead off the house, and making an opening sufficient for us to pass through. The signal was given to enter the house, but at this time the policeman saw our shadow on the roof, and sprung his rattle. The party who was keeping watch, and my pal on the roof, both got away, but I hurt myself in getting down from the housetop to the street. I was apprehended and lodged in prison, and was tried at Middlesex Assizes, and sentenced to 9 months' imprisonment. So soon as the time was expired, I met with another gang of burglars, more expert than the former. At this time I lived at Shoreditch, in the east end of the metropolis. 4 of us were associated together, averaging from 22 to 23 years of age. We engaged in a burglary in the city. It was hard to do. I was one of those selected to enter the shop. We had to climb over several walls before we reached the premises we intended to plunder. We cut through a panel of the back door. On finding our way into the shop, I opened the door to my companions. We packed up some silks and other goods, and remained there very comfortable till the change of the policeman in the morning, when a cart was drawn up to the door, and the outside man gave us the signal. We drew the bolts and brought out the bags containing the booty, put them into the cart, and closed the door after us. We drove off to our lodgings, and sent for a person to purchase the goods. We got a considerable sum by this burglary, which was divided among us. I was then about 22 years of age. Our money was soon expended in going to theatres and in gambling, and besides, we lived very expensively on the best viands, with wines and other liquors. We perpetrated another burglary in the West End. 3 of us were engaged in it. One was stationed to watch, while I and another pal had to go in. We entered an empty house by skeleton keys and got into the next house. We lifted the trap off and got under the roof, and found an under trap was fastened inside. We knew we could do nothing without the assistance of an umbrella. My comrade went down to our pal on the watch and told him to buy an umbrella from some passer-by, the night being damp and rainy. We purchased one from a man in the vicinity for 2 shillings. My comrade brought it up to me under the roof. Having cut away several laths, I made an opening with my knife in the plaster and inserted the closed umbrella through it, and opened it with a jerk to contain the falling wood and plaster. I broke some of the laths off, and tore away some of the mortar, which fell in the umbrella. We effected an entry into the house from the roof. On going over the apartments, we did not find what we expected. After all our trouble, we only got £35, some trinkets, and 1 piece of plate. Burglars become more expert at their work by experience. Many of them are connected with some of the first mechanics in the metropolis. Wherever a patent lock can be found, they frequently get a key to fit it. In this way, even Chubbs and Brahmas can be opened, as burglars endeavour to get keys of this description of locks. They sometimes give £5 for the impression of a single key, and make one of the same description, which serves for the same size of such locks on other occasions. An experienced burglar thereby has more facilities to open locks, even those which are patented. I was connected with 2 pals in another burglary in a dwelling house at the West End. It was arranged that I should enter the house. I was lifted to the top of a wall about 16 feet high at the back of the premises, and had to come down by the ivy which grew on the garden wall. I had to get across another wall. The ivy was very thick, so that I had to cut part of it away to allow me to get over. I entered the house by the window without difficulty, having removed the catch in the middle with my knife. On a dressing table in one of the bedrooms I found a gold watch, ring and chain, with £3 15s in money, and a brace of double-barrelled pistols, which I secured. In the drawing-room I found some dessert spoons, a punch ladle, and other pieces of silver plate. I looked to them to see they had the proper mark of silver. I found them to be silver, and folded them up carefully and put them into my pocket. On looking into some concealed drawers in a cabinet, I found a will and other papers, which I knew were of no use to me. I put them back in their place, and did not destroy any of them. I also found several articles of jewellery, and a few Irish £1 notes. I put them all carefully in my pocket, and came to the front door. The signal was given that the cab was ready. I went out, drew the door close after me, and went away with the booty. I entered about 11:30 o'clock at night, and came out at 2:30 o'clock. I saw a servant girl sleeping in the back kitchen, and 2 young ladies in a back parlour. I did not go up to the top floors, but heard them snoring. They awoke and spoke 2 or 3 times, which made me be careful. I went along the passage very softly, in case I should have awakened the 2 young ladies in the back parlour, as well as the servant in the kitchen. All was so quiet that the least sound in the world would have disturbed them. I opened the door gently and came out when the signal was given by my comrades. It was a cold, wet morning, which was favourable to us, as no one was about the street to see us, and the policeman was possibly, as on similar occasions, standing in some corner smoking his pipe. I jumped into the cab, along with my two pals, and went to Westminster. The booty amounted to a considerable sum, which was divided among us. We spent the next 3 or 4 weeks very merrily, along with our girls. On this occasion we gave the cabman 2 sovereigns for his trouble, whether the burglary came off or not, and plenty of drink. A short time after, a person came up to me with whom I had associated, and played cards over some liquor in the West End. He was a young man out of employment. He thus accosted me: "Jim, how are you getting on?" I answered, "Pretty well." He asked me if I had any job on hand. I said I had not. I inquired if he had anything for me to do. He said he would give me a turn at the house of an old mistress of his. He told me the dressing case with jewels lay in a back room on a table, but cautioned me to be very careful the butler did not see me, as he was often going up and down stairs. 2 of us resolved to plunder the house. My companion was on the outside to watch, while I had to enter the house. I got in with a skeleton key while they were at supper, and got up the stairs without anyone observing me. On going to the back room, I was disturbed by a young lady coming upstairs. I ran up to the 2nd floor above to hide myself, and found a bed in the apartment. I concealed myself underneath the bed, when the lady and her servant came into the room with a light. They closed the door and pulled the curtains down, when the lady began to undress in presence of the servant. The servant began to wash her face and neck. The lady was a beautiful young creature. While lying under the bed, I distinctly saw the maid put perfume on the lady's underlinen. She then began to dress and decorate herself, and told the servant she was going out to her supper. She said she would not be home till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and did not wish the servant to remain up for her, but to leave the lamp burning. As soon as she and the waiting maid had left the room, I got out of my hiding place, and on looking around saw but a small booty, consisting of a small locket and gold chain, a gold pencil case, and silver thimble. As I was returning downstairs with them in my pocket to get to the 1st floor back, I got possession of a case of jewels, which I thought of great value. I returned to the hall, and came out about 12 o'clock without any signal from my comrade. On taking the jewels to a person who received such plunder, he told us they were of small value, and were not brilliants and emeralds, as we fancied. They were set in pure gold of the best quality, and only brought us £22. To look at them, we fancied they would have been worth a much higher sum, and were sadly disappointed. Soon after, we resolved on another burglary in the West End. One kept watch without, while 2 of us entered the house by a grating underneath the shop window, and descended into the kitchen by a rope. We got a signal to work. The first thing we did was to lift up the kitchen window. When we got in, we pulled the kitchen window down, drew down the blind, and lighted our taper. We looked round and saw nothing worth removing. We went to the staircase to get into the shop. As we were wrenching open a chest of drawers, a big cat, which happened to be in the room, was afraid of us. We got pieces of meat out of the safe and threw them to the cat. The animal was so excited that it jumped up on the mantelpiece and broke a number of ornaments. This disturbed an old gentleman in the 1st floor front. He called out to his servant, "John, there is somebody in the house." We had no means of getting the door open, and had to go out by the window. The old gentleman came down the stairs in his nightgown with a brace of pistols, just as we were going out of the window. He fired, but missed us. I jumped so hastily that I hurt my bowels, and was conveyed by my companions in a cab to Westminster, and lay there for 6 weeks in an enfeebled condition. My money was spent, and as my young woman could not get any, my companions said, "You had better have a meeting of our pals." A friendly meeting was held, and they collected about £8 to assist me. When I recovered, to my great loss, my companion was taken on account of a job he had been attempting in Regent's Park. He was committed to the Old Bailey, tried, and transported for life. He was a good pal of mine, and for a time I supported his wife and children. On another occasion, I and another comrade met a potman at the West End. He asked us for something to drink, as he said he was out of work. We did so, and also gave him something to eat. We entered into conversation with him. He told us about a house he lately served in, and said there could be a couple of hundreds got there, or more, before the brewer's bill was paid. We found out when the brewer's bill was to be paid. We asked the man where this money was kept. He told us that we would find it in the second floor back. We made arrangements as to the night when we would go. 3 of us went out as usual. We found the lady of the house and her daughter serving at the bar. We had to pass the bar to go upstairs. There was a row got up in the tap room with my companions. While the lady ran in to see what was the matter, and the daughter ran out for the policeman, I slipped upstairs and got into the room. The policeman knew one of my companions when he came in, and at once suspected there was some design. He asked if there had been any more besides these 2. The landlady said there was another. I was coming downstairs with the cash box when I heard this conversation. The constable asked leave to search the house. I ran with the cash box up the staircase and looked in the back room to see if there was any place to get away, but there was none. I took the cash box up to the front garret and was trying to break it open, but in the confusion I could not. I fled out of the garret window and got on the roof to hide from the policeman. My footsteps were observed on the carpet and on the gutters as I went out and slipped in the mud on the roof. I intended to throw the cash box to my companions, but they gave me the signal to get away. I had just time to take my boots off when another constable came out of the garret window of the other house. I had no other alternative but to get along the roof where they could not follow me, and besides, I was much nimbler than they. I went to the end of the row of houses and did not go down the garret window near me. Seeing a water spout leading to a stable yard, I slipped down it and climbed up another spout to the roof of the stable. I lay there for 5 hours till the police changed. I managed to get down and went into the stable yard when the stableman cried out, "Hullo, here he is." I saw there was no alternative but to fight for it. I had a jemmy in my pocket. He laid hold of me when I struck him on the face with it, and he fell to the ground. I fled to the door and came out into the main street, returned into Piccadilly, and passed through the park gates. On coming home to Westminster, I found one of my comrades had not come home. We sent to the police station and learned he was there. We sent him some provisions, and he gave us notice in a piece of paper concealed in some bread that I should keep out of the way, as the police were after me, which would aggravate his case. I then went to live at Whitechapel. Meantime, some clever detectives were on my track, from information they received from the girls we used to cohabit with. We heard of this from a quarter some would not suspect. He told us to keep out of the way, and that he would let us know should he get any further information. At last my companion was committed for trial, tried, and sentenced to 7 years' transportation. I did not join in any other burglary for some time after this, as the police were vigilantly looking for me. I kept myself concealed in the house of a cigar maker in Whitechapel. Another pal and I went one evening to a public house in Whitechapel. My pal was a tall, athletic young fellow of about 19 years, handsomely dressed, with gold ring and pin, intelligent and daring. We had gone in to have a glass of rum and water, when we saw a sergeant belonging to a regiment of the line sitting in front of the bar. He asked us if we would have anything to drink. We said we would. He called for 3 glasses of brandy and water, and asked my companion if he would take a cigar. He did so. The sergeant said he was a fine young man, and would make an excellent soldier. On this he pulled out a purse of money, and looked at the time on his gold watch. My comrade looked to me and gave me a signal, at the same time saying to the soldier, "Sergeant, I'll list." He took the shilling offered him, and pretended to give him his name and address. giving a false alias, so that he should not be able to trace him. He called for half a pint of rum and water, and put down the shilling he received from the sergeant. We took him into the bagatelle room, and tried to get him to play with us, as we had a number of counterfeit sovereigns and forged cheques about us. He would not play except for a pint of half and half. On this he left us, and went in the direction of the barracks in Hyde Park. My comrade said to me, "We shall not leave him till we have plundered him." I was then the worse for liquor. We followed him. When he reached the park gates, I whispered to my companion that I would garrotte him if he would assist me. He said he would. On this I sprung at his neck. Being a stronger man than I, he struggled violently. I still kept hold of him until he became senseless. My companion took his watch, his pocket-book, papers, and money, consisting of some pieces of gold and a £5 note. We sold the gold watch and chain for £8. Along with my pal, I went into a skittle ground in the city to have a game at skittles by ourselves, when two skittle sharps who knew us well quarrelled with us about the game. My companion and I made a bet with them, which we lost, chiefly owing to my fault, which irritated him. He said, "Never mind, there is more money in the world, and we will have it ere long, or they shall have us." One of the skittle sharps said to us insultingly, "Go and thieve for more, and we will play you." On this we got angry at them. My pal took up his life-preserver and struck the skittle sharp on the head. A policeman was sent for to apprehend him. I put the life-preserver in the fire, as the door was shut on us, and we could not get away. On the policeman coming in, my pal was to be given in charge by the landlord and landlady of the house. The skittle sharp who had been struck rose up bleeding, and said to the landlord and landlady, "What do you know of the affair? Let us settle the matter between ourselves." The policeman declined to interfere. We took brandy and water with the skittle sharps, and parted in the most friendly terms. One day we happened to see a gentleman draw a pocket-book out of his coat pocket, and relieve a poor crossing sweeper with a piece of silver. He returned it into his pocket. I said to my pal, "Here is a piece of money for us." I followed after him, and came up to him about Regent's Park, put my hand into his coat pocket, seized the pocket-book, and passed it to my comrade. An old woman, who kept an apple stall, had seen me, and when my back was turned, went up and told the gentleman. The latter followed us until he saw a policeman, while I was not aware of it, being eager to know the contents of the pocket-book I had handed to my comrade, he being at the time in distress. We went into a public house to see the contents, and called for a glass of brandy and water. We found there were 3 £10 notes and a £5 note, and 2 sovereigns with some silver. The policeman meantime came in and seized my hand, and at the same time took the pocket-book from me before I had time to prevent him. The gentleman laid hold of my companion, but was struck to the ground by the latter. He then assisted to rescue me from the policeman. By the assistance of the potman and a few men in the tap-room, they overpowered me, but my comrade got away. I was taken to the police court and committed for trial, and was afterwards tried and sentenced to 7 years' transportation. On one occasion, after my return from transportation, I and a companion of mine met a young woman we were well acquainted with, who belonged to our own class of Irish cockneys. She was then a servant in a family next door to a surgeon. She asked us how we were getting on, and treated us to brandy. We asked her if we could rifle her mistress's house, when she said she was very kind to her, and she would not permit us to hurt a hair of her head, or to take away a farthing of her property. She told us there was a surgeon who lived next door, a young man who was out at all hours of the night, and sometimes all night. She informed us there was nobody in the house but an old servant who slept upstairs in a garret. The door opened by a latch key, and when the surgeon was out, the gas was generally kept rather low in the hall. We watched him go out one evening at 11 o'clock, applied a key to the door, and entered the house. The young woman promised to give us the signal when the surgeon came in. We had not been long in when we heard the signal given. I got under the sofa in his surgical room. The gas used to burn there all night while he was out. My companion was behind a chest of drawers which stood at a small distance from the wall. As the surgeon came in, I saw him take his hat off when he sat down on the sofa above me. As he was taking his boots off, he bent down and saw one of my feet under the sofa. He laid hold of it and dragged me from under the sofa. He was a strong man, and kneeled on my back with my face turned to the floor. I gave a signal to my companion behind him, who struck him a violent blow on the back, not to hurt him, but to stun him, which felled him to the floor. I jumped up and ran out of the door with my companion. He ran after us and followed us through the street while I ran in my stockings. Our female friend, the servant, had the presence of mind and courage to run into the house and get my boots. She carried them into the house of her employer, and then looked out and gave the alarm of "Thieves!" We got a booty of £43. One night I went to an Irish penny ball in St. Giles's, and had a dance with a young Irish girl of about 19 years of age. This was the first time she saw me. I was a good dancer, and she was much pleased with me. She was a beautiful and handsome girl, a costermonger, and a good dancer. We went out and had some intoxicating liquor, which she had not been used to. She wished me to make her a present of a white silk handkerchief with the shamrock, rose, and thistle on it, and a harp in the middle, which I could not refuse her. She gave me, in exchange, a green handkerchief from her neck. We corresponded after this for some time. She did not then know that I was a burglar and thief. She asked me my occupation, and I told her I was a pianoforte maker. One night I asked her to come out with me to go to a penny Irish ball. I kept her out late and seduced her. She did not go back to her friends any more, but cohabited with me. One night after this, we went to a public singing room, and I got jealous by her taking notice of another young man. I did not speak to her that night about it. Next morning I told her it was better that she should go home to her friends, as I would not live with her any more. She cried over it, and afterwards went home. Her friends got her a situation in the West End as a servant, but she was pregnant at the time with a child to me. She was not long in service before her young master fell in love with her, and kept her in fashionable style, which he has continued to do ever since. She now lives in elegant apartments in the West End, and her boy, my son, is getting a college education. I do not take any notice of them now. One night, on my return from transportation, I met two old associates. They asked me how I was, and told me they were glad to see me. They inquired how I was getting on. I told them I was not getting along very well. They asked me if I was associated with anyone. I told them I was not, and was willing to go out with them to a bit of work. These men were burglars, and wished me to join them in plundering a shop in the metropolis. I told them I did not mind going along with them. They arranged I should enter the shop along with another pal, and the other was to keep watch. On the night appointed for the work, we met an old watchman, and asked him what o'clock it was. One of our party pretended to be drunk, and said he would treat him to 2 or 3 glasses of rum. Meantime, I and my companion entered the house by getting over a back wall, and entering a window there by starring the glass and pulling the catch back. When we got in, we did not require to break open any lock fast. We packed up apparel of the value of £60. We remained in the shop till 6 o'clock, when the change of officers took place. The door was then unbolted. A cab was drawn up to the shop. I shut the door and went off in one direction on foot, while one pal went off in a cab, and the other to the receiver at Whitechapel. I have been engaged in about 18 burglaries, besides other depredations, some of them in fashionable shops and dwelling houses in the West End. Some of them have been effected by skeleton keys, others by climbing waterspouts, at which I am considered to be extraordinarily nimble, and others by obtaining an entry through the doors or windows. I have been imprisoned 7 times in London and elsewhere, and have been twice transported. Altogether, I have been in prison for about 14 years. My first wife died broken-hearted the second time I was transported. Since I came home this last time, I have lived an honest, industrious life with my second wife and family." End quote. End of section 90. Section 91 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 17. Prostitute Thieves. Part 1. On taking up this subject, although it is treated comprehensively in another part of this work, we found it impossible to draw an exact distinction between prostitution and the prostitute thieves. Even at the risk of a little repetition, we now give a short résumé of the whole subject, dwelling particularly on the part more especially in our province, the prostitute thieves of London. The prostitution of the metropolis, so widely ramified like a deadly upas tree over the length and breadth of its districts, may be divided into 4 classes, determined generally by the personal qualities, bodily and mental, of the prostitute, by the wealth and position of the person who supports her, and by the localities in which she resides and gains her ignoble livelihood. The first class consists of those who are supported by gentlemen in high position in society, wealthy merchants and professional men, gentry and nobility, and are kept as seclusives. The second class consists of the better educated and more genteel girls, who live in open prostitution, some of them connected with respectable middle-class families. The third class is composed of domestic servants and the daughters of labourers, mechanics, and others in the humbler walks of life. The fourth class comprises old, worn-out prostitutes, sunk in poverty and debasement. We may take each class of prostitutes and illustrate it in the order set down, extending our field of observation over the wide districts of the metropolis. Or we may select several leading districts as representatives of the whole and proceed in more minute detail. We adopt the latter plan, as it presents us with a fuller and more graphic view of the subject. The first class consists of young ladies, in many cases well educated and well connected, such as the daughters of professional men, physicians, lawyers, clergymen, and military officers, as well as of respectable farmers, merchants, and other middle-class people, and governesses. Also of many persons possessed of highly personal attractions, bally-girls, milliners, dressmakers, and shop-girls, chambermaids, and table-maids in aristocratic families or at first-class hotels. Many of them are brought from happy homes in the provinces to London by fashionable villains, military or civilian, and basely seduced, and kept to minister to their lust. Others are seduced in the metropolis while residing with their parents, or when pursuing their avocations in shops, dwelling-houses, or hotels. Many a young lady from the provinces has been entrapped by wealthy young men, frequently young military officers, who have met them at ballrooms, where they may have shone in all the beauty of health and innocence, the darlings of their home, the pride of their parents' hearts, and the "cynosure of every eye." Or these fashionable rakes may have got introduced to their families and been shown marked kindness. But in return they entice the poor girls from their parents, dishonour them, and destroy the peace of their homes for ever. Many young ladies possessing fair accomplishments are also entrapped in the metropolis, at the Argyle Rooms, Holborn Assembly Room, and other fashionable resorts. In many cases, pretty young girls, servants in noblemen's families, barmaids, waiting-maids in hotels, and chambermaids, may have attracted the attention of gay gentlemen who had induced them to cohabit with them, or to live in apartments provided for them, where they are kept in grand style. Some are maintained at the rate of £800 a year, keep a set of servants, drive out in their brougham, and occasionally ride in Rotten Row. Others are supported at still greater expense. As a general rule, they do not live in the same house with the gentleman, though sometimes they do. Such women are often kept by wealthy merchants, officers in the army, members of the House of Commons and House of Peers, and others in high life. As a rule, gay ladies keep faithful to the gentlemen who support them. Many of them ride in Rotten Row with a groom behind them, attend the theatres and operas, and go to Brighton, Ramsgate, and Margate, and over to Paris. When the young women they fancy are not well educated, tutors and governesses are provided to train them in accomplishments, to enable them to move with elegance and grace in the drawing room, or to travel on the continent. They are taught French, music, drawing, and the higher accomplishments. Sometimes these girls belong to the lower orders of society, and may have been selected for their beauty and fascination. The daughter of a labouring man, a beautiful girl, is kept by a gentleman in high position at St. John's Wood at the rate of £800 a year. She has now received a lady's education, rides in Rotten Row, has a set of servants, moves in certain fashionable circles, keeps aloof from the gaiety of the Haymarket, and lives as though she were a married woman. Let us take another illustration. A young girl was brought up to London several years ago by a military man. He kept her for 3 weeks, and then left her in a coffee shop in Panton Street as a dressed lodger. She has since been kept at Chelsea by a gentleman in a government situation, and occasionally drives out in her chaise with her groom behind. She frequents the Argyle rooms and the cafes, the Carlton supper rooms and Sally's. She was brought away from the provinces when she was 17, and is now about 25 years of age. These females are kept from ages varying from 16 and upwards, and live chiefly in the suburbs of the metropolis: Brompton, Chelsea, St. John's Wood, Haverstock Hill, and on the Hampstead Road. This class of ladies are often kept by elderly men, military, naval, or otherwise, some of them having wives and families. In such cases, the former sometimes have a younger fancy man. They visit him by private arrangement, and keep it very quiet. Occasionally such things do come to light, and the elderly gentlemen part with them. They dress very expensively in silks, satins, and muslins, in most fashionable style, glittering with costly jewellery, perhaps of the value of £150, like the first ladies in the land. Sometimes they become intemperate, and are abandoned by their paramours, and in the course of a short time pawn their jewels and fine dresses, and betake themselves to prostitution in the Waterloo Road, and ultimately go with the most degraded labouring men for a few coppers. Many of them are very unfortunate, and are discarded by the gentlemen who support them on the slightest caprice, perhaps to give way to some other young woman. To secure his object, he occasionally maltreats her, and attempts to create a misunderstanding between them, and he absents himself from her for a time, meantime taking care to introduce some person stealthily into her company to ensnare her, and find some pretext to abandon her, so that her friends may have no ground for an action at law against him. In some instances, these females, after having run their fashionable career, get married. In others, they may have managed to save some money to provide for the future. But in too many cases, they are heartlessly abandoned by the men who formerly supported them, and glide down step by step into lower degradation, till many of them come to the workhouse or the hospital, or to some secluded garret, or it may be rush into a suicide's grave. Volumes might be written on this tragical theme, where fact would far transcend the heartrending recitals of fiction. Having briefly adverted to the higher order of prostitutes, kept as seclusives by men of wealth, high station, and title, we shall now turn our attention to the open prostitutes who traverse the streets of the metropolis for their livelihood. With this view, we shall not treat first of the lower order of prostitutes, and proceed to the higher, but keeping in mind the principle with which we started, the progressive downward nature of crime, We shall commence at the higher order of prostitutes, and afterwards notice the more debased. At the same time, we shall select several of the more prominent localities as a sample of the whole districts of this vast metropolis. We shall notice the Haymarket, Bishopgate Street, and Waterloo Road, the Parks, Westminster, and Ratcliffe Highway. End of section 91. Section 92 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 18. Prostitute Thieves, Part 2. We shall first advert to the Prostitutes of the Haymarket. A stranger, on his coming to London, after visiting the Crystal Palace, British Museum, St. James's Palace, and Buckingham Palace, and other public buildings, seldom leaves the capital before he makes an evening visit to the Haymarket and Regent Street. Struck as he is with the dense throng of people who crowd along London Bridge, Fleet Street, Cheapside, Holborn, Oxford Street, and the Strand, perhaps no sight makes a more striking impression on his mind than the brilliant gaiety of Regent Street and the Haymarket. It is not only the architectural splendour of the aristocratic streets in that neighbourhood, but the brilliant illumination of the shops, cafes, Turkish divans, assembly halls, and concert rooms, and the troops of elegantly dressed courtesans, rustling in silks and satins, and waving in laces, promenading along these superb streets, among throngs of fashionable people, and persons apparently of every order and pursuit, from the ragged crossing sweeper and tattered shoeblack to the high-bred gentleman of fashion and scion of nobility. Not to speak of the first class of kept women who are supported by men of opulence and rank in the privacy of their own dwellings, the whole of the other classes are to be found in the Haymarket, from the beautiful girl with fresh blooming cheek, newly arrived from the provinces, and the pale, elegant young lady from a milliner's shop in the aristocratic West End, to the old, bloated women who have grown grey in prostitution, and become invalid through venereal disease. We shall first advert to the highest class who walk the Haymarket, which in our general classification we have termed the second class of prostitutes. They consist of the better educated and more genteel girls, some of them connected with respectable middle-class families. We do not say that they are well educated and genteel, but either well educated or genteel. Some of these girls have a fine appearance and are dressed in high style, yet are poorly educated and have sprung from a humble origin. Others who are more plainly dressed have had a lady's education, and some are not so brilliant in their style who have come from a middle-class home. Many of these girls have at one time been milliners or sewing girls in genteel houses in the West End, and have been seduced by shopmen or by gentlemen of the town, and after being ruined in character, or having quarrelled with their relatives, may have taken to a life of prostitution. Others have been waiting maids in hotels, or in service in good families, and have been seduced by servants in the family or by gentlemen in the house, and betaken themselves to a wild life of pleasure. A considerable number have come from the provinces to London, with unprincipled young men of their acquaintance, who after a short time have deserted them, and some of them have been enticed by gay gentlemen of the West End when on their provincial tours. Others have come to the metropolis in search of work and been disappointed. After spending the money they had with them, they have resorted to the career of a common prostitute. Others have come from provincial towns who had not a happy home, with a stepfather or stepmother. Some are young milliners and dressmakers at one time in business in town, but being unfortunate, are now walking the Haymarket. In addition to these, many of them are seclusives, turned away or abandoned by the persons who supported them, who have recourse to a gay life in the West End. There are also a considerable number of French girls, and a few Belgian and German prostitutes who promenade this locality. You see many of them walking along in black silk cloaks or light grey mantles, many with silk paletots and wide skirts, extended by an ample crinoline, looking almost like a pyramid, with the apex terminating at the black or white satin bonnet, trimmed with waving ribbons and gay flowers. Some are to be seen with their cheeks ruddy with rouge, and here and there a few rosy with health, many of them looking cold and heartless, others with an interesting appearance. We observe them walking up and down Regent Street and the Haymarket, often by themselves, one or more in company, sometimes with a gallant they have picked up, calling at the wine vaults or restaurants to get a glass of wine or gin, or sitting down in the brilliant coffee rooms, adorned with large mirrors, to a cup of good bohea or coffee. Many of the more faded prostitutes of this class frequent the pavilion to meet gentlemen and enjoy the vocal and instrumental music over some liquor. Others of higher style proceed to the Alhambra music hall or to the Argyle rooms, rustling in splendid dresses, to spend the time till midnight, when they accompany the gentlemen they may have met there to the expensive supper rooms and night houses which abound in the neighbourhood. In the course of the evening we see many of the girls proceeding with young and middle-aged, and sometimes silver-headed, frail old men, to Oxenden Street, Panton Street, and James Street, near the Haymarket, where they enter houses of accommodation, which they prefer to going with them to their lodgings. Numbers of French girls may be seen in the Haymarket and the neighbourhood of Titchburn Street and Great Windmill Street, many of them in dark silk paletots and white or dark silk bonnets, trimmed with gay ribbons and flowers, or walking up Regent Street in the neighbourhood of All Souls Church, Langham Place, and Portland Place, or coming down Regent Street to Waterloo Place and Pall Mall, and hovering near the palatial mansions or the clubs. Or they might be seen decoying gents to their apartments in Queen Street, off Regent's Quadrant, from which locality they were lately forcibly ejected by the police. Most of these French girls have bullies, or what they term by a softer term, fancy men, who cohabit with them. These base wretches live on the prostitution of these miserable girls, hang as loafers in their houses or about the streets, and many of them, as we might expect, are gamblers and swindlers. Several of them, we blush to say, are political refugees, exiles for fighting at the barricades of Paris for the liberty of their country, while they live here with courtesans in the purlieus of Haymarket, in the most infamous and degrading of all bondage. The generality of the girls of the Haymarket have no bullies, but live in furnished apartments, one or more, in various localities of the metropolis. Many live in Dean Street, Soho, Gerrard Street, Soho, King Street, Soho, and Church Street, Soho, in Tennyson Street, Waterloo Road, at Pimlico and Chelsea, several of the streets leading into Fitzroy Square, and other neighbourhoods, and pay a weekly rent varying from 7s. to a guinea, which has to be regularly paid on the day it is due. In many cases, little forbearance is shown by their heartless landladies. Many of these girls have gentlemen who statedly visit them at their lodgings, some of whom are married men. Most of them are very thoughtless and extravagant, with handfuls of money to-day, and in poverty and miserable straits to-morrow, driven to the necessity of pawning their dresses. Hence there are many changes in their life. At one time they are in splendid dress, and at another time in the humblest attire. Occasionally they are assisted by men who are interested in them, and restored to their former position, when they get their clothes out of the hands of the pawnbroker. Their living is very precarious, and many of them are occasionally exposed to privation, degradation, and misery, as they are very improvident. They are frequently treated to splendid suppers in the Haymarket and its vicinity, where they sit surrounded with splendour, partaking of costly viands amid lascivious smiles. But the scene is changed when you follow them to their own apartments in Soho or Chelsea, where you find them during the day lolling drowsily on their beds, in tawdry dress, and in sad dishabille, with dishevelled hair, seedy-looking countenance, and muddy, dreary eyes, their voices frequently hoarse with bad humour and misery. Large sums of money are spent in luxurious riot in the Haymarket, but it has not been so much frequented by the gentry and nobility for several years past, although considerable numbers are to be seen in the summer and winter seasons. Strange midnight scenes were wont to be seen occasionally in Queen Street, Regent Street, where the French girls reside. Let us take an illustration. Some fast man, young or middle-aged, goes with them to the cafes and music halls, perhaps proceeds to the supper rooms, and after an expensive supper retires with them to their domicile in Queen Street. Meantime their bully keeps out of sight or sneaks behind the bedroom door. In many cases, not contented with the half-guinea or guinea given them, their usual hire for prostitution, they demand more money from their victim. On his declining to give it, they refuse to submit to his pleasures, and will not return him his money. The bully is then called up, and the silly dupe is probably unceremoniously turned out of doors. There are few felonies committed by this class of prostitutes, as such an imputation would be fatal to their mode of livelihood in this district, where they are generally known and can be easily traced. The second class of prostitutes who walk the Haymarket, the third class in our classification, generally come from the lower orders of society. They consist of domestic servants of a plainer order, the daughters of labouring people, and some of a still lower class. Some of these girls are of a very tender age, from 13 years and upwards. You see them wandering along Leicester Square and about the Haymarket, Titchbourne Street, and Regent Street. Many of them are dressed in a light cotton or merino gown and ill-suited crinoline, with light grey or brown cloak or mantle. Some with pork-pie hat and waving feather, white, blue, or red. Others with a slouched straw hat. Some of them walk with a timid look, others with effrontery. Some have a look of artless innocence and ingenuousness, others very pert, callous, and artful. Some have good features and fine figures, others are coarse-looking and dumpy, their features and accent indicating that they are Irish cockneys. They prostitute themselves for a lower price, and haunt those disreputable coffee-houses in the neighbourhood of the Haymarket and Leicester Square, where you may see the blinds drawn down, and the lights burning dimly within, with notices over the door that "beds are to be had within." Many of those young girls, some of them good-looking, cohabit with young pickpockets about Drury Lane, St. Giles's, Gray's Inn Lane, Holborn, and other localities, young lads from 14 to 18, groups of whom may be seen loitering about the Haymarket, and often speaking to them. Numbers of these girls are artful and adroit thieves. They follow persons into the dark by-streets of these localities, and are apt to pick his pockets, or they rifle his person when in the bedroom with him in low coffee-houses and brothels. Some of these girls come even from Pimlico, Waterloo Road, and distant parts of the metropolis, to share in the spoils of fast life in the Haymarket. They occasionally take watches, purses, pins, and handkerchiefs from their silly dupes, who go with them into those disreputable places, and frequently are not easily traced, as many of them are migratory in their character. The third and lowest class of prostitutes in the Haymarket, the fourth in our classification, are worn-out prostitutes and other degraded women, some of them married, yet equally degraded in character. These faded and miserable wretches skulk about the Haymarket, Regent Street, Leicester Square, Coventry Street, Anton Street, and Piccadilly, cadging from the fashionable people in the street and from the prostitutes passing along, and sometimes retire for prostitution into dirty low courts near St. James's Street, Coventry Court, Long's Court, Earl's Court, and Cranbourne Passage, with shop boys, errand lads, petty thieves, and labouring men, for a few paltry coppers. Most of them steal when they can get an opportunity. Occasionally, a base coloured woman of this class may be seen in the Haymarket and its vicinity, cadging from the gay girls and gentlemen in the streets. Many of the poor girls are glad to pay her a sixpence occasionally to get rid of her company, as gentlemen are often scared away from them by the intrusion of this shameless hag, with her thick lips, sable black skin, leering countenance, and obscene disgusting tongue, resembling a lewd spirit of darkness from the nether world. Numbers of the women kept by the wealthy and the titled may occasionally be seen in the Haymarket, which is the only centre in the metropolis where all the various classes of prostitutes meet. They attend the Argyle rooms and the Alhambra, and frequently indulge in the gaieties of the supper rooms, where their broughams are often seen drawn up at the doors. In the more respectable circles they may be regarded with aversion, but they here reign as the prima donnas over the fast life of the West End. Occasionally genteel and beautiful girls in shops and workrooms in the West End, milliners, dressmakers, and shopgirls, may be seen flitting along Regent Street and Pall Mall like bright birds of passage, to meet with some gentleman "on the sly," and to obtain a few quickly earned guineas to add to their scanty salaries. Sometimes a fashionable young widow or beautiful young married woman will find her way in those dark evenings to meet with some rickety, silver-headed old captain loitering about Pall Mall. Such things are not wondered at by those acquainted with high life in London. We now come to take a survey of the general state of prostitution which prevails over the metropolis, having Bishopgate, Shoreditch, and Waterloo Road more particularly in our eye, as a sample of the other districts. These prostitutes in general reside in the dingy lanes and courts of the main streets in these localities, and have small bedrooms, poorly furnished, for which they pay 4s. and upwards a week. They live in disreputable houses, occupied from the basement to the attics by prostitutes, some young, others more elderly, some living alone, others cohabiting with some low wretch of a man, a tail pickpocket, labourer, or low mechanic. The prostitutes of these localities generally belong to the third and fourth class. The better educated and more genteel girls who live by prostitution in most cases go to the Haymarket. Numbers may occasionally be seen in the neighbourhood of the Bank of England, at Islington, near the Angel Tavern, in the City Road, New North Road, Paddington, at the Elephant and Castle, and other localities, though in most cases they only come out occasionally on the sly, and are engaged in shops, factories, warerooms, and workrooms during the day, or secluded in their houses, supported by tradesmen, mechanics, shopmen, clerks, or others, and only live partially by prostitution. We shall refer to the two classes of open prostitutes generally to be seen over the various districts of the metropolis, such as those residing in the disreputable neighbourhoods we have mentioned. Some of the better class have the appearance of girls who serve in coffee-houses, barmaids, and servants, and others of the lower orders. Numbers of them are good-looking and tolerably well-dressed. Some have been ironing girls, and others have sold small wares on the streets, and been engaged in similar employment. Many of these unfortunate girls have redeeming traits in their character. Some are kind-hearted and honest, and not a few are even generous and self-denying. The great mass, however, are unprincipled and base, ever ready to take an advantage when an opportunity occurs. The vast majority of them are thieves, similar to the third class we have sketched in the Haymarket. They not only steal from the persons they meet on the street, under the dark cloud of night in by-streets and courts, but take men to their houses and plunder them. They rifle the pockets of those who go for a short time with them, and steal their gold pins, watches, and money. This is generally done in low houses of accommodation. They frequently decamp with the clothes of their victim, who has taken a bed with them for the night, and leave him in a strange house in a state of nudity. Married men frequently get into this sad predicament, but the matter is in most cases hushed up. When it does get abroad, the party robbed, to screen his profligacy from his wife and relatives, pretends in many cases that he has been drugged. These prostitutes, some of them good-looking and handsome, often accost men in the street, retire with them into some by-lane or by-street, and patter about their pockets, while they encourage him to use indecent freedoms with their persons, and while they inflame his passions, rifle his pockets, and decamp with his money. This is frequently done in cases where the man does not have carnal connection with them. They are generally dressed in a light cotton or merino gown, a light or brown mantle, a straw bonnet trimmed with gaudy ribbons and flowers, and sometimes with a pork pie hat and white or red feather. Some of these girls in those lower localities have better traits in their character than many of the more brilliant dressed girls in the Haymarket, and are sometimes better looking. Not a few of them are very sedate, and will not go with any man whom they do not like. But there are many others more unscrupulous. When they meet a man the worse of liquor, they decoy him into a brothel and get his money from him, when they try to get up a quarrel with him and run off, crying out they are ill-used by the man. They do this frequently where they do not allow the drunken man to have carnal dealings with them, not from a lustful purpose, but to get his money or other property. These girls are 15 years of age and upwards. Some of them, if good-looking, get married or are rescued from the jaws of prostitution. Others linger on for a while with shattered constitutions, wasted by grief, want, anxiety, and irregular life, and glide into premature graves. Others are sheltered in workhouses, while a considerable number become withered or brutal, and degenerate into the lowest class of abandoned women. We come now to treat of the lowest class of prostitutes, those old women of the town who prowl about the thoroughfares and main streets, chiefly in the evenings and at midnight. They are often dressed in a shabby, dirty cotton skirt, faded dark bonnet, and old shoes, some bloated, dissipated, and brutal in appearance, others pale and wasted by want and suffering. Many of them resort to bilking for a livelihood, that is, they inveigle persons to low houses of bad fame, but do not allow them to have criminal dealings with them. Possibly the bodies of some may be covered with dreadful disease, which they take care to conceal. While in these houses they often indulge in the grossest indecencies, too abominable to be mentioned, with old grey-headed men on the very edge of the grave. Many of these women are old convicted thieves of 60 years of age and upwards. Strange to say, old men and boys go with these withered crones, and sometimes fashionable gentlemen on a lark are to be seen walking arm in arm with them, and even to enter their houses. Few of these old women are married, though many of them cohabit with low coarse fellows who wink at their conduct, and live on the proceeds of their obscenities. For example, in Granby Street, Waterloo Road, there were orgies occasionally indulged in by such women with persons having the appearance of gentlemen, too abominable to be mentioned. These belong to the same class of degraded women who walk the Haymarket, and whom we have described as the most abandoned of their sex, who go about cadging and occasionally prostituting themselves to boys and degraded labouring men. They live in the lowest neighbourhoods in the east end of the metropolis, such as Lower Whitecross Street, Wentworth Street, and the low by-streets in Spitalfields, and in the lowest slums and by-streets about the New Cut, Drury Lane, Westminster, and other low localities, with dirty, low fellows, dock labourers, bricklayers' labourers, and labourers at the workyards and wharfs. They are in general too ugly to come out during the day with their unwashed, slatternly dress, and in the evenings are often seen prowling as cadgers about the streets, and even in the dead of night waylaying and plundering drunken men, sometimes sneaking about alone, at other times two in company, and occasionally with a young, simple girl by their side to screen their villainy. They often resort to prostitution in the dark by-streets and courts, with the boys and men who resort to them, which is seldom or never done by the younger girls, except by a few outcast or debased creatures among them, who might justly be comprised in the lowest class. We now have to notice the picking up women, who generally cohabit with pickpockets, burglars, clerks, shopmen, and others. Their object is to get liquor and money from persons as though they were prostitutes, without resorting to prostitution. For example, we see two well-dressed young women in the attire of milliners or dressmakers proceeding along the City Road in the direction of the Angel Tavern, Islington. They see a gentleman pass, and cast a wistful look at him. He returns a glance. They walk on a short distance and look round. The gentleman in many cases turns round likewise. He will then get a nod or bow from one of them. They will walk slowly and look round again. On his going up to them, they will enter into conversation. They ask the gentleman to treat them, if he should not first offer to do so. They will then proceed to a gin palace, where he will give them possibly a glass of wine. He will ask one of them where she lives. She will perhaps reply, "I am afraid to tell you. If you were to come to my house, it might come to the knowledge of my husband, and he would nearly kill me," adding, "I don't mind seeing you again, and we will then get better acquainted." Ultimately, it may be arranged to go to some place which she has chanced to know for the purpose of prostitution, leaving the other young women to wait for her outside. The gentleman will then possibly give a sum of money. She will either say it is not sufficient, and will not allow him to have connection with her, or she may say she cannot allow him for certain reasons, or she may make an excuse that she requires to go downstairs on a pressing errand for a moment, or to speak to the landlady, when she decamps, sometimes robbing him of his watch or purse in addition to the sum he gave her. If he should raise an alarm, the occupier of the house will request him to give her a sum of money for the use of the room, and if there is any objection made to pay it, he receives ill treatment and is turned into the street. On other occasions, a young woman will pretend she is unmarried, and will, in a similar ingenious way, endeavour to get money from parties she meets in the street, and try to escape in a similar way without allowing him to have connection with her. She frequently manages to steal his watch and to rifle his pockets, while he may be off his guard. The object of these women is to get the wages of prostitution and an opportunity of stealing, without incurring the anger of their paramour by prostituting their bodies to other men. It happens occasionally they are outwitted, as their schemes are beginning to be pretty well known. Their pretexts are sometimes evaded, and cases occur where they yield to prostitution rather than give back the money they have received, which classes them among prostitutes and thieves. Some women resort to this as a shift in case of necessity, while others pursue it as a mode of livelihood in different localities of London. These persons are to be found over the chief districts of the metropolis, miserable, poorly dressed females, as well as respectable-looking young women. Some of the poorer sort are to be found about Shoreditch, Whitechapel, Lambeth, and the Borough. Others, of the better sort in appearance, are to be met with in the City Road, New North Road, King's Cross, and Paddington. End of section 92. Section 93 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 19. Prostitute Thieves. Part 3. The Prostitutes of the Haymarket. Continued. Hired prostitutes. There are a number of female prostitutes kept by Jewesses and Englishwomen of low character. These girls are dressed in good style, in silks and light muslin and cotton dresses, with their hair put up in ringlets or in fancy nets. They are mostly from 17 to 22 years of age, some younger and others older, some with false hair and ringlets. The brothels we refer to are chiefly about the West End. There is often a cigar shop attached to them, and the best-looking girls are generally found standing by the doors, or ogling through the windows, to decoy the passers-by into their infamous dens. Some of these girls have been prostitutes from their girlhood, and belong to the lowest class in society, their mothers having been prostitutes before them. Several have been in these houses for a considerable number of years, who have kept their appearance better than other prostitutes, who have had a more changeable and precarious mode of livelihood. Strange to say, some look nearly as young and as fresh as they did 10 years ago. You seldom see the old execrable hags who keep these houses loitering about the doors or standing at the windows. They generally keep out of sight, but are sometimes to be seen peering through the edge of the window blinds, which are generally drawn down, in the first floor above, or you may occasionally see them in the back parlour skulking about. They are often very stout, and look like matrons in the maturity of life. They take gentlemen into their houses during the day as well as during the evening, but mostly in the evening. The girls are then dressed in gaudy finery, with shining head-dresses and jewellery glittering on their breast over their light dresses. Yet there is a low vulgarity in their appearance, which repels and disgusts. They look in many cases so sensual and debased. They use no art to conceal the life they are leading, as some other prostitutes do, who try so far to screen the baseness of their profligacy. They generally keep old female servants they call slavies, to do the drudgery work of the house. These degraded women live in the house with them, wash their clothes, get their meals ready, clean their boots, brush their clothes, run errands for them out of doors, and show gentlemen into the bedrooms. There is often a man in these brothels, a paramour of the old bawd, who is a loafer about the house, and is occasionally employed to act as a bully. These men are in general rough-looking men, dressed in black shabby clothes, and in many cases look more degraded than common thieves. Some are dissipated and pale, others are bloated, their faces covered with pimples and blotches. As we pass along Wych Street, Strand, in the dark evenings, we see several of the brothels we refer to. There the cigar shops are lit up, and the girls are arrayed in their best attire, and beaming their most inviting smiles to entrap the unwary. We may see brilliant lights in the rooms on the flat above, through chinks in the shutters and blinds, where orgies are nightly transacted, too gross and disgusting to mention. Brothels of the same kind are to be found in Exeter Street and Chandos Street, Strand, and other localities of the metropolis. These girls occasionally walk the Strand and Holborn to decoy gentlemen into their dwellings. They generally belong to the third class of prostitutes and the lowest class of society. Some may have come down through dissipation from the second class, and have formerly been in better positions. They do not steal from persons when sober, as they could be so easily detected, and as this would injure the brothel. But they occasionally pilfer from drunken men, where they are able to do it with impunity. Some of them occasionally get as much money as many of the more genteel girls in the Haymarket. They never take clothes from the gentlemen who enter their houses, but occasionally give him rough treatment should he enter their houses without plenty of money in his purse. They chiefly confine their pilfering depredations to drunken men. As they walk in the evenings along the crowded thoroughfares lighted up by the street lamps and the bright illumination of the shop windows, the slavies walk frequently at a short distance behind them, to see that they do not receive gentlemen without the knowledge of the keepers of the brothel, and to watch that they do not run away with the clothes. The slavies are paid something additional for every gentleman the girls go with, which stimulates them to look better after them, and promotes the selfish ends of the execrable old bawd who hires them. Park women. There are three kinds of women who usually resort to the parks. We find numbers of kept women of the highest class, maintained by persons in high life, such as have been governesses, ladies' maids, and the daughters of respectable tradesmen and others, promenading in Hyde Park. They live in fashionable style at Brompton and other localities. In summer they come to the park about 5:30 or 6 in the afternoon. There are not so many in the winter time, when the season is cold and the landscape faded. While gentlemen and ladies are taking their evening's ride, these ladies often walk along Rotten Row as far as Kensington Gardens, and frequently have a little pet dog with a ribbon or string attached to it. These females are dressed in the most fashionable and expensive style, in silk and satin dresses, with expensive shawls, mantles, or paletots, and have light muslin dresses in summer. On such occasions there are great numbers of fashionable gentlemen riding on horseback and walking along the side of the drive. There are a great many seats placed on the grass at Rotten Row in the summer, where these ladies sit and talk with gentlemen. They are generally from 18 to 24 years of age, in the full bloom of life and beauty. The gentlemen consist of blooming youths and old tottering gallants of 60, civilians and military, professional men, gentry and nobility. These ladies sit chatting together with hundreds of people seated around them in this gay promenade. Many assignations are thus made as to when and where to meet. They are sometimes seated close by the Serpentine, under the trees, in the dusk of the summer evenings, and middle-aged gentlemen, sometimes elderly, often come and meet them, and sit and converse beside them under the starlit gloom of the park, with few persons near them. There is another class of females who visit the parks, consisting of servants and the daughters of labouring men and poor mechanics. In general they are poorly educated, but respectably dressed, and belong, according to our classification, to the third class of prostitutes. They generally come out in the evening for the purpose of prostitution. Many of them are fresh-looking, averaging in age from 15 to 25, and are to be found all over the park, chiefly from Stanhope Gate to Victoria Gate, where they sit on the seats with men of respectable appearance, tradesmen and others. These females often use indecent liberties with gentlemen without having connection with them. This is done in the evening, from dusk up to the time of shutting the park, and during this sensual excitement robberies are frequently effected by the women of purses, watches, pins, and other property. Information is sometimes given to the police, but these felonies are often concealed by the persons plundered, as they are ashamed to make it known. Many of these dupes are married men, who would be sadly disgraced were the news to come to the ears of their wives and families. A third class of females who attend the parks are the lowest old prostitutes, dissipated, debased wretches, from 25 to 50 years of age. They generally frequent the Lovers' Walk, from Grosvenor Gate to the statue of Achilles, and are to be seen in other parts of the park near the Marble Arch. They are miserably dressed, many of them having barely rags to cover their wretchedness. They are utterly shameless in their habits. We find them dressed in a dirty cotton gown, nearly black, an old faded ragged shawl, and tattered old boots, with scarcely a sole to them. Some are blotched in appearance, others are pale, shrivelled, and haggard, miserable spectacles. They may sometimes be seen sitting on the settles in the parks from dusk till the time of closing the gates of the park. These women indulge in the same obscene practices as the girls we have already mentioned, with a lower class of people, such as gentlemen's servants, labouring men, and low mechanics, and sometimes have connection with them in the park. On such occasions, these filthy hags are busy rifling the pockets of their victims. Soldiers' women. There is only one class of prostitutes termed soldiers' women, who live in Westminster. They chiefly reside in the courts leading out of Orchard Street, St. Anne Street, Old Pye Street, New Pye Street, Castle Lane, Gardiner's Lane, York Street, and Blue Anchor Yard. They are from 16 to 30 years of age, and several even older. Some have been in the streets for 17 years and upwards. They live in the greatest poverty, covered with rags and filth, and many of them covered with horrid sores and eruptions on their body, arms, and legs, presenting in many cases a revolting appearance. Many of them have not the delicacy of females, and live as pigs in a sty. This is not exaggeration. On the officer of police entering their houses, they often find them in a state of nudity. They have no feeling of shame, and conduct themselves with the greatest indifference. Two of them generally occupy a room. They often take 2 other lodgers into their room and lie on the floor. Their furniture consists of an old deal table, 1 or 2 old rickety chairs, a few broken cups and saucers, a wooden table, a wash-hand basin and chamber utensil, and an old shattered bedstead, with scarcely any bedding. These rooms, generally about 10 feet square, are let under the name of furnished apartments, and there is generally a deputy employed to collect the rents of the house. These girls pay on an average 3s. 6d. or 4s. of weekly rent. Many of them pay 8d. or 10d. for the room per day, as the landladies do not trust them a week's rent. They often come home drunk about 12 or 1 o'clock at midnight. They generally get up in the morning about 8 or 9 o'clock. If they have any coppers, they get in something to eat. Food is seldom seen in their cupboards, as they generally have only enough for the occasion. After they have had their breakfast, a cup of tea or coffee and bread, they chat with each other over the past night's adventures, and pass the time till evening. In the middle of the day they sometimes wash their skirt, the only decent garment many of them have, their underclothing being a tissue of rags, starch and iron it, and get it ready towards the evening, when they wash themselves and sally forth again. In the evening most of them go to some low public house and sit in company with soldiers who drink and carouse with them. The soldiers who sit with them generally belong to the Foot Guards, Scots Fusiliers, Coldstream and Grenadier Guards. The Life Guardsmen do not generally associate with this class. If a stray soldier of the line in other regiments should happen to come on a furlough to this district, some of the prostitutes decoy him to their house and get money from him, professedly for prostitution. They slip out of the room while he is asleep in bed and spend the money they have got with the Foot Guards. Sometimes they bring one of the Foot Guards to bully him out of the room. They treat civilians in a similar manner. Some of them dress and go out and walk with the soldiers during the day, but this is seldom. In general they do not go out till the evening at dusk. In some instances the soldiers remain absent in the evening and manage to avoid the patrols, and stop carousing with these girls till the public houses close at 4 o'clock in the morning, when they go with these prostitutes to their dens, and often remain the whole of next day, sometimes remaining for a fortnight with them. Some of these females are young, strong, healthy girls. When they have been for some years in this mode of life, they become dissipated in appearance, and their constitution is often broken up by their irregular wild life. The younger girls keep themselves more reserved for a time, but the bad example of the others very soon induces them to abandon themselves to all kinds of dissipation. If a young woman is so unfortunate as to come among them and to keep herself reserved, the others bully her out of it, unless she go to the same excess of dissipation as themselves. Their mode of stealing is to get people to their houses, where they plunder them. A sober man seldom thinks of going to their infamous abodes. In most cases the persons who go are the worse for liquor. On their way home they go into a public house with the girls, after which they accompany them to their room, where they get some more liquor. The companions of a girl may see her coming home with a man, and may suppose him, from his appearance, to have money. They come into the house and get a portion of the drink. In some instances the drunken person gives the woman money to go out for drink, when she decamps, and gets some of the prostitutes in the adjoining room to bully him out of the place. In other instances the girls wait their time till he goes to sleep, when they plunder him. There are seldom fastenings on their doors, which are never locked. There is an understanding between parties in the same house, and some persons in the adjoining rooms enter while the man is in bed, and carry away his clothes and money. He cannot accuse the girl in the room, as she is lying in bed beside him. In some cases the girl disappears during the night, and leaves the man naked in the room. She may remove to some other neighbourhood, if the booty is of value, and live in some other part of Westminster. The dupe is seldom or never able to identify her, as he may have been much the worse for liquor while in her company. These prostitutes chiefly look out for drunken men whom they decoy to their houses, and afterwards plunder. They prowl along Parliament Street and Whitehall Place, and other streets in the vicinity. A great number of them go as far as Knightsbridge, where there are concert rooms. They loiter about these localities till these places close, and are to be seen about the doors of those public houses where persons resort after leaving the concert rooms. When they pick up a drunken man, they bring him home in the manner already described. Many of these girls come from different parts of the country, and have formerly been servants in town. A good number have been orphans left without friends, and have been basely seduced. The relatives of some have taken them home into the provinces, but they have come back again to London. The police constables often find as many as 4 girls in one small room at night, 2 lying on a miserable bed, and 2 lying on the hard floor, with scarcely any covering but their petticoat thrown over them. 2 soldiers are frequently found lying in the room with them, or one is seen lying between 2 girls. It is surprising that any soldiers, however poor, who have an ordinary regard to decency, should lie down among such heaps of filthy rags. Far less should we expect such base and unmanly conduct from the Queen's foot guards, when we look to the fine appearance and manly bearing of many of them on parade. It kindles our indignation when we learn that not a few of those poor degraded females were formerly in the service of respectable families, and were there seduced and driven to open prostitution by some of these unprincipled soldiers, who still add to their villainy the despicable crime of basely plundering the poor girls they have ruined of the wretched earnings of their dishonour and crime. To the honour of the regiments of foot guards, we are happy to say there are many noble and excellent men in their ranks, who reflect high credit on our army by their exemplary character, and who are as benevolent in heart as they are brave on the battlefield. Some of these go to the other side of the street to avoid meeting with their fellow soldiers when associated with degraded women. The others we refer to are heartless ruffians in their conduct, and a disgrace to the British service. Sailors' women. There are 2 classes of prostitutes termed sailors' women, to be found in Ratcliffe Highway, near the London Docks, at the east end of the metropolis. These belong to the 3rd and 4th classes in our classification of the prostitutes of London. The better of the 2 classes are generally composed of younger and more respectable-looking girls, most of them residing in the neighbourhood, others coming from a distance. The generality of them reside in the Highway and in Palmer's Folly, Albert Square, Albert Street, 7-Star Alley, and other adjacent streets and alleys. A few strange girls come occasionally from the Surrey side, such as Kent Street and other localities in the borough, and remain for a few days only, as they may have committed some depredation in their own district and wish to be away for a short time from the surveillance of the police. In like manner, some of the girls residing in the neighbourhood of Ratcliffe Highway, when they have plundered a sailor, leave the locality for a short time, till the ship to which he belonged has set sail, when they return again. There are a number of very good-looking girls of this class, most of them Irish cockneys. There are also a few German and Dutch prostitutes who frequent the Highway, who live in Albert Street. These foreign girls do not have bullies or fancy men. Some of them are good-looking, and some are not. They generally frequent the German and Dutch music and dancing saloons in Ratcliffe Highway. Both of them attend the public house with the Swedish flag. This class of girls frequents the various saloons in the Highway. They do not generally steal money or watches when they are well paid, and but few steal the sailors' clothes. They dress tolerably well in silk and merino gowns with crinolines, and bonnets gaily attired with flowers and ribbons. Many of them have velvet stripes across the breast and back of their gowns, and large brooches with the portrait of a sailor encased in them. They generally lay their hair back in front in the French style. Some of them have fancy men and others have not. Their fancy men in many cases are watermen, but being lazy in inclination, they hang about as loafers and live on the prostitution and crime of the girls they cohabit with. These females take their dupes to their own houses or into low coffee houses and brothels, or other houses of accommodation. Some of them allow the sailors to have connection with them. Others who cohabit with watermen and others pretend to be prostitutes and allow men to take indecent liberties with them, but seldom or never allow them to proceed farther. There is another class of prostitutes to be found in Ratcliffe Highway, more dissipated and abandoned than those we have noticed. They reside in or near Bluegate Fields, Angel Gardens, and other streets and lanes in that neighbourhood. Many of them have a robust, coarse, masculine frame, some of them with great protruding breasts. A few of the same class come from a distance, followed by a low, brutal man. The latter are termed cross girls. They pick up a sailor, take him into some dark by-street, as if for the purpose of prostitution, get all the money they can from him, and seldom allow carnal connection. If possible, so soon as they have effected their purpose, they run away. This is termed bilking. The rough-looking prostitutes of this class seldom attend the music saloons, as they would be far outshone in personal appearance by the younger girls of the other class referred to. We see them late in the evening skulking about the dark lanes, or patrolling the streets, on the watch for drunken sailors, whom they take into low coffee-houses and beer-shops, and sometimes drug by putting snuff or other ingredients, sometimes laudanum, in his liquor. They look out for north country sea captains and sailors just come ashore, and sometimes visit their ships lying in the river at King James's Stairs, Wapping, Ratcliffe Cross, Horseferry, Regent's Canal Dock, Stone Stairs, or New Crane Stairs, Shadwell. Some of these brutal women have bullies, convicted thieves, who are sometimes dressed as sailors. Some of them are river pirates, and from their childhood have led a criminal life. The average age of these prostitutes is from 20 to 34. Many are slovenly dressed and very dissipated, and callous in appearance. Some of them are women of colour, whom we have seen brought to the police station at King David's Lane, charged with plundering coloured sailors of their money and clothes. Number of felonies in the metropolitan districts by prostitutes during 1860, 692. Ditto in the city, 102. Total 794. Value of property thereby abstracted in the metropolitan districts, £2,651. Ditto in the city, £323. Total £2,974. End of section 93. Section 94 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney, Part 20. Felonies on the River Thames, Part 1. There are a great number of robberies of various descriptions committed on the Thames by different parties. These depredations differ in value from the little ragged Mudlark stealing a piece of rope or a few handfuls of coals from a barge, to the lighterman carrying off bales of silk, several £100s in value. When we look to the long lines of shipping along each side of the river, and the crowds of barges and steamers that daily ply along its bosom, and the dense shipping in its docks, laden with untold wealth, we are surprised at the comparatively small aggregate amount of these felonies. The Mudlarks. They generally consist of boys and girls, varying in age from 8 to 14 or 15, with some persons of more advanced years. For the most part, they are ragged and in a very filthy state, and are a peculiar class, confined to the river. The parents of many of them are coal whippers, Irish cockneys, employed getting coals out of the ships, and their mothers frequently sell fruit in the street. Their practice is to get between the barges, and one of them lifting the other up will knock lumps of coal into the mud, which they pick up afterwards. Or if a barge is laden with iron, one will get into it and throw iron out to the other, and watch an opportunity to carry away the plunder in bags to the nearest marine store shop. They sell the coals among the lowest class of people for a few halfpence. The police make numerous detections of these offences. Some of the mudlarks receive a short term of imprisonment, from 3 weeks to a month, and others 2 months, with 3 years in a reformatory. Some of them are old women of the lowest grade, from 50 to 60, who occasionally wade in the mud up to the knees. One of them may be seen beside the Thames Police Office, Wapping, picking up coals in the bed of the river, who appears to be about 65 years of age. She is a robust woman, dressed in an old cotton gown, with an old straw bonnet tied round with a handkerchief, and wanders about without shoes and stockings. This person has never been in custody. She may often be seen walking through the streets in the neighbourhood with a bag of coals on her head. In the neighbourhood of Blackfriars Bridge, clusters of mudlarks of various ages may be seen, from 10 to 50 years, young girls and old women, as well as boys. They are mostly at work along the coal wharfs where the barges are lying around, such as at Shadwell and Wapping, along Bankside, Borough, above Waterloo Bridge, and from the Temple down to St Paul's Wharf. Some of them pay visits to the city gasworks and steal coke and coal from their barges, where the police have made many detections. As soon as the tide is out, they make their appearance and remain till it comes in. Many of them commence their career with stealing rope or coals from the barges, then proceed to take copper from the vessels, and afterwards go down into the cabins and commit piracy. These mudlarks are generally strong and healthy, though their clothes are in rags. Their fathers are robust men. By going too often to the public house, they keep their families in destitution, and the mothers of the poor children are glad to get a few pence in whatever way they can. Sweeping boys. This class of boys sail about the river in very old boats, and go on board empty craft with the pretext of sweeping them. They enter barges of all descriptions, laden with coffee, sugar, rice, and other goods, and steal anything they can lay their hands on, often abstracting headfasts, ropes, chains, and so on. In some instances, they cut the bags and steal the contents, and dispose of the booty to marine store dealers. They are generally very ragged and wretched in appearance, and if pursued, take to the water like a rat, splashing through the mud, and may be seen doing so when chased by the police. In general, they are expert swimmers. Their ages range from 12 to 16. They are dressed similar to the other ragged boys over the metropolis. The fathers of most of them are coal whippers, but many of them are orphans. They are strong, healthy boys, and some of them sleep in empty barges, others in low lodging houses at threepence a night. Some live in empty houses, and many of them have not had a shirt on for 6 months, and their rags are covered with vermin. In the summer, many sleep in open barges, and often in the winter, when they cover themselves with old mats, sacks, or tarpaulins. Their bodies are inured to this inclement life. They never go to church, and few of them have been to school. 2 little boys of this class, the one 9 and the other 11 years of age, lived for 6 months on board an old useless barge at Bermondsey, and for other 5 months in an old uninhabited house, and had not a clean shirt on during all that time. At night they covered themselves with old mats and sacks, their clothes being in a wretched state. Seeing them in this neglected condition, an inspector of police took them into custody and brought them before a magistrate, with the view to get them provided for. The magistrate sent them to the workhouse for shelter. These boys are of the same class with the mudlarks before referred to, but are generally a few years older. Sellers of small wares. Felonies are occasionally committed by boys who go on board vessels with baskets containing combs, knives, laces, and so on, giving them in exchange for pieces of rope, sometimes getting fat and bones from the cooks. In many instances, the owners are robbed by the crew giving away ropes belonging to the ship for such wares. These parties occasionally pilfer any small article they see lying about the ship, sometimes carrying off watches when they have an opportunity. They generally try to get on board foreign vessels about to sail, so that when robberies are committed, the parties do not remain to prosecute them, and the thieves are consequently discharged. They are generally from 14 to 18 years of age, and many of them reside with their parents in Rosemary Lane and other low neighbourhoods about the East End. This is a peculiar class of boys who confine their attention to the ships, barges, and coasting vessels, and do not commit felonies in other parts of the metropolis. Labourers on board ship, and so on. These men are employed to discharge cargoes on board steam vessels arriving from the coast, and also foreign vessels. They are frequently detected pilfering by the police, and secreting about their clothes small quantities of tallow, coffee, sugar, meat, and other portable goods. These parties abstract articles from the hold, but do not go down into the cabins. They have ample opportunity of breaking open some of the boxes and packages, and of extracting part of the contents. As they have no facility to get large quantities on shore, they confine themselves to petty pilfering. Most of their booty is kept for their own consumption, unless they succeed in carrying off a large quantity, which rarely occurs. In these cases, they dispose of it at a chandler's shop. Dredgemen or fishermen. These are men who are in the habit of coming out early in the morning, as the tide may suit, for the purpose of dredging from the bed of the river coals which are occasionally spilled in weighing when being transferred into the barges. If these parties are not successful in getting coals there, they invariably go alongside of a leaded barge and carry off coals and throw a quantity of mud over them to make it appear as if they had got them from the bed of the river. The police have made numerous detections. Some have been imprisoned, and others have been transported. The same class of men go alongside of vessels and steal the copper funnels and ropes, and go to the nearest landing place to sell them to marine store dealers, who are always in readiness to receive anything brought to them. The doors are readily opened to them, early and late. To deceive the police, these unprincipled dealers have carts calling every morning at their shops to take away the metals and other goods they may have bought during the previous day and night. Smuggling. Numerous articles of contraband goods are smuggled by seamen on their arrival from foreign ports, such as tobacco, liquors, shawls, handkerchiefs, and so on. Several years ago, an officer in the Thames police was on duty at 5 in the morning. While rowing by the Tower, he saw in the dusk 2 chimney sweeps in a boat leaving a steam vessel, having with them 2 bags of soot. He boarded the boat along with 2 officers and asked them if they had anything in their possession liable to custom house duty. They answered they had not. Upon searching the bags of soot, he found several packages of foreign manufactured tobacco weighing 48 pounds. The parties were arrested and taken to the police station and were fined £100 each, or 6 months' imprisonment. Not being able to pay, they were imprisoned. These 2 sweeps had no doubt carried on this illegal traffic for some time, being employed on the arrival of the boats to clean the funnels and the flues of the boilers. Some time ago, a sailor came ashore late at night at the Shadwell dock, who had just arrived from America. According to the usual custom, he was searched, when several pounds of tobacco were found concealed about his person. He was tried at the police court and sentenced to pay a small fine. In July 1858, about midnight, a police constable was passing East Lane, Bermondsey, when he saw a bag at the top of a street, containing something rather bulky, which aroused his suspicions. On proceeding further, he saw a man carrying another bag up the street from a boat in the river. He got the assistance of another constable and apprehended the man carrying the bag, and also the waterman that conveyed it ashore. The two bags were found to contain £229 of Cavendish tobacco. Both persons were detained in the Thames police station and taken before a magistrate at Southwark Police Court. Prosecution was ordered by the Board of Customs, and both were fined £100 each, and, in default, sentenced to 6 months' imprisonment. Being unable to pay the fine, they suffered imprisonment. In February 1860, information was given to an inspector of the Thames Police of a smuggling traffic which was being carried on in the Shadwell Basin, London docks, from an American vessel named the Amazon. The steward was in the practice of carrying the tobacco about a certain hour in the morning from the vessel through a private gate at the Shadwell Basin. Vigilant watch was kept over this gate by the inspector with the assistance of a constable. About 8 o'clock in the morning, he saw a man coming up who answered the description given him. He followed him into a tobacconist's shop in King David Lane, Shadwell. The officer, on going in, saw a carpet bag handed over the counter. He seized it and brought the man with him to the police station. A communication was then made to the Board of Customs, who sent an officer to the Thames police station. On making search on board the ship, they found about 200 weight of tobacco. The man was tried and sentenced to pay a fine of £100 or suffer 6 months' imprisonment. Felonies by lightermen. Numerous depredations are perpetrated by lightermen employed to navigate barges by the owners of various steam vessels in the river or in the docks, and are entrusted with valuable cargoes, the value varying from £20 to £20,000. They have been assisted in these robberies by persons little suspected by the public, but well known to the police. They have got cargoes from vessels in the wharfs or docks to convey for transshipment and delivery along different parts of the river, and manage on their way to abstract part of the cargo they are in charge of. Sometimes these robberies are effected on the way, sometimes when they are waiting outside the dock for the tide to go in. When they have not such articles on board their own barges, they remove cargoes from other craft, while the crew may be on shore at supper or otherwise. Sometimes they carry away articles about their person, such as tobacco, brandy, wine, opium, tea, and so on. They occasionally steal an empty barge and go alongside of another barge as if they were legally employed to put the cargo into another craft, and turn the barge into some convenient place where they may have a cart or van in readiness to remove the property. Sometimes they have a cab for this purpose. 2 days often elapse before the police get information of these robberies. In one instance, a barge was taken up Bow Creek with about 20 bundles of whalebone and 20 bags of saltpetre, which were conveyed away in a van to the city. The police traced the booty to a marine store dealer. The value of the property was £400. 2 well-known thieves were tried for the robbery, but were acquitted. In April 1858, Thomas Turnbull and Charles Turnbull, brothers, both lightermen and notorious river thieves, were charged with a robbery from 2 barges at Wapping. 2 lightermen were in charge of 2 barges laden, the one with lac dye and the other with cases of wire, near to the entrance of the London docks. These men having gone on shore for refreshment, the 2 thieves rowed an empty barge alongside the 2 barges, and took 1 chest of lac dye from one of them, and a case of wire card from the other, in value about £25. They took the barge with the stolen property over to Rotherhithe, and landed at the Elephant Stairs, where it was conveyed away in a cart. The property was never recovered, but the police, after making great exertions, got sufficient evidence to convict the parties, who were sentenced to 18 months each at the Central Criminal Court. These unprincipled lightermen could get a good livelihood by honest labour, varying from 30 shillings to £2 a week. but they are dissipated and idle in their habits, and resort to thieving. They often spend their time in dancing and concert rooms, and are to be seen at the Mahogany Bar at Close Square and Paddy's Goose, Ratcliffe Highway. They generally cohabit with prostitutes. They are a different class of men from the tier rangers or river pirates, who also live with prostitutes. The lightermen's women are generally smart and well dressed, and do not belong to the lowest order as those of the tier rangers do. The ages of this class of thieves generally range from 20 to 30 years. The river pirates. This class of robberies is committed among the shipping on both sides of the river, from London Bridge to Greenhithe, but is most prevalent from London Bridge to the entrance of the West India Dock. The depredations are committed in the docks as well as on the river, but not so much in the former, as they are better protected. Robberies in the docks are generally done in the daytime. In the river, the chief object the thieves have in view is to enter the vessel at midnight, as they know that when vessels arrive, the seamen are often fatigued and worn out, and they get a favourable opportunity of getting on board and stealing. They steal from all classes of vessels, but chiefly from brigs and barges. They take any boat from the shore and go on board the vessels as if they were seamen, being dressed as watermen and seamen. When they get on board, they go to the cabin or forecastle. Their chief object is to secure wearing apparel and money. Watches are often to be found hanging up in the cabin, and clothes are also to be found there. In the forecastle, the clothes are generally contained in a bag hanging up by the side or bow of the ship. After they have effected their purpose, they row ashore and turn the boat adrift. There is another mode of stealing they adopt. They get on board the ships as if they belonged to some of them, and represent they belong to a certain ship in a line of vessels commonly called a tier. They proceed to the forecastle, where, if they find no one moving about, they go down and plunder. If they are seen by any of the crew, they pretend they belong to some other ship, and ask if this ship is named so-and-so. They then say they cannot get on board their own ship, and wish the crew to allow them to remain for the night. In many instances, the stolen property is found on their person, such as coats, vests, trousers, boots, and so on, and their own clothes are left behind. They are generally from 18 to 30 years of age, and are powerful, athletic men. These robberies are generally on the decrease, owing to the vigilance of the police. Several years ago, there was a cry of police between 12 and 2 o'clock midnight on board a vessel lying in Union Tier, Wapping. The crew of a police galley proceeded to the spot and ascertained that 2 thieves had been on board a vessel there, and had concealed themselves somewhere in it or in the barges alongside. After searching some time, they discovered a notorious river thief in one of the barges. He was a stout-made man, about 5 feet 9 inches in height, and 22 years of age. A desperate struggle ensued between him and the police. He struck the inspector with a heavy iron bar on the back, a very severe blow, which rendered him henceforth unfit for active duty. The pirate resisted with great desperation, and defied the police for some time. At last they drew their cutlasses, and succeeded in taking him. He was brought to the police station, convicted, and sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment. He was afterwards indicted for the assault on the inspector, and sentenced to 15 months' hard labour. Since that time he has been transported twice for similar offences. A few years since, several river pirates were suspected of being on board a vessel at Bermondsey, where they had stolen a silver watch from the cabin. One of the gang was detected by the crew of the vessel and detained. The crew shouted out for the police, when 3 of their pals drew up to the side of the vessel in a small boat, representing themselves to be policemen, with numbers chalked on their coats. The captain of the vessel gave the men into their custody, and handed over the watch to one of them. Next morning the captain went to the police station to see if the party was there. It was then the police heard of the robbery. When it was found, the supposed officers and the thief were a party of river pirates, who had infested the river for a long time. As the ship was just setting sail, the case was dropped. Some time ago, 3 constables went on duty at midnight in consequence of a number of midnight robberies having been committed all over the river, especially at Deptford, from the ships lying there. They went out in a private boat in plain clothes. On getting to Deptford, they proceeded up the creek. After remaining there in the dusk about an hour, they heard a loud knocking and suspected that someone was taking the copper from the bottom of the vessel lying there. The constables drew up to the vessel with their boat and found 2 men with a quantity of copper in a boat, with chisels and a chopper they had been using. They arrested them and were coming out of the creek with the 2 boats when they discovered 2 other notorious river thieves climbing down the chains of a vessel lying alongside the wharf. They had been down in the forecastle, and having disturbed the crew, were making their escape when the officers saw them. The officers thereupon made for the vessel and succeeded in apprehending them, and took them into their boat after a desperate resistance. The first 2 were convicted and sentenced, one to 3 months and the other to 6 months imprisonment, and the latter were sentenced to 3 months each in Maidstone Gaol. The Commissioners of Police rewarded the constables with a gratuity for their vigilance and gallant conduct. Many of these tier rangers or river pirates have a ruffianly appearance, and generally live with prostitutes, on both sides of the river, at St. George's, Bluegate Fields, the Borough, and Bermondsey. They confine themselves to robberies on the river, and are frequently transported by the time they are 30 years of age. Occasionally, a returned convict comes back for a time, when he generally resumes his former villainies and is again sent abroad. These tier rangers, in most cases, have sprung from the ranks of the Mudlarks, and step by step have advanced further in crime, until they have become callous, brutal ruffians, living as brigands on the sides of the river. Number of felonies, and so on the River Thames in the metropolitan districts for 1860, 203. Value of property abstracted thereby, £712. End of section 94. Section 95 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 21. Felonies on the River Thames. Part 2. Narrative of a Mudlark. The following narrative was given us by a mudlark we found on a float on the River Thames at Millwall, to the eastward of Ratcliffe Highway. He was then engaged, while the tide was in, gathering chips of wood in an old basket. We went to the riverside along with his younger brother, a boy of about 11 years of age, we saw loitering in the vicinity. On our calling to him, he got the use of a boat lying near, and came towards us with alacrity. He was an Irish lad of about 13 years of age, strong and healthy in appearance, with Irish features and accent. He was dressed in a brown fustian coat and vest, dirty, greasy canvas trousers, roughly patched, striped shirt with the collar folded down, and a cap with a peak. Quote, I was born in the county of Kerry, in Ireland, in the year 1847, and am now about 13 years of age. My father was a ploughman, and then lived on a farm in the service of a farmer, but now works at loading ships in the London docks. I have 3 brothers and 1 sister. 2 of my brothers are older than I. One of them is about 16, and the other about 18 years of age. My eldest brother is a seaman on board a screw ship, now on a voyage to Hamburg, and the other is a seaman now on his way to Naples. My youngest brother you saw beside me at the riverside. My sister is only 5 years of age, and was born in London. The rest of the family were all born in Ireland. Our family came to London about 7 years ago, since which time my father has worked at the London docks. He is a strong-bodied man of about 34 years of age. I was sent to school, along with my elder brothers, for about 3 years. and learned reading, writing, and arithmetic. I was able to read tolerably well, but was not so proficient in writing and arithmetic. One of my brothers has been about 3 years, and the other about 5 years, at sea. About 2 years ago I left school and commenced to work as a mudlark on the river, in the neighbourhood of Millwall, picking up pieces of coal and iron and copper and bits of canvas on the bed of the river, or of wood floating on the surface. I commenced this work with a little boy of the name of Fitzgerald. When the bargemen heave coals to be carried from their barge to the shore, pieces drop into the water among the mud, which we afterwards pick up. Sometimes we wade in the mud to the ankle, at other times to the knee. Sometimes pieces of coal do not sink, but remain on the surface of the mud. At other times we seek for them with our hands and feet. Sometimes we get as many coals about one barge as sell for sixpence. On other occasions we work for days, and only get perhaps as much as sells for sixpence. The most I ever gathered in one day, or saw any of my companions gather, was about a shilling's worth. We generally have a bag or a basket to put the articles we gather into. I have sometimes got so much at one time that it filled my basket twice, before the tide went back. I sell the coals to the poor people in the neighbourhood, such as in Mary Street and Charles Street, and return again and fill my bag or basket and take them home or sell them to the neighbours. I generally manage to get as many a day as sell for eightpence. In addition to this, I often gather a basket of wood on the banks of the river, consisting of small pieces chipped off planks to build the ships or barges, which are carried down with the current and driven ashore. Sometimes I gather 4 or 5 baskets of these in a day. When I get a small quantity, they are always taken home to my mother. When successful in finding several basketfuls, I generally sell part of them and take the rest home. These chips, or stray pieces of wood, are often lying on the shore or among the mud, or about the floating logs, and at other times I seize pieces of wood floating down the river a small distance off. I take a boat lying near and row out to the spot and pick them up. In this way I sometimes get pretty large beams of timber. On an average I get 4pence or 6pence a day by finding and selling pieces of wood, some days only making 2pence, and at other times 3pence. We sell the wood to the same persons who buy the coals. We often find among the mud, in the bed of the river, pieces of iron, such as rivets out of ships, and what is termed washers, and other articles cast away or dropped in the iron yards in building ships and barges. We get these in the neighbourhood of Limehouse, where they build boats and vessels. I generally get some pieces of iron every day, which sells at a farthing a pound, and often make a penny or 2pence a day, sometimes 3pence, at other times only a farthing. We sell these to the different marine store dealers in the locality. We occasionally get copper outside Young's Dock. Sometimes it is new, and at other times it is old. It is cut from the side of the ship when it is being repaired, and falls down into the mud. When the pieces are large, they are generally picked up by the workmen. When small, they do not put themselves to the trouble of picking them up. The mudlarks wade into the bed of the river and gather up these and sell them to the marine store dealer. The old copper sells at a penny halfpenny a pound, the new copper at a higher price. I only get copper occasionally, though I go every day to seek for it. Pieces of rope are occasionally dropped or thrown overboard from the ships or barges, and are found embedded in the mud. We do not find much of this, but sometimes get small pieces. Rope is sold to the marine store dealers at a halfpenny a pound. We also get pieces of canvas, which sells at a halfpenny a pound. I have on some occasions got as much as 3 pounds. We also pick up pieces of fat along the riverside. Sometimes we get 4 or 5 pounds, and sell it at 3 farthings a pound at the marine stores. These are thrown overboard by the cooks in the ships, and after floating on the river are driven on shore. I generally rise in the morning at 6 o'clock and go down to the riverside with my youngest brother you saw beside me at the barges. When the tide is out, we pick up pieces of coal, iron, copper, rope, and canvas. When the tide is in, we pick up chips of wood. We go upon logs, such as those you saw me upon with my basket, and gather them there. In the winter time we do not work so many hours as in the summer, yet in winter we generally are more successful than in the long days of summer. A good number of boys wade in summer who do not come in winter, on account of the cold. There are generally 13 or 14 mudlarks about Limehouse in the summer, and about 6 boys steadily there in the winter, who are strong and hardy, and well able to endure the cold. The old men do not make so much as the boys, because they are not so active. They often do not make more than 6pence a day, while we make 1 shilling or 1 shilling and 6pence. Some of the mudlarks are orphan boys and have no home. In the summer time they often sleep in the barges, or in sheds or stables or cow-houses, with their clothes on. Some of them have not a shirt. Others have a tattered shirt which is never washed, as they have no father nor mother nor friend to care for them. Some of these orphan lads have good warm clothing. Others are ragged and dirty, and covered with vermin. The mudlarks generally have a pound of bread to breakfast, and a pint of beer when they can afford it. They do not go to coffee shops, not being allowed to go in, as they are apt to steal the men's grub. They often have no dinner, but when they are able they have a pound of bread and a pennyworth of cheese. I never saw any of them take supper. The boys who are out all night lie down to sleep when it is dark, and rise as early as daylight. Sometimes they buy an article of dress, a jacket, cap, or pair of trousers, from a dolly or rag shop. They get a pair of trousers for 3pence or 4pence, an old jacket for 2pence, and an old cap for a halfpenny or a penny. When they have money, they take a bed in a low lodging-house for 2pence or 3pence a night. We are often chased by the Thames police and the watermen, as the mudlarks are generally known to be thieves. I take what I can get, as well as the rest, when I get an opportunity. We often go on board of coal barges and knock or throw pieces of coal over into the mud, and afterwards come and take them away. We also carry off pieces of rope or iron, or anything we can lay our hands on and easily carry off. We often take a boat and row on board of empty barges and steal small articles, such as pieces of canvas or iron, and go down into the cabins of the barges for this purpose, and are frequently driven off by the police and bargemen. The Thames police often come upon us and carry off our bags and baskets with the contents. The mudlarks are generally good swimmers. When a bargeman gets hold of them in his barge on the river, he often throws them into the river, when they swim ashore, and then take off their wet clothes and dry them. They are often seized by the police in boats in the middle of the river, and thrown overboard when they swim to the shore. I have been chased twice by a police galley. On one occasion I was swimming a considerable way out into the river, when I saw 2 or 3 barges near me, and no one in them. I leaped on board of one, and went down into the cabin, when some of the Thames police in a galley rowed up to me. I ran down naked beneath the deck of the barge, and closed the hatches, and fastened the staple with a piece of iron lying near, so that they could not get in to take me. They tried to open the hatch, but could not do it. After remaining for half an hour, I heard the boat move off. On leaving the barge, they rowed ashore to get my clothes, but a person on the shore took them away so that they could not find them. After I saw them proceed a considerable distance up the river, I swam ashore and got my clothes again. One day, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as I was at Young's Dock, I saw a large piece of copper drop down the side of a vessel which was being repaired. On the same evening, as a ship was coming out of the docks, I stripped off my clothes and dived down several feet, seized the sheet of copper, and carried it away, swimming by the side of the vessel. As it was dark, I was not observed by the crew, nor by any of the men who opened the gates of the dock. I fetched it to the shore and sold it that night to a marine store dealer. I have been in the habit of stealing pieces of rope, lumps of coal, and other articles for the last 2 years, but my parents do not know of this. I have never been tried before the police court for any felony. It is my intention to go to sea, as my brothers have done, so soon as I can find a captain to take me on board his ship. I would like this much better than to be a coal heaver on the river. End quote. End of section 95. Section 96 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 22. Receivers of Stolen Property. When we look to the number of common thieves prowling over the metropolis, the thousands living daily on beggary, prostitution, and crime, we naturally expect to find extensive machineries for the receiving of stolen property. These receivers are to be found in different grades of society, from the keeper of the miserable low lodging-houses and dolly shops in Petticoat Lane, Rosemary Lane, and Spitalfields, in the East End, and Dudley Street and Drury Lane in the West End of the metropolis, to the pawnbroker in Cheapside, the Strand, and Fleet Street, and the opulent Jews of Houndsditch and its vicinity, whose coffers are said to be overflowing with gold. Dolly shops. As we walk along Dudley Street near the Seven Dials, the Petticoat Lane of the West End, a curious scene presents itself to our notice. There we do not find a colony of Jews, as in the East End, but a colony of Irish shopkeepers with a few Cockneys and Jews intermingled among them. Dudley Street is a noted mart for old clothes, consisting principally of male and female apparel, and second-hand boots and shoes. We pass by several shops without signboards, which, by the way, is a characteristic of this strange by-street, where boots and shoes, in general sadly worn, are exposed on shelves under the window, or carefully ranged in rows on the pavement before the shop. We find a middle-aged or elderly Irishman with his leathern apron, or a young Irish girl brushing shoes at the door, in Irish accent, inviting customers to enter their shop. We also observe old clothes stores, where male apparel is suspended on wooden rods before the door, and trousers, vests, and coats of different descriptions piled on chairs in front of the shop, or exposed in the dirty, unwashed windows, while the shopmen loiter before the door, hailing the customers as they pass by. Alongside of these, we see what is more strictly called dolly or leaving shops, the fertile hotbeds of crime. The dolly shop is often termed an unlicensed pawn shop. Around the doorway, in some cases of ordinary size, in others more spacious, we see a great assortment of articles, chiefly of female dress, suspended on the wall, petticoats, skirts, stays, gowns, shawls, and bonnets of all patterns and sizes, the gowns being mostly of dirty cotton, spotted and striped. Also children's petticoats of different kinds, shirt fronts, collars, handkerchiefs, and neckerchiefs exposed in the window. As we look into these suspicious-looking shops, we see large piles of female apparel, with articles of men's dress heaped around the walls, or deposited in bundles and paper packages on shelves around the shop, with strings of clothes hung across the apartment to dry, or offered for sale. We find in some of the back rooms stores of shabby old clothes, and one or more women of various ages loitering about. In the evening, these dolly shops are dimly lighted and look still more gloomy and forbidding than during the day. Many of these people buy other articles besides clothes. They are in the habit of receiving articles left with them, and charge twopence or threepence a shilling on the articles, if redeemed in a week. If not redeemed for a week or other specified time, they sell the articles and dispose of them, having given the party a miserably small sum, perhaps only a sixth or eighth part of their value. These shops are frequented by common thieves and by poor dissipated creatures living in the dark slums and alleys in the vicinity, or residing in low lodging houses. The persons who keep them often conceal the articles deposited with them from the knowledge of the police, and get punished as receivers of stolen property. Numbers of such cases occur over the metropolis in low neighbourhoods. For this reason, the keepers of these shops are often compelled to remove to other localities. The articles they receive, such as old male and female wearing apparel, are also resetted by keepers of low coffee houses and lodging houses, and are occasionally bought by chandlers, low hairdressers, and others. They also receive workmen's tools of an inferior quality, and cheap articles of household furniture, books, and so on, from poor dissipated people, beggars, and thieves, many of which would be rejected by the licensed pawnbrokers. They are frequently visited by the wives and daughters of the poorest labouring people and others, who deposit wearing apparel or bed linen with them for a small piece of money when they are in want of food, or when they wish to get some intoxicating liquor, in which many of them indulge too freely. They are also haunted by the lowest prostitutes on like errands. The keepers of dolly shops give more indulgence to their regular customers than they do to strangers. They charge a less sum from them, and keep their articles longer before disposing of them. It frequently occurs that these low traders are very unscrupulous, and sell the property deposited with them when they can make a small piece of money thereby. There is a pretty extensive traffic carried on in the numerous dolly shops scattered over the metropolis, as we may find from the extensive stores heaped up in their apartments, in many cases in such dense piles as almost to exclude the light of day, and from the groups of wretched creatures who frequent them, particularly in the evenings. The principal trade in old clothes is in the east end of the metropolis, in Rosemary Lane, Petticoat Lane, and the dark by-streets and alleys in the neighbourhood, but chiefly at the Old Clothes Exchange, where huge bales are sold in small quantities to crowds of traders, and sent off to various parts of Scotland, England, and Ireland, and exported abroad. The average weekly trade has been estimated at about £1,500. Pawnbrokers, and so on. A great amount of valuable stolen property passes into the hands of pawnbrokers and private receivers. The pawnbrokers often give only a third or fourth of the value of the article deposited with them, which lies secure in their hands for 12 months. A good many of them deal honestly in their way, and are termed respectable dealers, but some of them deal in an illegal manner, and are punished as receivers. Many of those who are reputed as the most respectable pawnbrokers receive stolen plate, jewellery, watches, and so on. When plate is stolen, it is sometimes carried away on the night of the robbery in a cab or other conveyance to the house of the burglars. Some thieves take it to a low beer shop where they lodge for the night, others to coffee shops, others to persons living in private houses pretending possibly to be bootmakers, watchmakers, copperplate printers, tailors, marine store dealers, and so on. Such parties are private receivers well known to the burglars. The doors of their houses are opened at any time of the night. Burglars frequently let them know previously when they are going to work, and what they expect to get, and the crucible or silver pot is kept ready on a slow fire to receive the silver plate, sometimes marked with the crest of the owner. Within a quarter of an hour a large quantity is melted down. The burglar does not stay to see the plate melted, but makes his bargain, gets his money, and goes away. These private receivers have generally an ounce and a quarter for their ounce of silver, and the thief is obliged to submit after he has gone into the house. The former are understood in many cases to keep quantities of silver on hand before they sell it to some of the refiners or other dealers, who give them a higher price for it, generally 4 shillings and 10 per ounce. The burglar himself obtains only from 3 shillings and 6 to 4 shillings an ounce. The receivers we refer to, well known to the cracksmen of the metropolis, live at White Hart Yard, Catherine Street, Strand, Vinegar Yard, Catherine Street, Strand, Russell Street, Covent Garden, Gravel Lane, Union Street, Friars Street, Blackfriars Road, Oakley Street, Westminster Road, Eagle Street, Holborn, King Street, Seven Dials, Wardour Street, Oxford Street, Tottenham Place, Tottenham Court Road, Upper Afton Place, Newport Market, George's Street, Hampstead Road, Clarendon Street, Somerstown, Phillips Buildings, Somerstown, New North Place and Judd Street, Gray's Inn Road, Red Lion Street, Clerkenwell, Wilderness Row, Clerkenwell, Golden Lane, Banner Street, Banner Row, Long Alley, Thames Street, Middlesex Street, Whitechapel, Brick Lane, Whitechapel, Half Moon Passage, Union Street, Spitalfields, Whitechapel Road, Commercial Road, Rosemary Lane, and other localities. These persons receive plate, silk, satins, and other valuable booty. There are also several refiners in different parts of the metropolis who generally have silver pots or crucibles on the fire ready to melt whatever plate may be taken in. Some of them are German Jews, others are English people. These furnaces are generally in a small workshop or parlour at the back of the shop. These receivers profess to sell jewellery, lace, and other articles which are exposed in the shop windows. They are licensed to buy gold and silver, and offer to give fair value for precious stones. The jewellery stolen is taken to these same fences and sold at less than a third of its value. The names are then erased, and the articles are taken to pieces and sold to different jewellers over the metropolis. Stolen banknotes and jewellery are often sent abroad by these fences to avoid detection. The following prices are generally received from the fences for stolen banknotes. For a £5 banknote, from £4 to £4 10 shillings. For a £10 banknote, from £8 15 shillings to £9. For a £20 banknote, about £16 10 shillings. For a £50 banknote, about £35. As the notes rise in value, they give a smaller proportionate sum for them, as they may have more trouble in getting them exchanged. Silks and satins and such like goods are often conveyed to the fence in a cab on the night or morning the robbery is effected. The dealer generally gets previous notice and expects to receive them. In addition to the watch set at the house where the robbery is to be committed, there is often a watch stationed near the house of the receiver to look after the movements of the policeman in his locality. One of the burglars goes in the cab direct from the shop or warehouse where the robbery has been committed to the house of the receiver, and possibly at a short distance from the house gets a quiet signal from the watch as to whether it is safe to approach. If not, he can make a detour with the cab and come back a little afterwards when the coast is clear. The burglar and the cabman remove the bags of goods into the house of the receiver when the vehicle drives off. The driver of the cab is generally paid according to the value of the booty. Sometimes these goods are taken to a coffee house where the people are acquainted with the burglars, and where one of the burglars remains till the booty is sold and removed, or otherwise disposed of. The fence, who has got notice of the plunder from some of the thieves, often comes and takes it away himself. The keeper of the coffee house is well paid for his trouble. Silks and satins are generally sold to the fence at 1 shilling a yard, whatever the quality of the fabric. Silk handkerchiefs of excellent quality are sold at 1 shilling each. Good broadcloth from 4 shillings to 5 shillings a yard, possibly worth from £1 1 shilling to £1 5 shillings. Neckties sold in the shops from 1 shilling and 6pence to 2 shillings each are given away for 4pence to 6pence each. Kid gloves, worth from 2 shillings to 3 shillings and 6pence, are sold at 6pence a pair, and women's boots, worth from 6 shillings and sixpence to 10 shillings and sixpence, are given for 2 shillings. Silks and satins of the value of £4,500 have been sold for £515, the chief proportion of the spoil thus coming into the hands of the unprincipled receiver. Numerous cases of receiving stolen property are tried at our police courts and sessions, as well as at the Old Bailey. We shall only adduce one illustration. Some time ago, a bale of goods was stolen from a passage in a warehouse in the city. The case was put in the hands of the police. They were a peculiar class of goods. Information was given to persons in that line of business. A few weeks after, it was ascertained that the stolen property had been offered for sale by a person who produced a sample. They were ultimately traced to a place in the city, not far distant from where they had been stolen. They were seized by 2 officers of police. The man who was selling them was an agent and had no hand in the robbery. He would not give up the name of the person who had sent them to him. He was taken into custody, and he and the goods were sent to the police station. Seeing the dilemma in which he was placed, this man, when in custody, stated that he had received the goods from a well-known Jewish dealer, who was thereupon arrested. On searching his premises, the officers found a great part of the booty of 12 burglaries and of 3 other robberies, one of them being a quantity of jewellery of great value, the whole of the property amounting to from £2,000 to £3,000. He was tried, convicted, and sentenced to 14 years' transportation. From the statistics of the Metropolitan Police, we find the number of houses of bad character which may be used to receive stolen property to be as follows: 163 houses of receivers of stolen goods. Reader's note: the following 4 types of houses, public houses, beer shops, coffee shops, and other suspected houses, are described as the resort of thieves and prostitutes. End reader's note. 255 public houses, 103 beer shops, 154 coffee shops, 101 other suspected houses, 1,706 brothels and houses of ill fame, 361 tramps' lodging houses. Total 2,843. Narrative of a returned convict. We give the following brief autobiography of a person who has recently returned from one of our penal settlements, having been transported for life. In character he is very different from the generality of our London thieves, having hot African blood in his veins, and being a man of passionate, unbridled character. He was formerly a daring highway robber. He was introduced to us accidentally in Drury Lane by a Bow Street police officer who occasionally acts as a detective. On this occasion the latter displayed very little tact and discretion, which made it exceedingly difficult for us to get from him even the following brief tale. Quote, I was born in a tent at Southampton, on the skirts of a forest, among the gipsies, my father and mother being of that stock of people. We had generally about 7 or 8 tents in our encampment, and were frequently in the forest between Surrey and Southampton. The chief of our gang, termed the Gypsy King, had great influence among us. He was then a very old, silver-headed man, and had a great number of children. I learned, when a boy, to play the violin, and was tolerably expert at it. I went to the public houses and other dwellings in the neighbourhood with 3 or 4 other gypsy boys who played the triangle and drum, as some of the Italian minstrels do. We went during the day, and often in the evening. At other times we had amusement beside the tents, jumping, running, and single stick, and begged from the people passing by in the vehicles or on foot. During the day, some of the men of our tribe went about the district and looked out over the fields for horses which would suit them, and came during the night and stole them away. They never carried away horses from the stables. They generally got their booty along the by-roads, and took them to the fairs in the neighbourhood, and sold them, usually for about £10 or £12. The horses they stole were generally light and nimble, such as might be useful to themselves. They disfigured them by putting a false mark on them, and by clipping their mane and tail. When a horse is in good order, they keep it for a time, till it becomes more thin and lank, to make it look older. They let the horse generally go loose on the side of a road at a distance from their encampment, till they have an opportunity to sell it, and it is generally placed alongside one or two other horses, so that it is not so much observed. The same person who steals it frequently takes it to the fair to be sold. The gypsies are not so much addicted to stealing from farms as is generally supposed. They are assisted in gaining a livelihood by their wives and other women going over the district telling fortunes. Some of them take to hawking for a livelihood. This is done by boys and girls, as well as old men and women. They sell baskets, brushes, brooms, and other articles. I spent my early years wandering among the gypsies till I was 13 years of age, and was generally employed going about the country with my violin, along with some of my brothers. My father died when I was about 6 years of age. A lady in Southampton, of the Methodist connection, took an interest in my brothers and me, and we settled there with our mother, and afterwards learned coachmaking. I lived with my mother in Southampton for 5 or 6 years. My brothers were well behaved, industrious boys, but I was wild and disobedient. The first depredation I committed was when 13 years old. I robbed my mother of a box of old-fashioned coins and other articles, and went to Canterbury, where I got into company with prostitutes and thieves. The little money I had was soon spent. After this, I broke the window of a pawnbroker's shop as a cart was passing by, put my hand through the broken pane of glass, and carried off a bowl of gold and silver coins, and ran off with them, and made my way to Chatham. Some time after this, I was one day at noon in the highway between Chatham and Woolwich, when I saw a carriage come up. The postillion was driving the horses smartly along. A gentleman and lady were inside, and the butler and a female servant were on the seat behind. I leaped on the back of the conveyance as it was driving past, and took away the portmanteau with the butler's clothes, and carried it off to the adjoining woods. I sold them to a Jew at Southampton for £3 or £4. Shortly after, I came up to London, and became acquainted with a gang of young thieves in Ratcliffe Highway. I lived in a coffee-house there for about 18 months. The boys gained their livelihood picking gentlemen's pockets, at which I soon became expert. After this, I joined a gang of men, and picked ladies' pockets, and resided for a time at Whitechapel. Several years after, I engaged with some other men in highway robbery. I recollect on one occasion we learned that a person was in the habit of going to one of the city banks once a week for a large sum of money, possibly to pay his workmen. He was generally in the habit of calling at other places in town on business, and carried the money with him in a blue serge bag. We followed him from the bank to several places where he made calls, until he came to a quiet by-street near London Bridge. It was a dark, wintry night, and very stormy. I rushed upon him and garrotted him, while one of my companions plundered him of his bag. He was a stout old man, dressed like a farmer. I was then about 22 years of age. At this time I went to music and dancing saloons, and played on my violin. Soon after, I went to a fair at Maidstone with several thieves, all young men like myself. One of us saw a farmer in the market, a robust, middle-aged man, take out his purse with a large sum of money. We followed him from the market. I went a little in advance of my companions for a distance of 16 miles, till we came to a lonely cross-turning surrounded with woods. The night happened to be dark. I went up to him and seized him by the leg, and pulled him violently off his horse, and my companions came up to assist me. While he lay on the ground, we rifled his pockets of a purse containing about £500 and some silver money. He did not make very much resistance, and we did not injure him. We came back to London and shared the booty among us. About the time of the great gathering of the Chartists on Kennington Common in 1848, I broke into a pawnbroker's shop in the metropolis and stole jewellery to the amount of £2,000, consisting of watches, rings, and so on, and also carried off some money. I sold the jewels to a Jewish receiver for about £500. I was arrested some time after and tried for this offence, and sentenced to transportation for life. I returned from one of the penal settlements about a year ago, and have since led an honest life. End quote. End of section 96. Section 97 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 23. Coining, Part 1. This class of felonies is as prevalent as ever in the metropolis, and is carried on in many of the low neighbourhoods. It is generally effected in this way. Take a shilling or other sterling coin, scour it well with soap and water, dry it, and then grease it with suet or tallow. Partly wipe this off, but not wholly. Take some plaster of Paris and make a collar, either of paper or tin. Pour the plaster of Paris on the piece of coin in the collar or band round it. Leave it until it sets or hardens, when the impression will be made. You turn it up and the piece sticks in the mould. Turn the reverse side and you take a similar impression from it. Then you have the mould complete. You put the pieces of the mould together and then pare it. You make a channel in order to pour the metal into it in a state of fusion, having the neck of the channel as small as possible. The smaller the channel, the less the imperfection in the knurling. You make claws to the mould so that it will stick together, while you pour the metal into it. But before doing so, you must properly dry it. If you pour the hot metal into it when damp, it will fly in pieces. This is the general process by which counterfeit coin is made. When you have your coin cast, there is a gat, or piece of refuse metal, sticks to it. You pare this off with a pair of scissors or a knife, generally a pair of scissors. Then you file the edges of the coin to perfect the knurling. The coin is then considered finished, except the coating. At this time it is of a bluish colour and not in a state fit for circulation, as the colour would excite suspicion. You get a galvanic battery with nitric acid and sulphuric acid, a mixture of each diluted in water to a certain strength. You then get some cyanide and attach a copper wire to a screw of the battery. Immerse that in the cyanide of silver, when the process of electroplating commences. The coin has to pass through another process. Get a little lamp black and oil, and make it into a sort of composition, slumming the coin with it. This takes the bright colour away, and makes it fit for circulation. Then wrap the coins up separately in paper, so as to prevent them rubbing. When coiners are going to circulate them, they take them up and rub each piece separately. The counterfeit coin will then have the greatest resemblance to genuine coin, if well manufactured. While this is the general mode by which it is made, a skilful artificer or keen-eyed detective can trace the workmanship of different makers. Counterfeit coin is manufactured by various classes of people, costermongers, mechanics, tailors, and others, and is generally confined to the lower classes of various ages. Girls of 13 years of age sometimes assist in making it. It is made in Westminster, Clerkenwell, the Borough, Lambeth, Drury Lane, the Seven Dials, Lisson Grove, and other low neighbourhoods of the metropolis, at all hours of the day and night. There are generally 2 persons engaged in making it, sometimes 4. In 9 cases out of 10, men and women are employed in it together. The man generally holds the mould with an iron clamp, that is, an iron hook doubled in the shape of pliers or tongues, to prevent the heat from burning their hands. The women generally pour the metal into it. One person could make the coin alone, but this would be too tedious. While engaged in this work, they fasten the doors of their room or dwelling, and have generally a person on the lookout they term a crow, in case the officers of justice should make their appearance, and detect them in the act. The officers make a simultaneous rush into the house after having forced open the door with a blow from a sledgehammer, so as to detect the parties in the very act of coining. On such occasions, the men endeavour to destroy the mould, while the women throw the counterfeit coin into the fire or into the melted metal, which effectually injures it. This is done to prevent the officers getting these articles into their possession as evidence against them. The coiners frequently throw the hot metal at the officers, or the acids they use in their coining processes, or they attempt to strike them with a chair or stool, or other weapon that comes in their way. In most cases, they resist until they are overpowered and secured. Counterfeit coin is generally made of Britannia metal spoons and other ingredients, and very seldom of pewter pots, though formerly this was the case. Sometimes 4 impressions are cast from each mould at the same instant, in other cases 2 or 3. If too near each other, the powerful heat of the metal in casting half-crowns or crowns would make the mould fly. Hence there must be spaces between each impression. Smaller coins, such as sixpences or shillings, can be placed nearer each other in the mould. On each occasion when they cast the coin, they blow the dust off the mould to keep it perfectly clear, so as not to injure in the slightest degree the impression. When the latter is imperfect, a new mould must be made. The coiner can use the same mould again in less than a minute to make other counterfeit coins. Sometimes a quart basinful is made on a single occasion, at other times a very small quantity only. The coiners have agents at different public houses to dispose of their counterfeit coin, and some of them stand in the street to sell it. Sometimes it is sold to their private agents in their own dwellings, or sent out to parties who purchase it from them. The latter parties generally pay a penny for a shilling's worth. Then these agents sell it to the utterers for 2d. a shilling, 3d. for 2 shillings, 3d. halfpenny for a half-crown, and 4d. a crown. Some coiners charge 5d. for 5 shillings worth. The detection of counterfeit coin in the metropolis is under the able management of Mr. Brennan, a skilful and experienced public officer, who keeps a keen surveillance over this department of crime. In 1855, Mr. Brennan, along with Inspector Bryant of G Division and other officers, went to the neighbourhood of Kent Street for the purpose of apprehending a person of the name of Green, better known by the cognomen of Charcoal. The street door was open, and the officers proceeded to the top floor, up a winding staircase. The house consisted of 3 floors. On passing upstairs, they were met by 3 men on the top landing, very robust, their ages averaging from 24 to 36. One of them, named Brown, was a noted Devonshire wrestler and a powerful-bodied man. These men attempted to force their way down. Mr. Brennan manfully resisted and tried to keep them up, and force them back into the room. Brown leaped over him while struggling with the other 2. On Mr. Brennan's son and Inspector Bryant coming up to his assistance, the other 2 men were arrested and secured in the yard. A 3rd man came out of the room and was passing by Mr. Brennan, and in so doing hit him on the head with a saucepan and forced him against the staircase window. His son came up to his assistance, when he struck this new assailant on the arm with a crowbar, and partially disabled him. At this time the frame of the staircase window gave way, and he fell into the court. One of the men in the house jumped from the window of the staircase on the roof of a shed and fell right through it, and was followed by Constable Neville of the G Division, who jumped after him and secured him. The former was a man of about 5 feet 8 inches high, powerfully built. Other 2 men were beat back into the room and secured, along with 2 women. 5 out of a party of 7 men were arrested, and the other 2 effected their escape. The officers only expected to see 1 man and a woman coining in this house. After they succeeded in forcing the 2 men back into the room, the man named Charcoal struggled desperately and used every effort to smash the mould. They found sufficient fragments of it as evidence against them that they had been making half-crowns, shillings, and sixpences, besides a large quantity of counterfeit coin. The officers were obliged to remain in the house and yard until they sent to the police station for additional assistance. The prisoners were tried at the Old Bailey and sentenced to various terms of imprisonment, from 6 months to 14 years. The Recorder, from the bench, recommended to Mr. Brennan a compensation of £10 for the manly and efficient part he had acted on this trying occasion. In 1845, Mr. Brennan received information that a man who resided at Bath Place, Old Street Road, was making counterfeit coin. This house consisted of 2 rooms, the one above the other. Mr. Brennan went there, accompanied by Sergeant Cole of the G Division, leaving a police constable at the end of the court. He broke open the door with a sledgehammer and attempted to run upstairs, and was met at the door by the coiner, who tried to rush back into the room, when the former seized him by a leathern apron he had on. In the struggle, both he and Mr. Brennan were hurled down to the bottom of the staircase, a distance of 11 steps. The officer was severely injured on the back of the head, and the coiner's knee struck against his belly, yet this brave officer, though severely injured, kept hold of the coiner. At this time Cole was struggling with the coiner's wife and daughter, while their bulldog seized him by the leg of his trousers. The dog kept hold of him for about 25 minutes. Latterly, the 3 parties were secured. Meanwhile, the constable whom he had left at the end of the court heard the disturbance and entered and assisted in securing the prisoners. The woman was tall and masculine in appearance, and the girl was 13 years of age. On securing this desperate coiner, Mr. Brennan proceeded upstairs and found 4 galvanic batteries in full play, and about 500 pieces of counterfeit coin in various stages of manufacture: crowns, half-crowns, shillings, and sixpences. The prisoner was committed to Newgate for trial. His wife was acquitted, she having acted under his direction. He was sentenced to 15 years' transportation. The girl was sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment for the exceedingly active part she had taken in the affair. Mr. Brennan on this occasion was severely injured in his gallant struggle. Several years ago, Mr. Brennan went to apprehend a man of the name of Morris, near Westminster. The street door of the house, which consisted of 3 stories, was shut, but was suddenly burst open by the blow of a sledgehammer. On running up to the top floor, he found his hat struck against something, and found there was a flap let down over the well of the staircase, which was dreadfully armed with iron spikes of about 3 or 4 inches long, and about the same distance apart, and it seemed utterly impossible to force it up. The man meantime effected his escape through the roof, and ran along the roofs and jumped a depth of 25 feet on the roof of a shed, and was much injured. He was carried away by his friends to Birmingham, and kept in a hospital till he recovered. He then left London for 2 years. Afterwards he made his appearance in the neighbourhood of Kent Street in the Borough, where Mr. Brennan went to apprehend him, assisted by several other officers. He paid him a visit at 7 o'clock on a winter's evening. The coiner was sitting in the middle of the floor making half-crowns. One of the windows of the house was open. On hearing the officer's approach, he jumped clean out of the window, on the back of an officer who was stationed there to watch, the height of 1 story. Mr. Brennan followed him as he ran off without his coat along some adjoining streets, and caught sight of him passing through a back door that led into some gardens. Here he fled into a house, the floor of which went down a step. There was a bed in the room, with 3 children in it. Mr. Brennan missed his footing and fell across the bed, and narrowly escaped injuring one of the children by the fall. The father and mother of the children were standing at the fire. The man stepped forward to the officer and was about to use violence, when Mr. Brennan told him who he was and his errand, which quieted him. Meantime Mr. Brennan tripped up the coiner as he was endeavouring to escape, and threw him on the floor, secured him, and put him into a cab, where a low mob, which had meantime gathered in this disreputable neighbourhood, tried to rescue the coiner from the hands of the officers. They threw brickbats, stones, and other missiles to rescue the prisoner. While the officers were conveying him to the police station, this coiner, while handcuffed, endeavoured to throw himself in a fit of frantic passion beneath the wheels of a wagon to destroy himself, but was prevented by the officers. When in Horsemonger Gaol, he refused for a time to take any food. He was tried at the Old Bailey and sentenced to 30 years' transportation for coining and assaulting the officers in the execution of their duty. Number of cases of coining in the metropolitan districts for 1860, 6. Ditto in the city, 0. Total, 6. Number of cases of putting or uttering base coin and so on in the metropolitan districts, 616. Forgers. Forgery is the fraudulent making or altering a written instrument to the detriment of another person. To constitute a forgery, it is not necessary that the whole instrument should be fictitious. Making an insertion, alteration, or erasure on any material part of a genuine document by which any of the lieges may be defrauded, the insertion of a false signature to a true instrument, or a real signature to a false one, or the altering of the date of a bill after acceptance, are all forgeries. There are different classes of these. For example, there are forgeries of bank notes, of cheques, of acceptances, wills, and other documents. Bank notes. There are many forgeries of Bank of England notes, executed principally at Birmingham. In the engraving and general appearance, the counterfeit so closely resembles the genuine note that an inexperienced eye might be easily deceived. The best way to detect them is carefully to look to the watermark embossed in the paper, which is not like a genuine note. When the back of the former is carefully inspected, the watermark will be found to be indented or pressed into the paper. The paper of a forged note is generally of a darker colour than a good one. To take persons off their guard, forgers frequently make the notes very dirty, so as to give them the appearance of a much worn good note. They are frequently uttered by pretended horse dealers in fairs and markets, and at hotels and public houses by persons who pretend to be travellers, and who order goods from tradespeople in the provincial towns and pay them with forged notes. This is often done before banking hours on the Monday, when they might be detected, but by this time the person who may have offered them has left the town. This is the common way of putting them off in London and the other towns in England. Sometimes they utter them by sending a woman dressed as a servant to a public house or to a tradesman for some article, and in this manner get them exchanged, perhaps giving the address of her master as residing in the vicinity, which is sure to be false. Tradesmen are frequently taken off their guard by this means, and given an article, often of small value, with the change in return for a note. They sometimes do not discover it to be false till several days afterwards, when it is taken to the bank and detected there. An experienced banking clerk or a keen-eyed detective, accustomed to inspect such notes, know them at once. It sometimes happens they are so well executed that they pass through provincial banks and are not detected till they come to the Bank of England. They generally consist of £5 or £10 notes, and are given to agents who sell them to the utterer, and the makers are not known to them. Knowingly to have in our possession a forged bank note without a lawful excuse, the proof of which lies on the party charged, or to have forging instruments in our possession, is a criminal offence. There are also forged notes of provincial banks, but these are not so numerous as those of the Bank of England. The provincial banks have generally colours and engine-turned engraving on their notes. Some have a portion of the note pink, green, or other colours, more difficult and expensive to forge than the Bank of England note, which is on plain paper with an elaborate watermark. Numerous cases occur before the criminal courts, where utterers of forged notes are convicted and punished. A case of this kind was tried at Guildhall in October 1861. A marine store dealer in Lower Whitecross Street was charged with feloniously uttering 2 forged Bank of England notes for £5 and £10, with the intent to defraud Mr. Crouch, the proprietor of the Queen's Head Tavern in Whitecross Street. The store dealer had waited on him to get them exchanged. Mr. Crouch paid them to his distiller, who took them to the Bank of England, when they were sent back, detected as forgeries. The prisoner was committed to Newgate. Many forged notes of the Bank of England are now in circulation. They may be detected by wetting them when the watermark disappears. The vignette is often clumsily engraved. In other respects, the forgery is cleverly executed. Cheques. A cheque is a draft or order on a banker by a person who has money in the bank, directing the banker to pay the sum named therein to the bearer or the person named in the cheque, which must be signed by the drawer. Cheques are generally payable to the bearer, but sometimes made payable to the person who is named therein. The place of issue must be named, and the cheque must bear the date of issue. A crossed cheque has the name of a banker written across the face of it, and must be paid through that banker. If presented by any other person, it is not paid without rigid inquiry. The word banker includes any person, corporation, or joint stock company acting as bankers. The form of the cheque is seldom forged. It is generally the signature. Sometimes the body of the cheque that contains the genuine signature is forged. For instance, in a cheque for £8, the letter Y may be added to the word 8, which makes it 80, and a cipher appended to the figure 8, making it 80, to correspond with the writing. The forms of cheques are frequently obtained by means of a forged order, such as A knowing B to have an account at a bank. A writes a letter to the banker purporting to come from B, asking for a cheque book, which the banker frequently sends on the faith of the letter being genuine. Sometimes cheque books are stolen by burglars and other thieves who enter business premises. By some device, they get the signature of a person who has money in that bank and forge it to the stolen cheques. It has been known for forgers who wanted to obtain money from a bank to go to a solicitor whom they knew kept a bank account. One of them would instruct the solicitor to enter an action against one of his confederates for a pretended debt. After proceedings had been instituted, the party would pay the amount claimed to the solicitor, and his companion, who had given instructions in reference to the action, then goes and gets a cheque for the amount, and by that means obtains the genuine signature, and is enabled to insert a facsimile of it in forged cheques. By this means he obtains money from the bank. Cases of this kind very frequently occur. Sometimes forgeries are done by clerks and others who have an opportunity of getting the signature of their employer. They forge his name or alter the body of the cheque. In many commercial houses, the body of the cheque is filled up by the confidential clerk and taken to the head of the firm, who signs it. These forgeries are sometimes for a small sum, at other times for a large amount. Several cases of uttering forged cheques were lately tried before the police courts. A respectable-looking young woman, who described herself as a domestic servant, was brought before the Lord Mayor, charged with uttering a cheque for £5 18s, purporting to be signed by Mr. W. P. Bennet, with intent to defraud a banking firm in London. She had recently been on a visit to London, and had been lent a small sum of money by another servant in town, along with some dresses, amounting to 10s. 6d. On the 30th of October, the latter young woman received a letter from the prisoner enclosing a forged cheque, and at the same time stating that a young man with whom she had been keeping company had died, and had given her this cheque to get cashed. If the servant could not get away to get the cheque cashed, the prisoner wished her to lend her what she was able to go to the young man's funeral. On presenting the cheque at the banker's, the forgery was discovered. It appeared from the evidence that the prisoner had been lodging in the same house with Mr. Bennet, whose signature she forged. A young man of respectable appearance, residing in the neighbourhood of Fleet Street, was tried at Guildhall lately, charged with uttering a cheque for £6, well knowing the same to be a forgery. He had gone to the landlord of a public house in Essex Street, Bovary Street, and asked him to cash it. It was drawn by Josiah Evans in favour of C.B. Bennet, Esquire, and endorsed by the latter. The cheque was on Sir Benjamin Hayward, Baronet and Company, of Manchester. When presented at the bank, it was returned with a note stating that no such person had an account there, and they did not know any of the names. The criminal was then arrested and committed for trial. Forged acceptance. A bill of exchange is a mercantile contract written on a slip of paper, whereby one person requests another to pay money on his account to a third person at the time therein specified. The person who draws the bill is termed the drawer. The party to whom it is addressed before acceptance is called the drawee, afterwards the acceptor. The party for whom it is drawn is termed the payee, who endorses the bill, and is then styled the endorser, and the party to whom he transfers it is called the endorsee. The person in possession of the bill is termed the holder. An acceptance is an engagement to pay the bill, the person writing the word accepted across the bill with his name under it. This may be absolute or qualified. An absolute acceptance is an engagement to pay the bill according to its request. A qualified acceptance undertakes to do it conditionally. Bills are either inland or foreign. The inland bill is on one piece of paper. Foreign bills generally consist of 3 parts, called a set, so that, should the bearer lose one, he may receive payment for the other. Each part contains a condition that it shall be paid provided the others are unpaid. These bills require to have a stamp of proper value to make them valid. Forgeries of bills seldom consist of the whole bill, but either the acceptor's signature or that of the drawer or the endorser. Sometimes the contents of the bill is altered to make it payable earlier. These forgeries are not so numerous, and are frequently done by parties who get the bills in a surreptitious way. It often happens that one party draws the bill in another name, forging the acceptance, and passes it to a third party who is innocent of the forgery. If the person who forged the acceptance pays the money to the bank where the bill is payable when it is due, the forgery is not detected. When he is not able to pay in the money, it is discovered. It happens in this way. A, B, and C are commercial men. A stands well in the commercial world. B draws a bill in his name, and without his knowledge. The name of A being good, the bill passes to C without any suspicion. If B can meet it at the time it is due, A does not know that his name has been used. If the bill is not paid at the proper time, C takes it to A and thus discovers the forgery. Forged wills. A will is a written document in which the testator disposes of his property after his death. It is not necessary that it should be written on stamped paper, as no stamp duty is required till the death of the testator, when the will is proved in court in the district where he resided. The essentials are that it should be legible, and so intelligible that the testator's intention can be clearly understood. If the will is not signed by the testator, it must be signed by some other person by his direction and in his presence, 2 or more witnesses being present who must attest that the will was signed, and the signature acknowledged by the testator in their presence. No will is valid unless signed at the foot of the page, or at the end, by the testator, or by some other person in his presence and by his direction. Marriage revokes a will previously made. A codicil is a supplement or addition to the will, altering some part, or making an addition. It may be written on the same document, or on another paper, and folded up with the original instrument. There can only be one will, yet there may be a number of codicils attached to it, and the last is equally binding as the first, if they are not contradictory. Forgeries of wills are generally done by relations, who get a fictitious will prepared in their favour, contrary to the genuine will. On the death of the supposed testator, the forged will is put forward as the genuine one, and the other is destroyed. All parties expecting property on the death of a relative or friend, and finding none, should be careful to have the signatures of the witnesses examined, to test whether they are genuine, and also the signature of the testator. Every will can be seen at the district court, where they are proved on the payment of a shilling. Such an examination is the only likely method of detecting the forgery. There are several other classes of forgery in addition to those already noticed, such as forging certificates of character and bills of lading. A case of the latter kind was recently tried at Guildhall. A merchant near the Haymarket and an artist also in the West End were arraigned with having feloniously forged and altered certain bills of lading. One of these represented 10 casks of alkali amounting to the value of £84, and another 26 casks of alkali worth £140, with the intention of defrauding certain merchants in London. All the bills of lading were, with one exception, to a certain extent genuine, that is, were filled up in the first instance. But after being signed by the wharfinger, they were altered by the introduction of words and figures to represent a larger quantity of goods than had been shipped. The prisoners were committed for trial. Number of cases of forgery in the metropolitan districts for the year 1860, 27. Ditto in the city, 20. Total, 47. Amount of loss thereby in the metropolitan districts, £254. Ditto in the city, £736. Total, £990. End of section 97. Section 98 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 24. Cheats. Part 1. Embezzlers. This is the crime of a servant appropriating to his own use the money or goods received by him on account of his master, and is perpetrated in the metropolis by persons both in inferior and superior positions. Were a party to advance money or goods to an acquaintance or friend for which the latter did not give a proper return, the case would be different, and require to be sued for in a civil action. Embezzlement is often committed by journeyman bakers, entrusted by their employers with quantities of bread to distribute to customers in different parts of the metropolis, by brewers' draymen delivering malt liquors, by carmen and others engaged in their various errands. A case of this kind occurred recently. A carman in the service of a coal merchant in the West End was charged with embezzling £6, 1s. and 6d. He had been in the habit of going out with coals to customers, and was empowered to receive the money, but had gone into a public house on his return, got intoxicated, and lost the whole of his cash. He was tried at Westminster Police Court and sentenced to pay a fine of £10 with costs. This crime is frequent among this class. The chief inducements which lead to it are the habits of drinking, prevalent among them, gambling in beer shops, attending music saloons, such as the Mogul, Drury Lane, and Paddy's Goose, Ratcliffe Highway, and attending running matches. Their pay is not sufficient to enable them to indulge in those habits, and this leads them to commit the crime of embezzlement. Persons in trade frequently send out their shopmen to receive orders and obtain payment for goods supplied to families at their residence, and are occasionally entrusted with goods on stalls. In June 1861, a respectable-looking young man was placed at the bar of the Southwark Police Court, charged with having embezzled £39, the property of a bookselling firm in the Strand. He had been entrusted with a stall where he sold books and newspapers, and was called to account for the receipts daily. One day he neglected to send £8, the receipts of the previous Saturday, and for other 7 days he had given no proper count and reckoning. He admitted the neglect, and confessed he had appropriated the money. He was paid at the rate of £1 10s. a month, which, with commission, amounted to about £6 or £7. A clerk and salesman in the service of a draper in Camberwell was charged with embezzling various sums of money belonging to his employer. It was his duty each night to account for the goods he disposed of and the money he received. One morning he went out with a quantity of goods and did not return at the proper time, when his employer found him in a beer shop in the Blackfriars Road. On asking him what had become of the goods, he replied he had left them at a public house in the borough, which was untrue. In the account book found upon him, it was ascertained that he had received several sums of money he had not accounted for. A robbery by a young man of this class was very ingeniously detected a few weeks ago and brought before the Marlborough Police Court. A shopman to a cheesemonger in Oxford Street was charged with stealing money from the till. He had been in his employer's service for 10 months and served at the counter along with 3 other shopmen. The cheesemonger, having found a considerable deficiency in his receipts, suspected his honesty, especially as he was in the habit of attending places of amusement and indulging in other extravagancies he knew were beyond his means. He marked 3 half-crowns and put them in the till, to which the young man had access. Soon after he saw the latter put in his hand and take out a piece of money. He made an excuse to send the shopman out for a moment, and, on examining the till, missed one of the marked pieces of money. He thereupon gave information to the police, and again placed money in the till similarly marked, leaving a police officer on the watch. The shopman was again detected. He was then arrested and taken to the police station. Many young men of this class are wretchedly paid by their employers, and have barely enough to maintain them and keep them in decent clothing. Many of them spend their money foolishly on extravagant dress, or associating with girls, attending music saloons, such as Weston's in Holborn, the Pavilion near the Haymarket, Canterbury Hall, the Philharmonic, Islington, and others. Some frequent the Grecian Theatre, City Road, and other gay resorts, and are led into crime. In one season, 18 girls were known to have been seduced by fast young men, and to become prostitutes through attending music saloons in the neighbourhood of Tottenham Court Road. Embezzlements are occasionally committed by females of various classes. Some of them, by fraudulent representations, obtain goods from various tradesmen, consisting of candles, soap, sugar, as on account of their customers. Some women of a higher class, such as dressmakers and others, are entrusted with merinos, silks, satins, and other drapery goods, which they embezzle. A young married woman was lately tried at Guildhall on a charge of disposing of a quantity of silk entrusted to her. It appeared from the evidence of the salesman of the silk manufacturer that this female applied to him for work, at the same time producing a written recommendation purporting to come from a person known by the firm. Materials to the value of £5 15s. Were given her to be wrought up into an article of dress. On applying for it at the proper time, he found she had sold the materials and had left her lodging. While the work was supposed to be in progress, the firm had also given her £2 13s. On partial payment. She pleaded poverty as the cause of her embezzling the goods. Parties connected with public societies occasionally embezzle the money committed to their charge. The secretary of a friendly society in the East End was brought before the Thames Police Court, charged with embezzling various sums of money he had received on account of the society. The secretary of another friendly society on the Surrey side was lately charged at Southwark Police Court with embezzling upwards of £100. This society has branches in all parts of the kingdom, but the central office is in the metropolis. The secretary had been in their service for upwards of 2 years at a fixed salary. It was his duty to receive contributions from the country and town members, and to account for the same to the treasurer. He recently absconded when large defalcations were discovered, amounting to upwards of £100. A considerable number of embezzlements are committed by commercial travellers and by clerks in lawyers' offices banks, commercial firms, and government offices, some of them of great and serious amounts. Tradesmen and others in the middle class, and some respectable labouring men and mechanics, place their sons in counting houses or other establishments superior to their own position. These foolishly try to maintain the appearance of their fellow clerks who have ampler pecuniary means. This often leads to embezzling the property of the employer or firm. Crimes of this class are occasionally committed by lawyers' clerks who are in many cases wretchedly paid, as well as by some who have handsome salaries. Numerous embezzlements are also perpetrated in commercial firms by their servants, some of them to the value of many £1,000s. A commercial traveller was lately brought up at the Mansion House, charged with embezzlement. It appears he travelled for a firm in the city, and had been above 10 years in their service at a salary of £1 1s. per day. It was his duty to take orders and collect accounts as they became due. Some days he received from the customers certain sums, and afterwards paid a less amount to the firm, keeping the rest of the money in his hands, which he appropriated. Another day he received a sum of money he never accounted for. He was committed for trial. An embezzlement was committed by a cashier to a commercial firm in the city. It appeared from the evidence he had been in the service of his employers for 10 years and kept the petty cash book, with an account of all sums paid. He had to account for the amounts given him as petty cash, and for disbursements whenever he should be called. From the extravagant style in which he was living, which reached the ear of the firm, their suspicions were aroused, and one of them asked him to bring his books into the counting-house and render the customary account of the petty cash. His employer discovered the balance of some of the pages did not correspond with the balance brought forward, and asked the cashier to account for it, when he acknowledged that he had appropriated the difference to his own use. Several items were then pointed out, ranging over a number of months, in which he had plundered his employers of several £100s. This was effected in a very simple way, by carrying the balance of the cash in hand to the top of next page £100 less than it was on the preceding page, and by calling the disbursements, when his employers checked the accounts, £100 more than they really were. The books of commercial firms are frequently falsified in other modes to effect embezzlements. These defalcations often arise from fast life, extravagant habits, and gambling. Many fashionable clerks in lawyers' offices, banks, and government offices frequent the Oxford and Alhambra music halls, the West End theatres, concerts, and operas. They attend the Holborn Assembly Room and the Argyle Rooms, and are frequently to be seen at masked balls and at Cremorne Gardens during the season. They occasionally indulge in midnight carousals in the Turkish divans and supper rooms. Some government clerks have high salaries and keep a mistress in fashionable style, with brougham and coachman and footman. Others maintain their family in a style their salary is unable to support, all of which lead them step by step to embezzlement and ruin. Number of cases of embezzlement in the metropolitan districts for 1860, 223. Ditto in the city, 70. Total 293. Value of money and property abstracted thereby in the metropolitan districts, £5,271. Ditto in the city, £2,660. Total £7,931. Magsmen, or sharpers. This is a peculiar class of unprincipled men, who play tricks with cards, skittles, and so on, and lay wagers with the view of cheating those strangers who may have the misfortune to be in their company. Their mode of operation is this. There are generally 3 of them in a gang, seldom or never less. They go out together, but do not walk beside each other when they are at work. One may be on the one side of the street, and the other 2 arm in arm on the other. They generally dress well, and in various styles. Some are attired as gentlemen, others as country farmers. In one gang, a sharper is dressed as a coachman in livery, and in another they have a confederate attired as a parson and wearing green spectacles. Many of them start early in the morning from the bottom of Holborn Hill and branch off in different directions in search of dupes. They frequent Fleet Street, Oxford Street, Strand, Regent Street, Shoreditch, Whitechapel, Commercial Road, the vicinity of the railway stations, and the docks. They are generally to be seen wandering about the streets till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, unless they have succeeded in picking up a stranger likely to be a victim. They visit the British Museum, St. Paul's, Westminster Abbey, and the Crystal Palace, and so on, and on market days attend the fairs. The person who walks the street in front of the gang is generally the most engaging and social. The other two keep in sight and watch his movements. As the former proceeds along, he keenly observes the persons passing. If he sees a countryman or a foreigner pass who appears to have money, or a person loitering by a shop window, he steps up to him and probably enters into conversation regarding some object in sight. For instance, in passing Somerset House in the Strand, he will go up to him and ask what noble building that is, hinting at the same time that he is a stranger in London. It frequently occurs that the individual he addresses is also a stranger in London. Having entered into conversation, the first object he has in view is to learn from the person the locality to which he belongs. The sharp informs him he has some relation there, or knows some person in the town or district. Many of the magsmen have travelled a good deal and are acquainted with many localities. Some of them speak several foreign languages. He may then represent that he has a good deal of property and is going back to this village to give so much money to the poor. It sometimes occurs in the course of conversation he proposes to give the stranger a sum of money to distribute among the poor of his district, as he is specially interested in them, and may at the same time produce his pocket-book with a bundle of flash notes. This may occur in walking along the street. He will then propose to enter a beer shop or gin palace to have a glass of ale or wine. They go in accordingly. When standing at the bar or seated in the parlour, one of his confederates enters and calls for a glass of liquor. This party appears to be a total stranger to his companion. He soon enters, as it were, casually into conversation, and they possibly speak of their bodily strength. A bet is made that one of them cannot throw a weight as many yards as the other. They make a wager, and the stranger is asked to go with them as a referee to decide the bet. They may call a cab and adjourn to some well-known skittle alley. On going there, they find another confederate, who also pretends to be unacquainted with the others. One of the two who made the wager as to throwing the weight may pace the skittle ground to find its dimensions and pretend it is not long enough. They will then possibly propose to have a game at skittles, and will bet with each other that they will throw down the pins in so many throws. The sharp who introduced the stranger, and assumes to be his friend, always is allowed to win, perhaps from 5s. to 10s., or more, as the case may be. He plays well, and the other is not so good. Up to this time, the intended victim has no hand in the game. Another bet is made, and the stranger is possibly induced to join in it with his agreeable companion, and it is generally arranged that he wins the first time. He is persuaded to bet for a higher amount by himself, and not in partnership, which he loses, and continues to do so every time till he has lost all he possessed. He is invariably called out to the bar by the man who introduced him to the house, when they have a glass together, and in the meantime the others escape. The sharp will say to the victim, after staying there a short time, "I believe these men not to be honest. I'll go and see where they have gone, and try and get your money back." He goes out with the pretence of looking after them, and walks off. The victim proceeds in search of them, and finds they have decamped, leaving him penniless. They have a very ingenious mode of finding out if the person they accost has money in his pocket. This is done after he is introduced into the public house when getting a glass of ale. The second confederate comes in invariably. The two magsmen begin to converse as to the money they have with them. One pretends he has so much money, which the other will dispute. They possibly appear to get very angry, and one of them makes a bet that he can produce more money than any in the company. They then take out their cash and induce the stranger to do so, to find which of them has got the highest amount. They thus learn how much money he has in his possession. When they find he has a sufficient sum, they adjourn to a house they are accustomed to use for the purpose of paying the sum lost by the wager. It generally happens the stranger has most and wins the bet. On arriving at this house, they wish a stamped receipt for the cash. Being a stranger, he is asked, as a security, to leave something as a deposit till he returns. At the same time, the sharp takes out a bag of money containing medals instead of sovereigns, or a pocket-book with flash notes. He soon comes back with a receipt stamp, but a dispute invariably arises whether it will do. He suggests that someone else should go and get one. The stranger is urged to go for one. In the same manner, he leaves money on the table as a security that he will return. He may not know where to get the receipt stamp, and one of them proposes to accompany him. They walk along some distance together, when this man will say, "I don't much like these two men you have left your money with. Do you know them?" He will then advise him to go back and see if his cash is all right. On his return, he finds them both gone, and his money has also disappeared. We shall now notice several of the tricks they practice to delude their victims. The card tricks. These are not often practiced in London, but generally at racecourses and country fairs, or where any pastime is going on. Only 3 cards are used. There is one picture card along with 2 others. They play with them generally on the ground or on their knee. There are always several persons in a gang at this game. One works the cards, shuffling them together, and then deals them on the ground. They bet 2 to 1 no one will find the picture card, note the knave, king, or queen, end note. One of the confederates makes a bet that he can find it, and throws down a sovereign or half-sovereign, as the case may be. He picks up one of the cards, which will be the picture card, or the one they propose to find. The sharp dealing the cards bets that no one will find the same card again. Some simpleton in the crowd will possibly bet from £1 to £10 that he can find it. He picks up a card which is not the picture card, and cannot be, as it has been secretly removed from the pack, and another card has been substituted in its place. Skittles. They generally depend on the ability of one of their gang when engaged in this game, so that he shall be able to take the advantage when wanted. When they bet and find their opponent is expert, he is expected to be able to beat him. In every gang, there is generally one superior player. He may pretend to play indifferently for a time, but has generally superior skill and wins the bet. Thimble and pea. It is done in this way. There are 3 thimbles and a pea. These are generally worked by a man dressed as a countryman, with a smock frock, at country fairs, racecourses, and other places without the metropolitan police district. They commence by working the pea from one thimble to another, similar to the card trick, and bet in the same way, until some person in the company, not a confederate, will bet that he can find the pea. He lifts up one of the thimbles and ascertains that it is not there. Meantime, the pea has been removed. It is secreted under the thumbnail of the sharp, and is not under either of the thimbles. The lock. While the sharps are seated in a convenient house with their dupe, a man, a confederate of theirs, may come in, dressed as a hawker, offering various articles for sale. He will produce a lock which can be easily opened by a key in their presence. He throws the lock down on the table and bets any one in the room they cannot open it. One of his companions will make a bet that he can open it. He takes it up, opens it easily, and wins the wager. He will show the stranger how it is opened, after which, by a swift movement of his hand, he substitutes another similar lock in its place, which cannot be opened. The former is induced possibly to bet that he is able to open it. The lock is handed to him. He thinks it is the same, and tries to open it, but does not succeed, and loses his wager. There are various other tricks, somewhat of a similar character, on which they lay wagers and plunder their dupes. They have a considerable number of moves with cards, and are ever inventing new dodges, or pulls, as they term them. They chiefly confine themselves, on most occasions, to the tricks we have noticed. Sometimes, however, they play at whist, cribbage, roulette, loo, and other card games, and manage to get the advantage in many ways. One of them will look at the cards of his opponent when playing, and will telegraph to some of the others by various signs and motions, understood among themselves, but unintelligible to a stranger. The same sharpers who walk the streets of London attend country fairs and racecourses in different dress and appearance, as if they had no connection with each other. It often happens one of them is arrested for these offences and is remanded. Before the expiry of the time, his confederates generally manage to see the dupe and restore his property, on the condition he shall keep out of the way and allow the case to drop. The female who cohabits with him, or possibly his wife, may call on him for this purpose, and give him part or the whole of his money. Their ages average from 20 to 60 years. Many of them are married and have families. Others cohabit with well-dressed women, pickpockets and shoplifters. Some are in better condition than others. They are occasionally shabbily dressed and in needy condition, at other times in most respectable attire. Some appear as men of fashion. They are generally very heartless in plundering their dupes. Not content with stripping him of the money he may have on his person, sometimes a large sum, they try to get the cash he has deposited in the bank, and strip him of his watch and chain, leaving him without a shilling in his pocket. There is no formal association between the several gangs, yet from their movements there appears to be an understanding between them. For example, if a certain gang has plundered a victim in Oxford Street, it will likely remove to another district for a time, and another party of magsmen will take their place. Magsmen are of various grades. Some are broken down tradesmen, others have been brokers and publicans and French polishers, while part of their number are convicted felons. Numbers of them are betting men and attend races. Indeed, most of them are connected with this disreputable class. Many of them reside in the neighbourhood of Waterloo Road and King's Cross, and in quiet streets over the metropolis. They are frequently brought before the police courts, charged with conspiracy with intent to defraud. But the matter is in general secretly arranged with the prosecutor, and the case is allowed to drop. Sometimes, when the sharps cannot manage to defraud the strangers they meet with, they snatch their money from them with violence. In the beginning of November 1861, two sharps were brought before the Croydon Police Court, charged with being concerned, with others not in custody, in stealing £116, the property of a baker residing in the country. As the prosecutor, a young man, was going along a country road, he met one of the sharps and a man not in custody. At this time there were 4 men on the road playing cards. He remained for a few minutes looking at them. The man who was the companion of the sharp asked him to accompany him to a railway hotel and ordered a glass of ale for himself. A man not in custody then asked a sharp to lend him some money, saying he would get him good security, upon which the latter offered to lend him the sum of £50 at 5% interest. On the stranger being represented to this person as a friend, he offered to lend him as large a sum of money as he could produce himself, to show that he was a respectable and substantial person. The sharp then told the baker to go home and get £100, and he would lend him that sum. He did so, one of the sharps accompanying him nearly all the way to his house. The dupe returned with a £10 note. They told him it was not enough, and wished him to leave it in their hands and to bring £100. He went out, leaving the £10 on the table as security for his coming back with more money. He returned with £100 in banknotes and gold, and counted it out on the table. The sharp pretended then to be willing to lend £100 at 5%, but added that he must have a stamped receipt. The dupe left his money on the table, covered with his handkerchief, and went out to get a stamp, and on his return found the sharps and his money had disappeared. A few days after, the victim, happening to be in London, saw one of them in the street and gave him into custody. A few weeks ago, 3 skittle sharps, well-dressed men, were brought before the Southwark Police Court, charged with robbing a country waiter of £40 in Bank of England notes. It appeared from the evidence that the prosecutor met a man in High Street, Southwark, on an afternoon, who offered to show him the way to the Borough Road. They entered a public house on the way, when the other prisoners came in. One of them pulled out a number of notes, and said he had just come into possession of a fortune. It was suggested, in the course of conversation, they should go to another house to throw a weight, and the prosecutor was to go and see they had fair play. They accordingly went to another house, but instead of throwing the weight, skittles were introduced, and they played several games. The prosecutor lost a sovereign, which was all the money he had with him. One of the sharps bet £20 that the waiter could not produce £60 within 3 hours. He accepted the bet, and went with 2 of them to Blackheath, and returned to the public house with the money, amounting to £40 in banknotes and £20 in gold. They went to the skittle ground, when one of them snatched the notes out of his hand, and they all decamped. They were apprehended that night by Mr. Jones, detective at Tower Street Station. The statistics of this class of crime will be given when we come to treat of swindlers. End of section 98. Section 99 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Thieves and Swindlers by John Binney. Part 25. Cheats. Part 2. Swindlers. Swindling is carried on very extensively in the metropolis in different classes of society, from the young man who strolls into a coffee house in Shoreditch or Bishopsgate and decamps without paying his night's lodging, to the fashionable rogue who attends the brilliant assemblies in the West End. It occurs in private life and in the commercial world, in different departments of business. Large quantities of goods are sent from the provinces to parties in London who give orders and are entirely unknown to those who send them, and fictitious references are given, or references to confederates in town connected with them. We select a few illustrations of various modes of swindling which prevail over the metropolis. A young man calls at a coffee house or hotel or a private lodging, and represents that he is the son of a gentleman in good position, or that he is in possession of certain property left him by his friends, or that he has a situation in the neighbourhood, and after a few days or weeks decamps without paying his bill, perhaps leaving behind him an empty carpet-bag or a trunk containing a few articles of no value. An ingenious case of swindling occurred in the city some time since. A fashionably attired young man occupied a small office in White Lion Court, Cornhill, London. It contained no furniture except 2 chairs and a desk. He obtained a number of bracelets from different jewellers, and quantities of goods from different tradesmen to a considerable amount, under false pretences. He was apprehended and tried before the police court and sentenced to 12 months' imprisonment, with hard labour. At the time of his arrest, he had obtained possession of a handsome residence at Abbey Wood, Kent, which was evidently intended as a place of reference, where no doubt he proposed to carry on a profitable system of swindling. Swindlers have many ingenious modes of obtaining goods, sometimes to a very considerable amount, from credulous tradesmen who are too often ready to be duped by their unprincipled devices. For example, some of them of respectable or fashionable appearance may pretend they are about to be married, and wish to have their house furnished. They give their name and address, and to avoid suspicion, may even arrange particulars as to the manner in which the money is to be paid. A case of this kind occurred in Grove Terrace, where a furniture dealer was requested to call on a swindler by a person who pretended to be his servant, and received directions to send him various articles of furniture. The goods were accordingly sent to the house. On a subsequent day, the servant called on him at his premises with a well-dressed young lady, whom she introduced as the intended wife of her employer, and said they had called to select some more goods. They selected a variety of articles and desired they should be added to the account. One day the tradesman called for payment, and was told the gentleman was then out of town, but would call on him as soon as he returned. Soon after he made another call at the house, which he found closed up, and that he had been heartlessly duped. The value of the goods amounted to £58, 18s. and 4d. Swindling is occasionally carried on in the West End in a bold and brilliant style by persons of fashionable appearance and elegant address. A ladylike person, who assumed the name of Mrs. Gordon, and sometimes Mrs. Major Gordon, and who represented her husband to be in India, succeeded in obtaining goods from different tradesmen and mercantile establishments at the West End to a great amount, and gave references to a respectable firm as her agents. Possessing a ladylike appearance and address, she easily succeeded in obtaining a furnished residence at St. John's Wood, and applied to a livery stable keeper for the loan of a brougham, hired a coachman, and got a suit of livery for him, and appeared in West End assemblies as a lady of fashion. After staying about a fortnight at St. John's Wood, she left suddenly, without settling with any of her creditors. She addressed a letter to each of them, requesting that their account should be sent to her agents, and payment would be made as soon as Captain Gordon's affairs were settled. She expressed regret that she had been called away so abruptly on urgent business. She was usually accompanied by a little girl about 11 years of age, her daughter, and by an elderly woman who attended to domestic duties. She was afterwards convicted at Marylebone Police Court under the name of Mrs. Helen Murray, charged with obtaining large quantities of goods from West End tradesmen by fraudulent means. A considerable traffic in commercial swindling in various forms is carried on in London, sometimes fraudulently under the name of another well-known firm, at other times under the name of a fictitious firm. A case of this kind was tried at the Liverpool Assizes, which illustrates the fraudulent system we refer to. Charles Howard and John Owen were indicted for obtaining goods on false pretences. In other counts of their indictment, they were charged with having conspired with another man named Bonar Russell, not in custody, with obtaining goods under false pretences. The prosecutor, Thomas Parkinson Luthwaite, a currier at Barton in Westmoreland, received an order by letter from John Howard and Co. of Droylsden, near Manchester, desiring him to send them a certain quantity of leather, and reference was given as to their respectability. The prosecutor sent the leather and a letter by post containing the invoice. The leather duly arrived at Droylsden, but the police, having received information, gave notice to the railway officials to detain it, until they got further knowledge concerning them. Howard and Russell went to the station, but were told they could not get the leather, as there was no such firm as Howard & Co. at Droylsden. Howard replied that there was, that he lived there. It was subsequently arranged that the goods should be delivered, on the party producing a formal order. On the next day, Owen came with a horse and cart to Droylsden station, and asked for the goods, at the same time producing his order. They were delivered to him, when he put them in his cart and drove off. 2 officers of police in plain clothes accosted him and asked for a ride in his cart, which he refused. The officers followed him and found he did not go to Droylsden, but to a house at Hulme, near Manchester, as he had been directed. This house was searched, and Howard and Russell were arrested. Howard, having been admitted to bail, did not appear at the trial. On farther inquiries, it was found there was no such firm as John Howard & Co. at Droylsden, but that Howard and Russell had taken a house there which was not furnished, and where they went occasionally to receive letters addressed to Howard & Co., Droylsden. Owen was acquitted. Howard was found guilty of conspiracy with intent to defraud. A number of cases occur where swindlers attempt to cheat different societies in various ways. 2 men were tried at the police court a few days ago for unlawfully attempting to cheat and defraud a loan society to obtain £5. The prisoners formed part of a gang of swindlers who operated in this way. Some of them took a house for the purpose of giving references to others, who applied to loan societies for an advance of money, and produced false receipts for rent and taxes. They had carried on this system for years, and many of them had been convicted. Some of the gang formerly had an office in Holborn, where they defrauded young men in search of situations by getting them to leave a sum of money as security. They were tried and convicted on this charge. There is another heartless system of base swindling perpetrated by a class of cheats who pretend to assist parties in getting situations, and hold out flaming inducements through advertisements in the newspapers to working men, servants, clerks, teachers, clergymen, and others, and contrive to get a large income by duping the public. A swindler contrived to obtain sums of 5 shillings each in postage stamps or post office orders from a large number of people, under pretence of obtaining situations for them as farm bailiffs. An advertisement was inserted in the newspaper, and in reply to the several applicants, a letter was returned stating that, although the applicant was among the leading competitors, another party had secured the place. At the same time, another attempt was made to inveigle the dupe, under the pretence of paying another fee of 5 shillings, with the hope of obtaining a similar situation in prospect. The swindler intimated that the only interest he had in the matter was the agent's fee, charged alike to the employer and the employed, and generally paid in advance. He desired that letters addressed to him should be directed to 42 Sydney Street, Chorlton upon Medlock. He had an empty house there, taken for the purpose, with the convenience of a letter box in the door, into which the postman dropped letters twice a day. A woman came immediately after each post and took them away. On arresting the woman, the officers found in her basket 87 letters, 44 of them containing 5 shillings in postage stamps, or a post office order payable to the swindler himself. Nearly all the others were letters from persons at a distance from a post office who were unable to remit the 5 shillings, but promised to send the money when they got an opportunity. On a subsequent day, 120 letters were taken out of the letter box, most of them containing a remittance. This system had been in operation for a month. One day 190 letters were delivered by one post. It was estimated that no fewer than 3,000 letters had come in during the month, most of them enclosing 5 shillings, and it is supposed the swindler had received about £700, a handsome return for the price of a few advertisements in newspapers, a few lithographed circulars, a few postage stamps, and a quarter of a year's rent on an empty house. Another case of a similar kind occurred in the Maidstone Assizes. Henry Morton, aged 43, a tall gentlemanly man, and a young woman aged 19 years, were indicted for conspiring to obtain goods and money by false pretences. The name given by the male prisoner was known to be an assumed one. It was stated that he was well connected and formerly in a good position in society. At the trial, a witness deposed that an advertisement had appeared in a Cornish newspaper, addressed to Cornish miners, stating they could be sent out to Australia by an English gold mining company and would be paid £20 of wages per month to commence on their arrival at the mines. The advertisement also stated that if 1 shilling or 12 postage stamps were sent to Mr. Henry Morton, Chatham, a copy of the stamped agreement and full particulars as to the company would be given. The prisoner was arrested and 41 letters found in his possession addressed to Mr. H. Morton, Chatham. 25 of the letters contained 12 postage stamps each, and some of them had 1 shilling inside. It was ascertained the female cohabited with him. It appeared that he had pawned 482 stamps on the 14th of February for £1 15 shillings, 289 on the 21st for £1, and 744 on another day. 82 letters came in one day, chiefly from Ireland and Cornwall. On searching a box in his room, they found a large quantity of Irish and Cornish newspapers, many of them containing the advertisement referred to. He was found guilty and was sentenced to hard labour for 15 months. The young woman was acquitted. The judge, in passing sentence, observed that the prisoner had been convicted of swindling poor people, and his being respectably connected aggravated the case. We give the following illustration of an English swindler's adventures on the Continent. A married couple were tried at Pau on a charge of swindling. The husband represented himself to be the son of a colonel in the English army and of a Neapolitan princess. His wife pretended to be the daughter of an English general. They said they were allied to the families of the Dukes of Norfolk, Leinster, and Devonshire. They came in a post-chaise to the Hôtel de France, accompanied by several servants, lived in the style of persons of the highest rank, and run up a bill of 6,000 francs. As the landlord declined to give credit for more, they took a chateau, which they got fitted up in a costly way. They paid 2,500 francs for rent, and were largely in debt to the butcher, tailor, grocer, and others. The lady affected to be very pious, and gave 895 francs to the abbé for masses. An English lady who came from Brussels to give evidence stated that her husband had paid 50,000 francs to release them from a debtor's prison at Cologne, as he believed them to be what they represented. It was shown at the trial that they had received letters from Lord Grey, the King of Holland, and other distinguished personages. They were convicted of swindling and condemned to 1 year's imprisonment, or to pay a fine of 200 francs. On hearing the sentence, the woman uttered a piercing cry and fainted in her husband's arms, but soon recovered. They were then removed to prison. The assumption of a variety of names, some of them of a high-sounding and pretentious character, is resorted to by swindlers giving orders for goods by letter from a distance. An address is also assumed of a nature well calculated to deceive. As an instance, we may mention that an individual has for a long period of time fared sumptuously upon the plunder obtained by his fraudulent transactions, of whose aliases and pseudo-residencies the following are but a few: Creighton Beecham Harper, the Russets, near Eden Bridge; Beecham Harper, Albion House, Rye; Charles Creighton Beecham Harper, ditto. Nameberry Harper, MNI, The Broadlands, Winchelsea. Beecham Harper, Alden House, Lewes. R.E. Beresford, The Oaklands, Chelmsford. The majority of these residencies existed only in the imagination of this indefatigable cosmopolite. In some cases he had christened a paltry tenement let at the rent of a few shillings per week, house, a small cottage in Albion Place, Rye, being magnified into Albion House. When an address is assumed having no existence, his plan is to request the postmaster of the district to send the letters and so on to his real address, generally some little distance off, a similar notice also being given at the nearest railway station. The goods ordered are generally of such a nature as to lull suspicion, namely, a gun, as "I am going to a friend's grounds to shoot, and I want one immediately," a silver cornet, 2 umbrellas, one for me and one for Mrs. Harper, a fashionable bonnet with extra strings, young looking, for Mrs. Harper, white lace frock for Miss Harper immediately, a violet-coloured velvet bonnet for my sister, and so on, and so on, and so on, ad infinitum. A person pretending to be a German baron some time ago ordered and received goods to a large amount from merchants in Glasgow. It was ascertained he was a swindler. He was a man of about 40 years of age, 5 feet 8 inches high, and was accompanied by a lady about 25 years of age. They were both well-educated people, and could speak the English language fluently. A fellow, assuming the name of the Reverend Mr. Williams, pursued a romantic and adventurous career of swindling in different positions in society, and was an adept in deception. On one occasion, by means of forged credentials, he obtained an appointment as curate in Northamptonshire, where he conducted himself for some time with a most sanctimonious air. Several marriages were celebrated by him, which were apparently satisfactorily performed. He obtained many articles of jewellery from firms in London, who were deceived by his appearance and position. He wrote several modes of handwriting, and had a plausible manner of insinuating himself into the good graces of his victims. He died a very tragical death. Having been arrested for swindling, he was taken to Northampton. On his arrival at the railway station there, he threw himself across the rails, and was crushed to death by the train. There is a mode of extracting money from the unwary, practised by a gang of swindlers by means of mock auctions. They dispose of watches, never intended to keep time, and other spurious articles, and have confederates or decoys who pretend to bid for the goods at the auctions, and sometimes buy them at an underprice, but they are by arrangement returned soon after, and again offered for sale. We have been favoured with some of the foregoing particulars by the officials of Stubbs Mercantile Offices, the courtesy of the Secretary having also placed the register of that extensive establishment at our service. Number of cases of fraud and conspiracy with intent to defraud in the metropolitan districts for 1860, 325. Ditto in the city, 51. Total 376. Value of property thereby abstracted in the metropolitan district, £3,443. Ditto in the city, £2,429. Total £5,872. End of section 99. Section 100 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Beggars by Andrew Halliday. Part 1. Beggars and Cheats. In primitive times, beggars were recognised as a legitimate component part in the fabric of society. Socially, and apart from state government, There were, during the patriarchal period, 3 states of the community, and these were the landowners, their servants, and the dependents of both, beggars. There was no disgrace attached to the name of beggar at this time, for those who lived by charity were persons who were either too old to work or were incapacitated from work by bodily affliction. This being the condition of the beggars of the early ages, it was considered no less a sacred than a social duty to protect them and relieve their wants. Many illustrious names, both in sacred and profane history, are associated with systematic mendicancy, and the very name of beggar has derived a sort of classic dignity from this circumstance. Beggars are frequently mentioned with honour in the Old Testament, and in the New, one of the most touching incidents in our Lord's history has reference to, quote, a certain beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at the rich man's gate, end quote. Nor must it be forgotten that the father of poetry, the immortal Homer, was a beggar and blind, and went about singing his own verses to excite charity. The name of Belisarius is more closely associated with the begging exploits ascribed to him than with his great historical conquests. Give a halfpenny to a poor man was as familiar a phrase in Latin in the Old World as it is today in the streets of London. It would be tedious to enumerate all the instances of honourable beggary which are celebrated in history, or even to glance at the most notable of them. It will be enough for the purpose we have in view if I direct attention to the aspects of beggary at a few marked periods of history. It will be found that imposture in beggary has invariably been the offspring of a high state of civilization, and has generally had its origin in large towns. When mendicancy assumes this form, it becomes a public nuisance, and imperatively calls for prohibitive laws. The beggar whose poverty is not real, but assumed, is no longer a beggar in the true sense of the word, but a cheat and an impostor, and as such he is naturally regarded not as an object for compassion, but as an enemy to the state. In all times, however, the real beggar, the poor wretch who has no means of gaining a livelihood by his labour, the afflicted outcast, the aged, the forsaken, and the weak, has invariably commanded the respect and excited the compassion of his more fortunate fellow men. The traces of this consideration for beggars which we find in history are not a little remarkable. In the early Saxon times, the relief of beggars was one of the most honourable duties of the mistress of the house. Our beautiful English word lady takes its origin from this practice. The mistress of a Saxon household gave away bread with her own hand to the poor, and thence she was called leifde, or bread giver, which at a later period was rendered into lady. A well-known incident in the life of Alfred the Great shows how sacred a duty the giving of alms was regarded at that period. In early times, beggary had even a romantic aspect. Poets celebrated the wanderings of beggars in so attractive a manner that great personages would sometimes envy the condition of the ragged mendicant and imitate his mode of life. James V. of Scotland was so enamoured of the life of the gaberlunzie man that he assumed his wallet and tattered garments, and wandered about among his subjects, begging from door to door, and singing ballads for a supper and a night's lodging. The beggar's profession was held in respect at that time, for it had not yet become associated with imposture. And as the country beggars were also ballad singers and story-tellers, their visits were rather welcome than otherwise. It must also be taken into account that beggars were not numerous at this period. It would appear that beggars first began to swarm and become troublesome and importunate shortly after the Reformation. The immediate cause of this was the abolition and spoliation of the monasteries and religious houses by Henry VIII. Whatever amount of evil they may have done, the monasteries did one good thing. They assisted the poor and provided for many persons who were unable to provide for themselves. When the monasteries were demolished and their revenues confiscated, these dependent persons were cast upon the world to seek bread where they could find it. As many of them were totally unaccustomed to labour, they had no resource but to beg. The result was that the country was soon overrun with beggars, many of whom exacted alms by violence and by threats. In the course of the next reign, we hear of legislative enactments for the suppression of beggary. The first efforts in this direction wholly failed to abate the nuisance, and more stringent acts were passed. In the reign of Charles II, begging had become so profitable that a great many Irish came over to this country to pursue it as a trade. The evil then became so intolerable that a royal proclamation was issued, specially directed to check the importation of beggars from Ireland. It is intituled, "A proclamation for the speedy rendering away of the Irish beggars out of this kingdom into their own country, and for the suppressing and ordering of rogues and vagabonds according to the laws," which recites that, "Whereas this realm hath of late been pestered with great numbers of Irish beggars who live here idly and dangerously, and are of ill example to the natives of this kingdom, and whereas the multitude of English rogues and vagabonds do much more abound than in former times, some wandering and begging under the colour of soldiers and mariners, others under the pretext of impotent persons, whereby they become a burthen to the good people of the land, all which happeneth by the neglect of the due execution of the laws, formerly with great providence made for relief of the true poor and indigent, and for the punishment of sturdy rogues and vagabonds, for the reforming thereof of so great a mischief, and to prevent the many dangers which will ensue by the neglect thereof, the King, by the advice of his privy council and of his judges, commands that all the laws and statutes now in force for the punishment of rogues and vagabonds be duly put in execution, and more particularly that all Irish beggars, which now are in any part of this kingdom, wandering or begging, under what pretence soever, shall forthwith depart this realm, and return to their own countries, and there abide." And it is further directed that all such beggars "shall be conveyed from constable to Bristol, Minehead, Barstable, Chester, Liverpool, Milford Haven, and Workington, or such of them as shall be most convenient." We see by this that the state of mendicancy in 1629 was very much what it is now, and that the artifices and dodges resorted to at that period were very similar to, and in many cases exactly the same, as the more modern impostures, which I shall have to expose in the succeeding pages. The origin and history of the Poor Laws. An Act passed in 1536, 27 Henry VIII, c. 25, is the first by which voluntary charity was converted into compulsory payment. It enacts that the head officers of every parish to which the impotent or able-bodied poor may resort under the provisions of the Act of 1531 shall receive and keep them, so that none shall be compelled to beg openly. The able-bodied were to be kept to constant labour, and every parish making default was to forfeit 20 shillings a month. The money required for the support of the poor was to be collected partly by the head officers of corporate towns and the churchwardens of parishes, and partly was to be derived from collections in the churches, and on various occasions where the clergy had opportunities for exhorting the people to charity. Almsgiving beyond the town or parish was prohibited on forfeiture of 10 times the amount given. A sturdy beggar was to be whipped the first time he was detected in begging, to have his right ear cropped for the second offence, and if again guilty of begging, was to be indicted for wandering, loitering, and idleness, and if convicted was "to suffer execution of death as a felon and an enemy of the Commonwealth." The severity of this act prevented its execution, and it was repealed by 1 Edward VI, c. 3, 1547. Under this statute, every able-bodied person who should not apply himself to some honest labour or offer to serve for even meat and drink was to be taken for a vagabond, branded on the shoulder, and adjudged a slave for 2 years to anyone who should demand him, to be fed on bread and water and refuse meat, and made to work by being beaten, chained, or otherwise treated. If he ran away during the 2 years, he was to be branded on the cheek and adjudged a slave for life, and if he ran away again, he was to suffer death as a felon. If not demanded as a slave, he was to be kept to hard labour on the highway in chains. The impotent poor were to be passed to their place of birth or settlement from the hands of one parish constable to those of another. The statute was repealed 3 years afterwards, and that of 1531 was revived. In 1551, an act was passed which directed that a book should be kept in every parish containing the names of the householders and of the impotent poor, that collectors of alms should be appointed who should, quote, gently ask every man and woman what they of their charity will give weekly to the relief of the poor, end quote. If anyone able to give should refuse, or discourage others from giving, the ministers and churchwardens were to exhort him, and failing of success, the bishop was to admonish him on the subject. This act, and another made to enforce it, which was passed in 1555, were wholly ineffectual, and in 1563 it was re-enacted 5 Elizabeth c. 3, with the addition that any person able to contribute and refusing should be cited by the bishop to appear at the next sessions before the justices, where, if he would not be persuaded to give, the justices were to tax him according to their discretion, and on his refusal he was to be committed to jail until the sum taxed should be paid, with all arrears. The next statute on the subject, which was passed in 1572, 14 Elizabeth c. 5, shows how ineffectual the previous statutes had been. It enacted that all rogues, vagabonds, and sturdy beggars, including in this description, quote, all persons whole and mighty in body, able to labour, not having land or master, nor using any lawful merchandise, craft, or mystery, and all common labourers, able in body, loitering and refusing to work for such reasonable wage as is commonly given, end quote, should, quote, for the first offence, be grievously whipped and burned through the gristle of the right ear with a hot iron of the compass of an inch about, end quote. For the second, should be deemed felons, and for the third, should suffer death as felons without benefit of clergy. For the relief and sustentation of the aged and impotent poor, the justices of the peace within their several districts were, by their good discretion, to tax and assess all the inhabitants dwelling therein. Anyone refusing to contribute was to be imprisoned until he should comply with the assessment. By the statutes 39 of Elizabeth, c. 3 and 4, 1598, every able-bodied person refusing to work for the ordinary wages was to be, quote, openly whipped until his body should be bloody, and forthwith sent from parish to parish, the most straight way to the parish where he was born, there to put himself to labour as a true subject ought to do, end quote. The next Act, the 43 Elizabeth c. 2, has been in operation from the time of its enactment in 1601 to the present day. A change in the mode of administration was, however, effected by the Poor Law Amendment Act, 4 and 5 William IV, c. 76, which was passed in 1834. During that long period, many abuses crept into the administration of the laws relating to the poor, so that in practice their operation impaired the character of the most numerous class, and was injurious to the whole country. In its original provisions, the Act of Elizabeth directed the overseers of the poor in every parish to, quote, take order for setting to work the children of all such parents as shall not be thought able to maintain their children, end quote, as well as all such persons as, having no means to maintain them, use no ordinary trade to get their living by. For this purpose, they were empowered to raise weekly or otherwise by, quote, taxation of every inhabitant, parson, vicar, and other, and of every occupier of lands, houses, tithes, mines, and so on, such sums of money as they shall require for providing a sufficient stock of flax, hemp, wool, and other wares, or stuff to set the poor on work, and also competent sums for relief of lame, blind, old, and impotent persons, and for putting out children as apprentices. End quote. Power was given to the justices to send to the House of Correction, or common jail, all persons who would not work. The church wardens and overseers were further empowered to build poor houses at the charge of the parish, for the reception of the impotent poor only. The justices were further empowered to assess all persons of sufficient ability for the relief and maintenance of their children, grandchildren, and parents. The parish officers were also empowered to bind as apprentices any children who should be chargeable to the parish. These simple provisions were in course of time greatly perverted, and many abuses were introduced into the administration of the poor law. One of the most mischievous practices was that which was established by the justices for the county of Berks in 1795, when, in order to meet the wants of the labouring population, caused by the high price of provisions, an allowance in proportion to the number of his family was made out of the parish fund to every labourer who applied for relief. This allowance fluctuated with the price of the gallon loaf of second flour, and the scale was so adjusted as to return to each family the sum which, in given number of loaves, would cost beyond the price in years of ordinary abundance. This plan was conceived in a spirit of benevolence, but the readiness with which it was adopted in all parts of England clearly shows the want of sound views on the subject. Under the allowance system, the labourer received a part of his means of subsistence in the form of a parish gift, and as the fund out of which it was provided was raised from the contributions of those who did not employ labourers as well as of those who did, their employers being able in part to burden others with the payment for their labour, had a direct interest in perpetuating the system. Those who employed labourers looked upon the parish contribution as part of the fund out of which they were to be paid, and accordingly lowered their rate of wages. The labourers also looked on the fund as a source of wage. The consequence was that the labourer looked to the parish, and as a matter of right, without any regard to his real wants, and he received the wages of his labour as only one and a secondary source of the means of subsistence. His character as a labourer became of less value, his value as a labourer being thus diminished, under the combined operation of these two causes. In 1832, a commission was appointed by the Crown, under whose direction inquiries were made through England and Wales, and the actual condition of the labouring classes in every parish was ascertained, with the view of showing the evils of the existing practice and of suggesting some remedy. The labour of this inquiry was great, but in a short time a report was presented by the commissioners which explained the operation of the law as administered, with its effects upon different classes, and suggested remedial measures. This report was presented in 1834, and was followed by the passing of the Poor Law Amendment Act, 4 and 5 William IV, c. 76, in August of the same year. This Act was again amended by the 7 and 8 Victoria, c. 101, 9th of August, 1844. The chief provisions of this law are the appointment of a central board of 3 commissioners in London for the general superintendence and control of all bodies charged with the management of funds for the relief of the poor. There are 9 assistant commissioners, each of whom has a district. The assistant commissioners are appointed by and removable by the commissioners, and the whole is under the direction of the president of the Poor Law Board. The administration of relief to the poor is under the control of the commissioners, who make rules and regulations for the purpose. They are empowered to order workhouses to be built, hired, altered, or enlarged, with the consent of a majority of a Board of Guardians. They have the power of uniting several parishes for the purposes of a more effective and economical administration of poor relief, but so that the actual charge in respect to its own poor is defrayed by each parish. These united parishes, or unions, are managed by Boards of Guardians, annually elected by the ratepayers of the various parishes, but the masters of the workhouses and other paid officers are under the orders of the Commissioners and removable by them. The system of paying wages partly out of poor rates is discontinued, and except in ordinary cases, of which the Commissioners are the judges, the relief is only to be given to able-bodied persons or to their families within the walls of the workhouse. A glance at some of the clauses of the Act 7 and 8 Victoria will show the present condition of the machinery of the Poor Law as regards the latest reforms. Chapter 101, Section 12, empowers the Poor Law Commissioners to prescribe the duties of the masters to whom poor children may be apprenticed, and the terms and conditions of the indentures of apprenticeship, and no poor children are in future to be apprenticed by the overseers of any parish included in any union, or subject to a Board of Guardians, under the provisions of the 4 and 5 William IV, c. 76. But it is declared to be lawful for the guardians of such union or parish to bind poor children apprentices. The 13th section abolishes so much of the 43 Elizabeth c. 2 and of the 8 and 9 William III c. 3 and of all other acts as compels any person to receive any poor child as an apprentice. The 14th and following sections make some new regulations as to the number of votes of owners of property and ratepayers in the election of guardians, and in other cases where the consent of the owners and ratepayers is required for any of the purposes of the 4 and 5 William IV, c. 76. The 18th section empowers the Commissioners, having due regard to the relative population or circumstances of any parish included in a union, to alter the number of guardians to be elected for such parish without such consent as is required by the Act of William. This section also empowers the Commissioners to divide parishes which have more than 20,000 inhabitants, according to the census then last published, into wards for the purpose of electing guardians, and to determine the number of guardians to be elected for each ward. The 25th section provides that so long as any woman's husband is beyond the seas, or in custody of the law, or in confinement in a licensed house or asylum as a lunatic or idiot, all relief given to such a woman as to her child or children shall be given in the same manner and subject to the same conditions as if she was a widow, but the obligation or liability of the husband in respect of such relief continues as before. The 26th section empowers the guardians of a parish or union to give relief to widows under certain conditions, who, at the time of their husband's death, were resident with them in some place other than the parish of their legal settlement, and not situated in any union in which such parish is comprised. The 32nd section provides that the Commissioners may combine parishes and unions in England for the audit of accounts. By the 40th section, the Commissioners may, subject to certain restrictions there mentioned, combine unions or parishes not in union, or such parishes and unions, into school districts for the management of any class or classes of infant poor not above the age of 16 years, being chargeable to any such parish or union, or who are deserted by their parents, or whose parent or surviving parent or guardians are consenting to the placing of such children in the school of such district. By the 41st section, the Commissioners are empowered to declare parishes or unions, or parishes and unions within the district of the Metropolitan Police or the City of London, and so on, to be combined into districts for the purpose of founding and managing asylums for the temporary relief and setting to work therein of destitute homeless poor who are not charged with any offence, and who may apply for relief, or become chargeable to the poor's rates within any such parish or union. Statistics of the Poor Laws. The salaries and expenses of the Commissioners for carrying into execution the Poor Law Acts in England and Ireland amount to about £56,000. The following statements will show the number of paupers and the amounts expended in relieving their wants at various periods since the year 1783. The average sum expended for the years 1783, 1784 and 1785 was £1,912,241. 1801, £4,017,871. 1811, £6,656,105. 1821, £6,959,249. 1831, £6,798,888. 1832, £7,036,969. 1833, £6,790,799. 1834, £6,317,254. 1835, £5,526,418. 1836, £4,717,630. 1837, £4,044,741. 1838, £4,123,604. 1839, £4,421,714. 1840, £4,576,965. 1841, £4,760,929. 1842, £4,911,498. 1843, £5,208,027. 1844, £4,976,093. 1860, £5,454,964. Number of indoor and outdoor paupers relieved during the following years. 1803, 1,040,716 paupers. Proportion per cent to population, 12. 1815, 1,319,851 paupers. Proportion per cent to population, 13. 1832, 1,429,356 paupers. Proportion per cent to population, 9. 1844, 1,477,561 paupers. Proportion per cent to population, 9.3. 1860, 844,633 paupers. Proportion per cent to population, 4.3. In the last report of the Poor Law Board, that for 1860, it is stated that for 22 years preceding the Poor Law Amendment Act in 1834, the average annual disbursement for the relief of the poor was £6,505,037, while for the subsequent 25 years it has only been £5,169,073. The supposed annual saving by the new law being £1,335,964. The average annual cost of the new union workhouses has been about £200,000, and the salaries of the paid union officers about £600,000. The strikes of 1860 told severely upon the returns. On July 1st, 1860, there were 1,751 able-bodied men receiving relief, more than on the same day of the previous year. On New Year's Day of 1860, there were 40,972 more persons of all classes in receipt of relief than on the first day of the preceding year. There were 6,720 more able-bodied men in receipt of relief and 7,026 more able-bodied women. Report of the Poor Law Board, 1860. The usual statistics of this report show that in the year 1860 the sum of £5,454,964 was expended for the relief of the poor in England and Wales, being at the rate per head of the estimated population of 5s. 6d. The net annual value of the rateable property at the present time, note 1860, end note, is 71 millions. The inefficiency of the poor law to meet the wants of the destitute in times of great and prevailing distress has been demonstrated over and over again, and at no period more pointedly and decisively than during the year 1860. On this subject we subjoin the remarks of a writer in the Times, February 11th, 1861. Quote, "It is an admitted and notorious fact that after a fortnight's frost the police courts were besieged by thousands who professed to be starving. The magistrates and officers of the court undertook the office of almoners in addition to their other laborious duties. The public poured in their contributions as they would for the victims of a terrible disaster. For a time we had, in a dozen places, a scene that rather took one back to the indiscriminate dole before the Covenant door, or the largesse flung by the hand among the crowd at a royal progress, than to an institution or custom of this sensible age. To some it naturally occurred that the poor law ought to have dispensed with this extraordinary exhibition; to others that no law could meet the emergency. It was the Saturnalia, if not of mendicancy, at least of destitution. The police stood aside while beggars possessed the thoroughfares on the sole plea of an extraordinary visitation. There was a fortnight's frost, so it was allowable to one class to hold a midnight fair on the Serpentine, and to another to insist on being maintained at the expense of the public. Was all this right and proper? We had thought that the race of sturdy vagrants and valiant beggars was extinct, or at least that they dared no longer show themselves. But here they were in open day, like the wretches which are said to emerge out of darkness on the day of a revolution. When such is the fact, and when it is now admitted by all to have been not only exceptional, but highly exceptionable, we may leave others to find out the right shoulders on which the blame should be laid. For our part, we hold that a poor law ought to be as proof against a long frost, or any other general visitation, and there are many more serious, as a ship ought to be against a storm, or an embankment against an inundation." On the occasion here referred to, the poor law gave relief to 23,000, but sent away 17,000 empty-handed, who would have starved but for the open-handed charity of the public, dispensed in the most liberal spirit by the metropolitan magistrates. Mendicancy has always increased to an alarming extent after a war, and during the time of war, if it has been protracted. There is no doubt that the calamities of war reduce many respectable persons to want, but at the same time the circumstances which attend a period of commotion and trouble always afford opportunities to impostors. Mendicancy had reached a fearful pitch during the last great war with France, and in 1816, the year after the Battle of Waterloo, the large towns were so infested by beggars of every description that it was deemed necessary to appoint a select committee of the House of Commons to consider what could be done to abate the nuisance. The report of this committee furnishes some interesting particulars of the begging impostures of the time, and of the gains of beggars. End of section 100. Section 101 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Beggars by Andrew Halliday, Part 2. Street Beggars in 1816. It was clearly proved that a man with a dog got 30 shillings in one day. Two houses in St. Giles's frequented by from 200 to 300 beggars. It was proved that each beggar made on an average from 3 shillings to 5 shillings a day. They had grand suppers at midnight, and drank and sang songs until daybreak. A negro beggar retired to the West Indies with a fortune of £1,500. The value of 15 shillings, 20 shillings, and 30 shillings found upon ordinary street beggars. They get more by begging than they can by work. They get so much by begging that they never apply for parochial relief. A manufacturer in Spitalfields stated that there were instances of his own people leaving profitable work for the purpose of begging. It was proved that many beggars paid 50 shillings a week for their board. Beggars stated that they go through 40 streets in a day, and that it is a poor street that does not yield twopence. Beggars are furnished with children at houses in Whitechapel and Shoreditch, some who look like twins. A woman with twins, who never grew older, sat for 10 years at the corner of a street. Children let out by the day, who carried to their parents 2 shillings and 6pence a day as the price paid by the persons who hired them. A little boy and a little girl earned 8 shillings a day. An instance is stated of an old woman who kept a night school for instructing children in the street language and how to beg. The number of beggars infesting London at this time, 1816, was computed to be 16,000, of which 6,300 were Irish. We glean further from the report respecting them. It appears by the evidence of the person who contracts for carrying vagrants in and through the county of Middlesex, that he has passed as many as 12,000 or 13,000 in a year, but no estimate can be formed from that, as many of them are passed several times in the course of the year, and it is proved that these people are in the course of 8 or 10 days in the same situation, as they find no difficulty in escaping as soon as they are out of the hands of the Middlesex contractor. A magistrate in the office at Whitechapel thinks there is not one who is not worthless. The rector of St. Clement Danes describes them as living very well, especially if they are pretty well maimed, blind, or if they have children. Beggars scarify their feet to make the blood come, share considerable sums of money, and get scandalously drunk, quarrel and fight, and one teaches the other the mode of extorting money. They are the worst of characters, blasphemous and abusive. When they are detected as impostors in one parish, they go into another. They eat no broken victuals, but have ham, beef, and so on. 40 or 50 sleep in a house, and are locked in, lest they should carry anything away, and are let out in the morning all at once. Tear their clothes for an appearance of distress. Beggars assemble in a morning, and agree what route each shall take. At some of the houses, the knives and forks chained to the tables, and other articles chained to the walls. Mendicant pensioners. Some who have pensions as soldiers or sailors were among those who apply by letters for charity. One sailor who had lost a leg is one of the most violent and desperate characters in the metropolis. Among beggars of the very worst class, there are about 30 Greenwich pensioners who have instruments of music and go about in parties. A marine who complained that he had but £7 a year pension said he could make a day's work in an hour in any square in London. A pensioner who had £18 a year from Chelsea, when taken up for begging, had banknotes concealed in his waistcoat, and on many of that description, frequently 8 shillings, 10 shillings, or 12 shillings are found, that they have got in a day. Chelsea pensioners beg in all directions at periods between the receipts of their pensions. A Chelsea pensioner who receives 1 shilling and 6pence a day is one of the most notorious beggars who infest the town. A Greenwich pensioner of £7 a year gets from 5s to 10s for writing begging letters. Begging letter writers in 1816. Some 1,000 applications by letters are made for charity to ladies, noblemen, and gentlemen in the metropolis. 2,000 on an average were within the knowledge of one individual who was employed to make inquiries. Several persons subsist by writing letters. One woman profits by the practice, who receives a guinea a week as a legacy from a relation, and has laid out £200 in the funds. Letters have been written by the same person in 5 or 6 different hands. Persons who write begging letters are called twopenny post beggars. A man who keeps a school writes begging letters for 2d. each. These extracts, culled here and there from a voluminous report, will suffice to give an idea of the state of mendicancy in the metropolis at the beginning of the century. The public were so shocked and startled by the systematic impostures that were brought to light, that an effort was made to protect the charitable by means of an organised system of inquiry into the character and condition of all persons who were found begging. The result of this effort was the establishment in 1818 of the now well-known Mendicity Society. The object of this society was to protect noblemen, gentlemen, and other persons accustomed to dispense large sums in charity from being imposed upon by cheats and pretenders, and at the same time to provide on behalf of the public a police system whose sole and special function should be the suppression of mendicancy. The plan of the society is as follows. The subscribers receive printed tickets from the society, and these they give to beggars instead of money. The ticket refers the beggar to the society's office, and there his case is inquired into. If he be a deserving person, relief is afforded him from funds placed at the disposal of the society by its subscribers. If he is found to be an impostor, he is arrested and prosecuted at the instance of the society. Governors of this society may obtain tickets for distribution at any time. The annual payment of 1 guinea constitutes the donor a governor, and the payment of 10 guineas at one time, or within 1 year, a governor for life. A system of inquiry into the merits of persons who are in the habit of begging by letter has been incorporated with the Society's proceedings, and the following persons are entitled to refer such letters to the office for investigation, it being understood that the eventual grant of relief rests with the subscriber sending the case. 1. All contributors to the general funds of the Society to the amount of 20 guineas. 2. All contributors to the general funds of the Society to the amount of 10 guineas, and who also subscribe 1 guinea annually. 3. All subscribers of 2 guineas and upwards per annum. So successful have been the efforts of this society in protecting the charitable from the depredations of begging letter writers and other mendicants, that now almost every public man whose prominent position marks him out for their appeals contributes to the society, either by subscriptions or donation. The Queen herself is the patron. The President is the Marquis of Westminster, and among the Vice Presidents may be counted 3 Dukes, 3 Marquises, 8 Earls, 1 Viscount, a Bishop, and a long list of Lords and Members of Parliament. Altogether, the Society has about 2,400 subscribers, whose donations and subscriptions range from £100 and £50 to £2 and £1. The total amount of the Society's income for 1860 was £3,913 14s. and 2d, of which £3,010 13s. and 9d. was derived from subscriptions and donations, the remainder being derived from legacies, interest on stock, and the profits of the Society's works. The expenditure for the same year was £3,169 16s. and 10d, and the amount expended in the relief of mendicants £906 9s. The meals given in 1860 to persons who were found to be deserving were 42,192. The unregistered cases, that is, those not thought to require a special investigation, were 4,224, and the registered cases 430. The vagrants apprehended were 739, of whom 350 were convicted. The following table sets forth the whole of the cases that came under the notice of the Society in 1860. Number of registered cases in 1860, 430, of which there appeared to belong to parishes in London 151, country 142, Ireland 82, Scotland 0, Wales 8, France 2, East Indies 7, West Indies 2, America 1, Italy 5, Africa 1, China 1, Switzerland 2, Germany 2, Poland 1, unknown 7, total 430. Alleged causes of distress: want of employment 395, age and infirmity 1, failure in business 1, foreigners and others desirous of returning home 22, sickness and accidents 2, want of clothing 3, loss of stock, tools, and so on 1, loss of character 1, loss of relations and friends by death, desertion, imprisonment, and so on 4, total 430. The various cases were disposed of as follows: referred to London parishes, most of whom were admitted into workhouses or obtained relief through the interference of the Society, some being previously relieved with money, food, and clothing, 15. Relieved with clothing and sent to their respective parishes, 9. Provided with situations, clothing, tools, goods, or other means of effectually supporting themselves, 8. New apprehended cases by the Society's constables during 1860, a large number of whom were committed by the magistrates as vagrants. Others were referred to the Society and sent to work, the men at the mill and stone breaking, and the women at oakum picking, and several were assisted with the means of returning home, 376. Proved on investigation to be undeserving, 4. Employed at the mill and oakum picking, not apprehended cases, 1. Placed in hospitals and assisted with clothing, 4. Relieved weekly, where distress appeared temporary, and clothes, blankets, shoes, and so on given, 13. Total 430. The following table exhibits a statement of the Society's proceedings from the first year of its formation to the year 1860. 1818. 3,284 cases registered. 385 vagrants committed. 16,827 meals given. 1819. 4,682 cases registered. 580 vagrants committed. 33,013 meals given. 1820. 4,546 cases registered. 359 vagrants committed. 46,407 meals given. 1821. 2,339 cases registered. 324 vagrants committed. 28,542 meals given. 1822. 2,235 cases registered. 287 vagrants committed. 22,232 meals given. 1823. 1,493 cases registered. 193 vagrants committed. 20,152 meals given. 1824. 1,441 cases registered. 195 vagrants committed. 25,396 meals given. 1825. 1,096 cases registered. 381 vagrants committed, 19,600 meals given. 1826, 833 cases registered, 300 vagrants committed, 22,972 meals given. 1827, 806 cases registered, 403 vagrants committed, 35,892 meals given. 1828, 1,284 cases registered, 786 vagrants committed, 21,066 meals given. 1829, 671 cases registered, 602 vagrants committed, 26,286 meals given. 1830, 848 cases registered, no vagrants committed, 105,488 meals given. 1831, 1,285 cases registered, no vagrants committed, 79,156 meals given. 1832, 1,040 cases registered, no vagrants committed, 73,315 meals given. 1833, 624 cases registered, no vagrants committed, 37,074 meals given. 1834, 1,226 cases registered, 652 vagrants committed, 30,513 meals given. 1835, 1,408 cases registered, 1,510 vagrants committed, 84,717 meals given. 1836, 946 cases registered, 1,004 vagrants committed, 68,134 meals given. 1837, 1,087 cases registered, 1,090 vagrants committed, 87,454 meals given. 1838, 1,041 cases registered, 873 vagrants committed, 155,348 meals given. 1839, 1,055 cases registered, 962 vagrants committed, 110,943 meals given. 1840, 706 cases registered, 752 vagrants committed, 113,502 meals given. 1841, 997 cases registered, 1,119 vagrants committed, 195,625 meals given. 1842, 1,233 cases registered, 1,306 vagrants committed, 128,914 meals given. 1843, 1,148 cases registered, 1,018 vagrants committed, 167,126 meals given. 1844, 1,184 cases registered, 937 vagrants committed, 174,229 meals given. 1845, 1,001 cases registered, 868 vagrants committed, 165,139 meals given. 1846, 980 cases registered, 778 vagrants committed, 148,569 meals given. 1847, 910 cases registered, 625 vagrants committed, 239,171 meals given. 1848, 1,161 cases registered, 979 vagrants committed, 148,661 meals given. 1849, 1,043 cases registered, 905 vagrants committed, 64,251 meals given. 1850, 787 cases registered, 570 vagrants committed, 94,106 meals given. 1851, 1,150 cases registered, 900 vagrants committed, 102,140 meals given. 1852, 658 cases registered, 607 vagrants committed, 67,985 meals given. 1853, 419 cases registered, 354 vagrants committed, 62,788 meals given. 1854, 332 cases registered, 326 vagrants committed, 52,212 meals given. 1855, 235 cases registered, 239 vagrants committed, 52,731 meals given. 1856, 325 cases registered, 293 vagrants committed, 49,806 meals given. 1857, 354 cases registered, 358 vagrants committed, 54,074 meals given. 1858, 329 cases registered, 298 vagrants committed, 43,836 meals given. 1859, 364 cases registered, 305 vagrants committed, 40,256 meals given. 1860, 430 cases registered, 350 vagrants committed, 42,192 meals given. Totals: 51,016 cases registered, 24,773 vagrants committed, 3,357,834 meals given. Total number of apprehended cases in 1860: committed 350, discharged 389, total 739. Non-registered cases during the year 4,224, registered cases 430, total 4,654. I will now give a few examples of the cases which ordinarily come under the notice of the Society. A deserving case. A.L. and her sister, the one a widow, 70, the other a single woman, 55, applied for relief under the following circumstances. They had for many years been supporting themselves by making children's leather-covered toy balls, at one time earning a comfortable living, but their means were reduced from time to time by the introduction of India rubber and gutta percha, until at last 5d. per dozen was all they could obtain for their labour, and it required both to apply themselves for many hours to earn that small amount. Still, to avoid the workhouse, they toiled on, until the destruction of Messrs. Payne's toy warehouse in Holborn, which threw them entirely out of work, and reduced them to absolute want. It was thus they were found in the winter, having been frequently without food, fire, or candle, nearly perishing with cold, and in fear of being turned into the streets for arrears of rent. Inquiry having been instituted as to their character, which was found to be exceedingly good, they were relieved for 3 months, with money and food weekly, besides bedding and clothing being given to them from the Society's stores. Another. E.W., the applicant, a widow of a journeyman carpenter, who, in consequence of his protracted illness and want of employment, was at the time of his death destitute, and in her confinement at the time she was visited by the Society. She had 3 young children, incapable of contributing to their own support, and the parish officers, in consequence, were relieving her with a trifle weekly. But she was in a very low state for want of nourishment. The referee expressed it as his opinion that she was a very deserving woman, and that on 2 or 3 occasions he had afforded her assistance, and had much pleasure in recommending her case. Assistance was in consequence given her for several weeks, for which she appeared very grateful. An impostor. J.C. This man, who has been 17 times apprehended by the Society's constables, and as many more by the police, was taken into custody for begging. He is an old man, and his age usually excites the sympathy of the public, but he is a gross impostor, and for the last 15 years has been about the streets, imposing upon the benevolent. He has been convicted of stealing books, newspapers, and, on one occasion, an inkstand from a coffee-house. His appeals to the benevolent in the streets are very pertinacious, and persons frequently give him money for the purpose of getting rid of him. He had, when last taken into custody, £2 9s. and 4d. secreted about his person, part in his stockings, which he stated had been given to him to enable him to leave the country, and a variety of what he represented to be original verses was found in his possession and produced before the magistrate, to whom he appealed to sympathise with a poor author. "Pray, sir," said he, "look at my verses. You will find that they are such as would be written by a man of scholastic attainments. They breathe a sentiment of love and charity, and of generosity to the poor. They are of scientific interest, and fit for the perusal of royalty." His sentence to a month's imprisonment only evidently surprised him, for which he thanked the magistrate, but he continued in a suppressed tone of voice, "But, sir, what about my money?" On being informed that, on account of his age, it should be returned to him when his time of imprisonment expired, he indulged in a rhapsody of delight, but begged that his emotion might not be misconstrued. "It is not the love of money, sir," addressing the magistrate, "that moves me thus. It is a far higher feeling. I have an affectionate heart, sir. It is gratitude." Another impostor. E.M.C. This man applied for relief during the severity of the winter of 1860 to 1861, representing himself as in much distress for want of employment, that he had a wife ill at home, confined to her bed, and having been for a long time out of work, his 3 children were wanting food. Work was accordingly given to him at the Society's mill, and he was supplied with food for the immediate wants of his family, pending inquiry into the truthfulness of his story. It was found that he was a single man, who, for deceptive purposes, had adopted the name of a woman with whom he was living, and who had separated from her husband but a short time previously, and was tutoring her children in all imaginable kinds of vice. It was also ascertained that the police had strict orders to watch the man's movements, for he was known as an associate of characters of the worst description. He was consequently discharged from the Society's works, with a caution against applying to the benevolent for their sympathy in the future. The following is the case of a person who applied for charity by letter, whose case was found to be a deserving one. J.W., a middle-aged man of creditable appearance, who had for many years obtained a livelihood for himself and family, consisting of his wife and 6 children, as a clerk and salesman to a respectable firm, being thrown out of his situation through his employer's embarrassed circumstances, became gradually reduced to destitution, and therefore made application for assistance to a subscriber to the Society. It appeared, upon investigation, that he had been most regular in his attention to his duties, strictly honest, industrious, and sober, and just at the time of the inquiry it fortunately happened that he procured another situation, but was hampered with trifling debts which he incurred while out of employment, which it was necessary to discharge, as well as procure suitable clothing. His character having proved satisfactory, the subscriber applied to, directed a handsome donation to be appropriated to his assistance, whereby he was enabled to overcome his difficulties. He showed himself most grateful for the assistance. I shall now, by way of contrast, give the case of 2 beggars by letter who were found to be rank impostors. H.G. This man and his wife have been known to the Society for many years as 2 of the most persevering and impudent impostors that ever came under its cognizance. The man, although possessing considerable ability and having a respectable situation as a clerk in a public institution, had become such an habitual drunkard as to be quite reckless as to what false representations he put forth to obtain charitable assistance, and finding himself detected in his various fabricated tales of distress, had the impudence to apply to a subscriber by letter, wherein he represented that his wife had died after several months' severe affliction, which, upon inquiry, turned out untrue, his wife being alive and well, and they were living together at the very time the letter was written. Notwithstanding he was thus foiled in his endeavours to impose, a few weeks afterwards the wife had the assurance to send a letter to another subscriber, craving assistance on account of the death of her husband, and in order to carry out the deception, she dressed herself in widow's weeds. The gentleman applied to, however, having some misgivings as to her representations, fortunately forwarded her appeal to the Society, where it was ascertained that her husband was also alive and well. A well-educated beggar. J.R.P.F., a man about 45 years of age, the son of a much respected clergyman in Lancashire, who had received a good classical education and was capable of gaining an excellent livelihood, applied to various persons for aid, in consequence, as he said, of being in great distress through want of a situation. He carefully selected those gentlemen who were well acquainted with and respected his father, some of whom, mistrusting his representations, forwarded the letters to the Mendicity Society for inquiry, which proved the applicant to be a most depraved character, who had been a source of great trouble to his parents for many years, they having provided him with situations, as teacher in various respectable establishments, from time to time, and also furnished him with means of clothing himself respectably. But on every occasion he remained in his employment but a very short time before he gave way to his propensity to drink, and so disgraced himself that his employers were glad to get rid of him, whereupon he made away with his clothing to indulge his vicious propensity. I will now proceed to give an account of the beggars of London as they have come under my notice in the course of the present inquiry. End of section 101. Section 102 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Beggars by Andrew Halliday, Part 3. Begging Letter Writers, Part 1. Foremost among beggars, by right of pretension to blighted prospects and correct penmanship, stands the begging letter writer. He is the connecting link between mendicity and the observance of external respectability. He affects white cravats, soft hands, and filbert nails. He oils his hair, cleans his boots, and wears a portentous stick-up collar. The light of other days of gentility and comfort casts a halo of deportment over his well-brushed, white-seamed coat, his carefully darned black-cloth gloves, and pudgy gaiters. He invariably carries an umbrella and wears a hat with an enormous brim. His once raven hair is turning grey, and his well-shaved, whiskerless cheeks are blue as with gunpowder tattoo. He uses the plainest and most respectable of cotton pocket-handkerchiefs, and keeps his references as to character in the most irreproachable of shabby leather pocket-books. His mouth is heavy, his underlip thick, sensual, and lowering, and his general expression of pious resignation contradicted by restless, bloodshot eyes that flash from side to side, quick to perceive the approach of a compassionate-looking clergyman, a female devotee, or a keen-scented member of the Society for the Suppression of Mendicity. Among the many varieties of mendacious beggars, there is none so detestable as this hypocritical scoundrel, who, with an ostentatiously submissive air and false pretence of faded fortunes, tells his plausible tale of undeserved suffering, and extracts from the hearts and pockets of the superficially good-hearted their sympathy and coin. His calling is a special one, and requires study, perseverance, and some personal advantages. The begging letter writer must write a good hand, speak grammatically, and have that shrewd perception of character peculiar to fortune tellers, horoscopists, cheapjacks, and pedlars. He must read and write and cast accounts, have an intuitive knowledge of the nobility and landed gentry, be a keen physiognomist, and an adept at imitation of handwritings, old documents, quaint ancient orthography, and the like. He must possess an artistic eye for costume, an unfaltering courage, and have tears and hysterics at immediate command. His great stock in trade is his register. There he carefully notes down the names, addresses, and mental peculiarities of his victims, and the character and pretence under which he robbed them of their bounty. It would not do to tell the same person the same story twice, as once happened to an unusually audacious member of the fraternity, who had obtained money from an old lady for the purpose of burying his wife, for whose loss he, of course, expressed the deepest grief. Confident in the old lady's kindness of heart and weakness of memory, 3 months after his bereavement he again posted himself before the lady's door, and gave vent to violent emotion. "Dear me," thought the old lady, "there's that poor man who lost his wife some time ago." She opened the window, and bidding the vagabond draw nearer, asked him what trouble he was in at present. After repeated questioning, the fellow gurgled out, "That the wife of his bosom, the mother of his children, had left him for that burn from which no traveller returns, and that owing to a series of unprecedented and unexpected misfortunes, he had not sufficient money to defray the funeral expenses, and—" "Oh, nonsense!" interrupted the old lady. "You lost your wife a quarter of a year ago. You couldn't lose her twice. And as to marrying again and losing again in that short time, it is quite impossible." I subjoin some extracts from a register kept by a begging letter writer, and who was detected and punished. Cheltenham, May 14th, 1842. Reverend John Furby, Springwood Villa, Low Church, fond of architecture, Dugdale's Monastica, son of architect, lost his life in the Charon, U.S. packet. £2 and suit of clothes, got reference. Mrs. Branksholme, Clematis Cottage, widow, through Reverend Furby, £3 and prayer book. Gloucester, May 30th. Mrs. Captain Daniels, Street, widow, son drowned off Cape as purser of same ship, the Thetis, £5 and old sea chest. N.B. Vamost next day. Captain returned from London. Gaff blown in county paper. Mem. Not to visit neighbourhood for 4 years. Lincoln, June 19th. Andrew Taggart, Street, gentleman, great abolitionist of slave trade. As tradesman from U.S., who had lost his custom by aiding slope of fugitive female slave, by name Naomi Brown. £5. N.B. To work him again, for he is good. Grantham, July 1st. Charles James Campion, Westby House, gentleman, literary, writes plays and novels. As distant relative of George Frederick Cook, and burnt-out bookseller. £2 2s. N.B. Gave me some of his own books to read. Such trash. Cadger in one. No more like Cadger than I'm like Bobby Peel. Went to him again on 5th. Told him thought it wonderful, and the best thing out since Vicar of Wakefield. Gave me £1 more. Very good man, to be seen to for the future. Huntingdon, July 15th. Mrs. Siddick, Street, widow, cranky, Baptist. As member of persuasion from persecution of worldly-minded relatives. £10. Gave her address in London. Good for a fiver every year. Recognised inspector. Leave tonight. There are, of course, many varieties of the begging letter writer, but although each and all of them have the same pretensions to former respectability, their mode of levying contributions is entirely different. There are but few who possess the versatility of their great master, Bamfield Moore Carew, and it is usual for every member of the fraternity to chalk out for himself a particular line of imposition, a course of conduct that renders him perfect in the part he plays, makes his references and certificates continually available, and prevents him from jostling or coming into collision with others of his calling who might be on the same lay as himself and spoil his game. Among the many specimens, one of the most prominent is the decayed gentleman. The conversation of this class of mendicant is of former greatness, of acquaintance among the nobility and gentry of a particular county, always a distant one from the scene of operations, of hunting, races, balls, meets, appointments to the magistracy, lord lieutenants, contested elections, and marriages in high life. The knowledge of the things of which he talks so fluently is gleaned from files of old county newspapers. When at fault, or, to use his own phrase, pounded, a ready wit, a deprecating shrug, and a few words such as, "Perhaps I'm mistaken. I used to visit a good deal there, and was introduced to so many who have forgotten me now. My memory is failing, like everything else," extricate him from his difficulty, and increase his capital of past prosperity and present poverty. The decayed gentleman is also a great authority on wines. By right of a famous sample, his father laid down, in 1811, "the comet year, you know," and is not a little severe upon his past extravagance. He relishes the retrospection of the heavy losses he endured at Newmarket, Doncaster, and Epsom, in 42 and 3, and is pathetic on the subject of the death of William Scott. The cause of his ruin he attributes usually to a suit in the Court of Chancery, or the "fatal and calamitous encumbered Irish Estates Bill." He is a florid impostor, and has a jaunty, sorenous way of using his clean, threadbare silk pocket-handkerchief that carries conviction even to the most sceptical. It is not uncommon to find among these degraded mendicants one who has really been a gentleman, as far as birth and education go, but whose excesses and extravagances have reduced him to mendicity. Such cases are the most hopeless. Unmindful of decent pride, and that true gentility that rises superior to circumstance, and finds no soil upon the money earned by labour, the lying, drunken, sodden wretch considers work beneath him. Upon the shifting quicksands of his own vices rears an edifice of vagabond vanity, and persuades himself that, by forfeiting his manhood, he vindicates his right to the character of gentleman. The letters written by this class of beggar generally run as follows. My readers will of course understand that the names and places mentioned are the only portions of the epistles that are fictitious. 3 Mermaids Inn, Pond Lane, April 18 Sir or Madam, although I have not the honour to be personally acquainted with you, I have had the advantage of an introduction to a member of your family, Major Sherbrooke, when with his regiment at Malta, and my present disadvantageous circumstances emboldens me to write to you, for the claims of affliction upon the heart of the compassionate are among the holiest of those kindred ties that bind man to his fellow being. My father was a large landed proprietor at Peddlethorpe, Lancashire. I, his only son, had every advantage that birth and fortune could give me claim to. From an informality in the wording of my father's will, the dishonesty of an attorney, and the rapacity of some of my poor late father's distant relatives, the property was at his death thrown into chancery, and for the last 4 years I have been reduced to, comparatively speaking, starvation. With the few relics of my former prosperity I have long since parted. My valued books, and, I am ashamed to own, my clothes, are gone. I am now in the last stage of destitution, and, I regret to say, in debt to the worthy landlord of the tavern from which I write this, to the amount of 8 and 6pence. My object in coming to this part of the country was to see an old friend, whom I had hoped would have assisted me. We were on the same form together at Rugby, Mr. Joseph Thurwood of Copesthorpe. Alas, I find that he died 3 months ago. I most respectfully beg of you to grant me some trifling assistance. As in my days of prosperity, I trust my heart was never deaf to the voice of entreaty, nor my purse closed to the wants of the necessitous. So, dear sir or madam, I hope that my request will not be considered by you as impertinent or intrusive. I have the honour to enclose you some testimonials as to my character and former station in society, and trusting that the Almighty Being may never visit you with that affliction which it has been His all-wise purpose to heap on me, I am your most humble and obliged servant, Frederick Morris Stanhope, formerly of Stanhope House, Lancashire. The Broken Down Tradesman is a sort of retail dealer in the same description of article as the decayed gentleman. The unexpected breaking of 14 of the most respectable banking houses in New York, or the loss of the cargoes of 2 vessels in the late autumnal gales, or the suspension of payment of Hall, Strong and Chates, "joined and combined together with the present commercial crisis, has been the means of bringing him down to his present deplorable situation," as his letter runs. His references are mostly from churchwardens, bankers, and dissenting clergymen, and he carries about a fictitious set of books, day-book, ledger, and petty cash-book, containing entries of debts of large amounts, and a dazzling display of the neatest and most immaculate of commercial ciphering. His conversation, like his correspondence, is a queer jumble of arithmetic and scripture. He has a wife whose appearance is in itself a small income. She folds the hardest working looking of hands across the cleanest of white aprons, and curtsies with the humility of a pew opener. The clothes of the worthy couple are shabby, but their persons and linen are rigorously clean. Their cheeks shine with yellow soap, as if they were rasped and beeswaxed every morning. The male impostor, when fleecing a victim, has a habit of washing his hands with invisible soap and imperceptible water, as though he were waiting on a customer. The wedded pair, and generally they are really married, are of congenial dispositions and domestic turn of mind, and get drunk, and fight each other, and go half price to the play, according to their humour. It is usually jealousy that betrays them. The husband is unfaithful, and the wife peaches. Through her agency, the police are put upon the track, and the broken-down tradesman is committed. In prison he professes extreme penitence, and has a turn for scriptural quotation that stands him in good stead. On his release he takes to itinerant preaching or political lecturing. What becomes of him after those last resources it is difficult to determine. The chances are that he again writes begging letters, but on a different lay. The distressed scholar is another variety of the same species, a connecting link between the self-glorification of the decayed gentleman and the humility of the broken-down tradesman. He is generally in want of money to pay his railway fare or coach hire to the north of England, where he has a situation as usher to an academy, or he cannot seek for a situation for want of those clothes which sad necessity has compelled him to part with for temporary convenience. His letters, written in the best small hand, with the finest of upstrokes and fattest of downstrokes, are after this fashion: Star Temperance Coffee House, Gravel Walk. Sir or Madam, I have the honour to lay my case before you, humbly entreating your kind consideration. I am a tutor, and was educated at St. Blank's College, Cambridge. My last situation was with the Reverend Mr. Cross, Laburnum House, near Dorking. I profess English, Latin, Greek, mathematics, and the higher branches of arithmetic, and am well read in general literature, ancient and modern. Rudem esse omnino in nostris poetis est inertissime signitiae signum. I am at present under engagement to superintend the scholastic establishment of Mr. Tighthand of the Classical and Commercial Academy, Cumberland, but have not the means of defraying the expenses of my journey, nor of appearing with becoming decency before my new employer and my pupils. My wardrobe is all pledged for an amount incommensurate with its value, and I humbly and respectfully lay my case before you, and implore you for assistance, or even a temporary accommodation. I am aware that impostors, armed with specious stories, often impose on the kind-hearted and the credulous. Nervi atque artus est sapientiae, non temere credere. I have therefore the honour to forward you the enclosed testimonials from my former employers and others as to my character and capacity. That you may never be placed in such circumstances as to compel you to indite such an epistle as the one I am at present penning, is my most fervent wish. Rely upon it, generous sir or madam, that, should you afford me the means of gaining an honourable competence, you shall never have to repent your timely benevolence. If, however, I should be unsuccessful in my present application, I must endeavour to console myself with the words of the great poet, Aetas ipsa solatium omnibus affert, or with the diviner precept, and this too shall pass away. I have, sir or madam, the honour to be your humble and obedient servant, Horace Hum. A gracefully flourished swan, with the date in German text on his left wing, terminates the letter. End of section 102. Section 103 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Beggars by Andrew Halliday, Part 4. Begging Letter Writers, Part 2. The Caggs Family. This case of cleverly organised swindling fell beneath the writer's personal observation. In a paved court, dignified with the name of a market, leading into one of the principal thoroughfares of London, dwelt a family whom, from fear of an action for libel, which, should they ever read these lines, they would assuredly bring, I will call Caggs. Mr. Caggs, the head of the family, had commenced life in the service of a nobleman. He was a tall, portly man, with a short nose, broad, truculent mouth, and a light, moist eye. His personal advantages and general conduct obtained him promotion, and raised him from the servants' hall to the pantry. When he was 30 years of age, he was butler in the family of a country gentleman, whose youngest daughter fell in love, ran away with, and married him. The angry father closed his doors against them, and steeled his heart to the pathetic appeals addressed to him by every post. Mr. Caggs, unable to obtain a character from his last place, found himself shut out from his former occupation. His wife gave promise of making an increase to the numbers of the family, and, to use Mr. Caggs' own pantry vernacular, "he was fly-bone and frost-bitten every joint of him." It was then that he first conceived the idea of making his wife's birth and parentage a source of present income and provision for old age. She was an excellent penwoman, and for some months had had great practice in the composition of begging letters to her father. Mr. Caggs' appearance being martial and imposing, he collected what information he could find upon the subject, and passed himself off for a young Englishman of good family who had been an officer in the Spanish army, and served "under Evans." Mrs. Caggs' knowledge of the county families stood them in good stead, and they begged themselves through England, Scotland, and Wales, and lived in a sort of vulgar luxury, at no cost but invention, falsehood, and a ream or so of paper. It was some few years ago that I first made their acquaintance. Mrs. Caggs had bloomed into a fine elderly woman, and Mr. Caggs' nose and stomach had widened to that appearance of fatherly responsibility and parochial importance that was most to be desired. The wife had sunk to the husband's level, and had brought up her children to tread in the same path. Their family, though not numerous, was a blessing to them, for each child, some way or other, contrived to bring in money. It was their parents' pride that they had given their offspring a liberal education. As soon as they were of an age capable of receiving instruction, they were placed at a respectable boarding school, and although they only stayed in it 1/2 year, they went to another establishment for the next half year, and so managed to pick up a good miscellaneous education, and at the same time save their parents the cost of board and lodging. James Gillian Caggs, the eldest and only son, was in Australia "doing well," as his mamma would often say, though in what particular business or profession was a subject on which she preserved a discreet silence. As I never saw the young man in question, I am unable to furnish any information respecting him. Catherine Caggs, the eldest daughter, was an ugly and vulgar girl, on whom a genteel education and her mother's example of elegance and refinement had been thrown away. Kitty was a sort of Cinderella in the family, and being possessed of neither tact nor manner to levy contributions on the charitable, was sentenced to an outdoor employment, for which she was well fitted. She sold flowers in the thoroughfare near the market. The second daughter, Betsy, was the pride of her father and mother, and the mainstay of the family. Tall, thin, and elegant, interesting rather than pretty, her pale face and subdued manners, her long eyelashes, soft voice, and fine hands, were the very requisites for the personation of beggared gentility and dilapidated aristocracy. Mrs. Caggs often said that poor Kitty was her father's girl, a Caggs all over, but that Bessie was a Thorncliffe (her own maiden name), and a lady every inch. The other children were a boy and girl of 5 and 3 years old, who called Mrs. Caggs "Mamma," but who appeared much too young to belong to that lady in any relation but that of grandchildren. Kitty, the flower girl, was passionately fond of them, and Bessie patronized them in her meek, maidenly way, and called them her dear brother and sister. In the height of the season, Miss Bessie Caggs, attired in shabby black silk, dark shawl, and plain bonnet, would sally forth to the most aristocratic and fashionable squares, attended by her father in a white neckcloth, carrying in one hand a small and fragile basket, and in the other a heavy and respectable umbrella. Arrived at the mansion of the intended victim, Miss Bessie would give a pretentious knock, and relieve her father of the burden of the fragile basket. As the door opened, she would desire her parent, who was supposed to be a faithful retainer, to wait, and Mr. Caggs would touch his hat respectfully, and retire meekly to the corner of the square, and watch the placards in the public house in the next street. "Is Lady within?" Miss Betsy would inquire of the servant. If the porter replied that his lady was out, or that she could not receive visitors except by appointment, Miss Betsy would boldly demand pen, ink, and paper, and sit down and write in a delicate lady's hand to the following effect: "Miss Thirlbrook presents her compliments to the Countess of and most respectfully requests the honour of enrolling the Countess's name among the list of ladies who are kindly aiding her in disposing of a few necessaries for the toilette. Miss Thirlbrook is reduced to this extreme measure from the sad requirements of her infirm father, formerly an officer in His Majesty's D regiment, who, from a position of comfort and affluence, is now compelled to seek aid from the charitable and to rely on the feeble exertions of his daughter. A confirmed cripple and valetudinarian, he has no other resource. The well-known charity of the Countess of has induced Miss Thirlbrook to make this intrusion on her time. Miss T will do herself the honour of waiting upon her ladyship on Thursday, when she earnestly entreats the favour of an interview, or an inspection of the few articles she has to dispose of." Monday. This carefully concocted letter, so different from the usual appeals, containing no references to other persons as to character or antecedents, generally had its effect, and in a few days Miss Betsy would find herself tête-à-tête with the Countess. On entering the room, she would make a profound curtsy, and after thanking her ladyship for the honour, would open the fragile basket which contained a few bottles of scent, some fancy soaps, ornamental envelopes, and perforated note-papers. "Sit down, Miss Thirlbrook," the Countess would open the conversation. "I see the articles. Your note, I think, mentioned something of your being in less fortunate—" Miss Betsy would lower her eyelashes and bend her head, not too deferentially, but as if bowing to circumstances for her father, her dear father's sake. For this was implied by her admirably concealed histrionic capability. The lady would then suggest that she had a great many claims upon her consideration, and would delicately inquire into the pedigree and circumstances of Lieutenant Thirlbrook, formerly of His Majesty's D Regiment. Miss Betsy's replies were neither too ready nor too glib. She suffered herself to be drawn out, but did not advance a statement, and so established in her patroness's mind the idea that she had to deal with a very superior person. The sum of the story of this interesting scion of a fallen house was that her father was an old peninsular officer, as would be seen by a reference to the army list. Miss Betsy had found the name in an old list. That he had left the service during the peace in 1814, that a ruinous lawsuit arising from railway speculations and an absconding agent had reduced them to their present position, and that 6 years ago an old wound received at Barossa had broken out and laid her father helpless on a sick bed. "I know that these articles," Betsy would conclude, pointing to the fancy soaps and stationery, "are not such, perhaps, as your ladyship is accustomed to, but if you would kindly aid me by purchasing some of them, if ever so few, you would materially assist us, and I hope that we should not prove either undeserving or ungrateful." When, as sometimes happened, ladies paid a visit to Lieutenant Thirlbrook, everything was prepared for their reception with a dramatic regard for propriety. The garret was made as clean and as uncomfortable as possible. Mr. Kaggs was put to bed, and the purpled pinkness of his complexion toned down with violet powder and cosmetics. A white handkerchief with the Thirlbrook crest in a corner was carelessly dropped upon the coverlid. A few physic bottles, an old United Service paper, and a ponderous Bible lay upon a rickety round table beside him. Mrs. Kaggs was propped up with pillows in an armchair near the fireplace, and desired to look rheumatic and resigned. Kitty was sent out of the way, and the two children were dressed up in shabby black, and promised plums if they would keep quiet. Miss Betsy herself, in grey stuff and an apron, meek, mild, and matronly beyond her years, glided about softly, like a sister of mercy connected with the family. My readers must understand that Mr. Kaggs was the sole tenant of the house he lived in, though he pretended that he only occupied the garrets as a lodger. During the stay of the fashionable Samaritans, Lieutenant Thirlbrook, who had received a wound in his leg at Barossa under the Duke, would say but little, but now and then his mouth would twitch as with suppressed pain. The visitors were generally much moved at the distressing scene. The gallant veteran, the helpless old lady, the sad and silent children, and the ministering angel of a daughter, were an impressive spectacle. The ladies would promise to exert themselves among their friends and do all in their power to relieve them. "Miss Thirlbrook," they would ask, as Betsy attended them to the street door, "those dear children are not your brother and sister, are they?" Betsy would suppress a sigh and say, "They are the son and daughter of my poor brother, who was a surgeon in the Navy. They are orphans. My brother died on the Gold Coast, and his poor wife soon followed him. She was delicate and could not bear up under the shock. The poor things have only us to look to, and we do for them what little lies in our power." This last stroke was a climax. "She never mentioned them before," thought the ladies. "What delicacy! What high feeling! These are not common beggars who make an exaggerated statement of their griefs." "Miss Thirlbrook, I am sure you will pardon me for making the offer, but those dear children upstairs do not look strong. I hope you will not be offended by my offering to send them a luncheon now and then, a few delicacies, nourishing things, to do them good." Miss Betsy would curtsy, lower her eyelids, and say softly, "They are not strong." "I'll send my servant as soon as I get home. Pray use this trifle for the present." The lady would take out her purse. "And good morning, Miss Thirlbrook. I must shake hands with you. I consider myself fortunate in having made your acquaintance." Betsy's eyes would fill with tears, and as she held the door open, the expression of her face would plainly say, "Not only for myself, oh dear and charitable ladies, but for my father, my poor father, who was wounded at Barossa in the leg, do I thank you from the depths of a profoundly grateful heart." When the basket arrived, Miss Betsy would sit down with her worthy parents and enjoy whatever poultry or meat had not been touched, but anything that had been cut, anything second hand, that dainty and haughty young lady would instruct her sister Kitty to give to the poor beggars. This system of swindling could not, of course, last many years, and when the West End of London became too hot to hold them, the indefatigable Caggses put an advertisement into the Times and Morning Post, addressed to the charitable and humane, saying that "a poor but respectable family required a small sum to enable them to make up the amount of their passage to Australia, and that they could give the highest references as to character." The old certificates were hawked about, and for more than 2 years they drove a roaring trade in money, outfits, and necessaries for a voyage. Mr. Caggs, too, made a fortunate hit. He purchased an old piano and raffled it at 5 shillings a head. Each of his own family took a chance. At the first raffle, Miss Betsy won it. At the second, Miss Kitty. On the third, Mr. Caggs. On the fourth, his faithful partner. And on the fifth and last time, a particular friend of Miss Kitty's, a young lady in the greengrocery line. This invaluable piece of furniture was eventually disposed of by private contract to a dealer in Barrett's Court, Oxford Street, and a few days after, the Caggs family really sailed for Melbourne, and I have never since heard of them. Among the begging letter fraternity there are not a few persons who affect to be literary men. They have at one time or another been able to publish a pamphlet, a poem, or a song, generally a patriotic one, and copies of these works (they always call them works) they constantly carry about with them to be ready for any customer who may turn up. I have known a notable member of this class of beggars for some years. He was introduced to me as a literary man by an innocent friend who really believed in his talent. He greeted me as a brother craftsman, and immediately took from the breast pocket of his threadbare surtout a copy of one of his works. "Allow me," he said, "to present you with my latest work. It is dedicated, you will perceive, to the Right Honourable the Earl of Derby. Here is a letter from his lordship, complimenting me in the most handsome terms." And before I could look into the book, the author produced from a well-worn black pocket-book a dirty letter distinguished by a large red seal. Sure enough, it was a genuine letter, beginning, "The Earl of Derby presents his compliments," and going on to acknowledge the receipt of a copy of Mr. Driver's work. Mr. Driver, I will call my author by that name, produced a great many other letters, all from persons of distinction, and the polite terms in which they were expressed astonished me not a little. I soon, however, discovered the key to all this condescension. The work was a political one, glorifying the Conservative party, and abounding with all sorts of old-fashioned Tory sentiments. The letters Mr. Driver showed me were, of course, all from Tories. The work was quite a curiosity. It was called a political novel. It had for its motto, Pro Rege Lege Aris et Focis, and the dedication to the Right Honourable the Earl of Derby was displayed over a whole page in epitaph fashion. At the close of our interview, Mr. Driver pointed out to me that the price of the work was 2s. Understanding the hint, I gave him that amount, when he called for pen and ink, and wrote on the fly-leaf of the work, To Esquire, with the sincere regards of the author, J. Fitzharding Driver. On looking over the book, it was a mere paper-covered pamphlet of some 100 pages, I found that the story was not completed. I mentioned this to Mr. Driver the next time I met him, and he explained that he meant to go to press, that was a favourite expression of his, to go to press with the second volume shortly. 10 years, however, have elapsed since then, and Mr. Driver has not yet gone to press with his second volume. The last time I met him, he offered me the original volume as his last new work, which he presumed I had never seen. He also informed me that he was about to publish a patriotic song in honour of the Queen. Would I subscribe for a copy? Only 3 and 6pence, and he would leave it for me. Mr. Driver had forgotten that I had subscribed for this very song 8 years previously. He showed me the self-same manuscript of the new national anthem, which I had perused so long ago. The paper had become as soft and limp and dingy as a Scotch £1 note, but it had been worth a good many £1 notes to Mr. Fitzharding Driver. Mr. Driver has lived upon this as yet unpublished song and that unfinished political novel for 10 years and more. I have seen him often enough to know exactly his modus operandi. Though practically a beggar, Mr. Driver is no great rogue. Were you to dress him well, he might pass for a nobleman. As it is, in his shabby genteel clothes, he looks a broken-down swell. And so, in fact, he is. In his young days he had plenty of money, and went the pace among the young bloods of Bond Street. Mr. Driver's young days were the days of the Regent. He drove a dashing phaeton and four then, and lounged, and gambled, and lived the life of a man about town. He tells you all that with great pride, and also how he came to grief, though this part of the story is not so clear. There is no doubt that he had considerable acquaintance among great people in his prosperous days. He lives now upon his works, and the public-house parlours of the purlieus of the West End serve him as publishing-houses. He is a great political disputant, and his company is not unwelcome in those quarters. He enters, takes his seat, drinks his glass, joins in the conversation, and, as he says himself, shows that he is a man of parts. In this way he makes friends among the tradesmen who visit these resorts. They soon find out that he is poor and an author, and moved both to pity and admiration, each member of the company purchases a copy of that unfinished political novel, or subscribes for that new patriotic song, which I expect will yet be in the womb of the press when the crack of doom comes. I think Mr. Driver has pretty well used up all the quiet parlours of West District by this time. Not long ago I had a letter from him enclosing a prospectus of a new work to be entitled Whiggery or the Decline of England, and soliciting a subscription to enable him to go to press with the first edition. I have no doubt that every Conservative member of both Houses of Parliament has had a copy of that prospectus. Mr. Fitzharding Driver will call at their houses for an answer, and some entirely out of easy charity, and others from a party feeling of delight at the prospect of the Whigs being abused in a book even by this poor beggar, will send him down half-crowns, and enable the poor wretch to eat and drink for a few months longer. On more than one occasion, while I have known him, Mr. Driver has been on the point of being well off again, to use his own expression. His behaviour under the prospect was characteristic of the man, his antecedents, and his mode of life. He touched up his seedy clothes, had some cotton velvet facings put to his threadbare surtout, revived his hat, mounted a pair of shabby patent leather boots, provided himself with a penny cane adorned with an old silk tassel, and appeared each day with a flower in his buttonhole. In addition to these, he had sewn into the breast of his surtout a bit of party-coloured ribbon, to look like a decoration. In this guise he came up to me at the Crystal Palace one day, and appeared to be in great glee. His ogling and mysterious manner puzzled me. Judge of my astonishment when this hoary, old, tottering, toothless beggar informed me, with many self-satisfied chuckles, that a rich widow, a fine dashing woman, sir, had fallen in love with him, and was going to marry him. The marriage did not come off. The pile is worn away from the velvet facings. The patent leather boots have become mere shapeless flaps of leather. The old broad-brimmed hat is past the power of reviver, and the Bond Street buck of the days of the Regent now wanders from public house to public house, selling lucifer matches. He still, however, carries with him a copy of his Work, the limp and worn manuscript of his anthem, and the prospectus of Whiggery or the Decline of England. These, and the letters from distinguished personages, stand him in better stead than the lucifer matches, when he lights upon persons of congenial sympathies. Advertising begging letter writers. Among many begging letter writers who appealed to sentiment, the most notorious and successful was a man of the name of Thomas Stone, alias Stanley, alias Newton. He had been in early life transported for forgery, and afterwards was tried for perjury, and when his ordinary methods of raising money had been detected and exposed, he resorted to the ingenious expedient of sending an advertisement to the Times, of which the following is a copy. Quote, "To the charitable and affluent. At the 11th hour, a young and most unfortunate lady is driven by great distress to solicit from those charitable and humane persons who ever derive pleasure from benevolent acts, some little pecuniary assistance. The advertiser's condition is almost hopeless, being, alas, friendless, and reduced to the last extremity. The smallest aid would be most thankfully acknowledged, and the fullest explanation given. Direct Miss T. C. M., Post Office, Great Randolph Street, Camden, Newtown." This touching appeal was read by a philanthropic gentleman who sent the advertiser £5, and afterwards £1 more, to which he received a reply in the following words. Quote, "Sir, I again offer my gratitude for your charitable kindness. I am quite unable to speak the promptings of my heart for your great goodness to me, an entire stranger. But you may believe me, sir, I am very sincerely thankful. You will, I am sure, be happy to hear I have paid the few trifling demands upon me, and also obtained sufficient of my wearing apparel to make a decent appearance. But it has swallowed up the whole of your generous bounty, or I should this day have moved to the Hampstead Road, where a far more comfortable lodging has been offered me, and where, sir, if you would condescend to call, I would cheerfully and with pleasure relate my circumstances in connection with my past history, and I do hope you might consider me worthy of your further notice. But it is my earnest desire to support myself and my dearest child by my own industry. As I mentioned before, I have youth and health, and have received a good education, but alas, I fear I shall have a great difficulty in obtaining employment such as I desire, for I have fallen. I am a mother, and my dear poor boy is the child of sin. But I was deceived, cruelly deceived, by a base and heartless villain. A licence was purchased for our marriage. I believed all. My heart knew no guile. The deceptions of the world I had scarcely ever heard of. But too soon I found myself destroyed and lost, the best affections of my heart trampled upon, and myself infamous and disgraced. But I did not continue to live in sin. Oh no! I despised and loathed the villain who so deceived me. Neither have I received, nor would I, 1 shilling from him. I think I stated in my first letter I am the daughter of a deceased merchant. Such is the case, and had I some friends to interest themselves for me, I do think it would be found I am entitled to some property. However, it would be first necessary to explain personally every circumstance, and to you, sir, I would unreservedly explain all. And oh, I do earnestly hope you would, after hearing my sad tale, think there was some little palliation of my guilt. In answer to the advertisement I had inserted, I received many offers of assistance, but they contained overtures of such a nature that I could not allow myself to reply to any of them. You, sir, have been my best friend, and may God bless you for your sympathy and kindness. I am very desirous to remove, but cannot do so without a little money in my pocket. Your charity has enabled me to provide all I required, and paid that which I owed, which has been a great relief to my mind. I hope and trust that you will not think me covetous or encroaching upon your goodness in asking you to assist me with a small sum further, for the purpose named. Should you, however, decline to do so, believe me I should be equally grateful, and it is most painful and repugnant to my feelings to ask, but I know not to whom else to apply. Entreating your early reply, however it may result, and with every good wish, and the sincerest and warmest acknowledgments of my heart, believe, sir, always your most thankful and humble servant, Francis Thorpe. Please direct T.C.M. Post Office, Crown Street, Gray's Inn Road. With the same sort of tale, varying the signature to Fanny Lyons, Mary Whitmore, and Fanny Hamilton, and so on, Mr. Stone continued to victimize the public, until the Society for the Suppression of Mendicity laid him by the heels. He was committed for trial at Clerkenwell Sessions, and sentenced to transportation for 7 years. I must content myself with these few specimens of the begging letter impostors. It would be impossible to describe every variety. Sometimes they are printers whose premises have been destroyed by fire. At others, young women who have been ruined by noblemen and are anxious to retrieve themselves, or widows of naval officers who have perished in action or by sickness. There was a long run upon aged clergymen whose sands of life were fast running out. But the fraud became so common that it was soon blown. The greatest blow that was ever struck at this species of imposition was the establishment of the begging letter department by the Society for the Suppression of Mendicity. In the very first case they investigated, they found the writer, who had penned a most touching letter to a well-known nobleman, crouching in a fireless garret in one of the worst and lowest neighbourhoods of London. This man was discovered to be the owner and occupier of a handsomely furnished house in another part of the town, where his wife and family lived in luxury. The following is a specimen of a most artful begging letter from America. Ellicott's Mills, Howard County, Maryland, United States, June 6, 1859. My dearest friend, why have you not written and sent me the usual remittances? Your silence has caused me the greatest uneasiness. Poor dear Frederick is dying, and we are in the extremest want. The period to hear from you has passed some time, and no letter. It is very strange. What can it mean? In a short time your poor suffering son will be at rest. I shall then trouble you no more. But, oh, I beseech you, do not permit your poor son to die in want. I have expended my last shilling to procure him those little necessaries he must and shall have. Little did I think, when, long, long years ago, I deserted all, that you might be free and happy, that you would fail me in this terrible hour of affliction. But you have not. I know you have not. You must have sent, and the letter miscarried. Your poor dying son sends his fondest love. Poor dear fellow, he has never known a father's care. Still, from a child, he has prayed for, revered, and loved you. He is now going to his Father in heaven, and when he is gone, my widowed heart will break. When I look back upon the long past, although broken-hearted and crushed to the earth, Yet I cannot tutor my heart to regret it, for I dearly loved you. Yes, and proved it, dearest friend, by forsaking and fleeing with my poor fatherless boy to this strange and distant land, that you might be free and happy with those so worthy of you. And believe me when I say that your happiness has been my constant prayer. In consequence of poor dear Frederick's sickness, we are in the greatest distress and want. I have been compelled to forego all exertion, and attend solely upon him. Therefore do, I pray you, send me, without an instant's delay, a £10 note. I must have it, or I shall go mad. Your poor suffering boy must not die in misery and want. Send the money by return mail, and send a Bank of England note, for I am now miles away from where I could get a draft cashed. I came here for the benefit of poor dear Frederick, but I fear it has done him no good. We are now among strangers, and in the most abject distress, and unless you send soon, your afflicted, unoffending boy will starve to death. I can no longer bear up against poverty, sickness, and your unkindness. But you must have sent. Your good, kind heart would not permit you to let us die in want. God bless you, and keep you and yours. May you be supremely happy. Bless you. In mercy send soon, for we are in extremest want. Remaining faithfully your dearest friend, Kate Stanley. Pay the postage of your letter to me, or I shall not be able to obtain it, for I am selling everything to live." The above affecting letter was received by the widow of a London merchant 6 months after his death. The affair was investigated and proved to be an imposture. The moral character of Mr. had been irreproachable. American begging letter writers read the obituaries in English newspapers and ply their trade, while the loss of the bereaved relatives of the man whose memory they malign is recent. End of section 103.